Chapter 613. Transformation. Recalling the stories about the cadaver demon's incredibly durable body, Han Li felt slight dejection. According to the rumors, he could only use true fire to slowly burn the corpse or extract the soul and seal it. The cadaver demon clearly wasn't dead. It was merely restrained for the time being by the unknown golden talisman. He reckoned it would take quite a while before the cadaver demon would be able to recover its strength. With that thought, Han Li's gaze fell onto the jade box at the corpse demon's side. Since it had suppressed the cadaver demon and still hadn't burned to ash, it must be a seal of sorts. From how closely related the jade box was to the cadaver demon and the golden talisman that sealed it, it stands to reason that the box must have contained the cadaver demon's soul. But in that case, why was the cadaver demon able to control its body? It had also managed to nearly deceive Han Li into opening the jade box with its great intelligence. Could it be that the soul extraction was incomplete and that a remnant of the soul remained inside her body? Also, why did the cadaver demon have a jade spirit well in its possession? Did it acquire it after it was trapped? As Han Li was puzzling over this, he frowned and sank into deep thought. After some thought, Han Li bluntly tossed the useless question away and began to look around for a way to leave. He would need to be at least at the nascent soul stage to be able to burn away the cadaver demon with true fire. Additionally, it would take several months at the very least. Even if Han Li had the cultivation to do so, he wouldn't waste the time or effort on such a fruitless task. He'd rather just get as far away from here as possible and have the cadaver demon continue to remain in isolation. As for any unwitting cultivators in the future that wandered in here, that wasn't any of his business. As for whenever the cadaver demon escaped from here, the great sects nearby could deal with it instead. But in the end, Han Li's gaze fell onto the jade box once more. After glancing at the jade box with the golden talisman several times, he hesitated for a moment before taking it into his hand. Afterwards, he placed it into his storage pouch with an unchanged expression. The golden talisman on the jade box had released truly peculiar talisman characters. He planned on giving it a proper examination later on. As for whether or not he would open the box, that decision would be left for once he finished condensing a nascent soul. At that point, he would be completely safe from any harmful spirit it may contain. With the divine devilbane lightning, the weeping soul beast, and a nascent soul cultivation, he would have nothing to fear. Han Li waved the jade scepter in his hand and the light barrier around him suddenly disappeared, revealing the yellow wolf. He intended on having it use the earth movement technique to open a path through the stone room. The lapis stone was still stone after all, regardless of how rare and hardy it may be. As such, it should still be affected by the earth movement technique. With that in mind, Han Li was about to have the wolf press onward when his expression suddenly stirred. He suddenly turned around and looked at the motionless cadaver demon. After tilting his head in thought, he sighed and stepped towards it. He raised the leg of the cadaver demon to reveal a pit underneath it. Inside the pit was the snow-cloud fox that was now staring up at Han Li with pitiful eyes. Han Li faintly smiled and muttered, "You're rather intelligent to take refuge here." With that said, Han Li waved his arm and an azure light reached towards the small fox. The white fox knew that things were far from good and hastily jumped in an attempt to flee. However, Han Li's azure light was remarkably fast and caught it in midair. The azure light quickly wrapped around the fox, before quickly bringing it into Han Li's grasp. Han Li grabbed the white fox by its nape and turned around to leave the stone room. As he walked, he unconsciously muttered, "You are quite persistent. Not only did you manage to preserve your life through that, you even managed to survive until now in the company of the cadaver demon. Truly inconceivable." Huh. That's inconceivable. Just as Han Li said that, his steps came to a sudden stop as a thought appeared in his mind. With a greatly changed expression, he suddenly waved his arm and ruthlessly flung the white fox towards the stone wall. In that instant, a trace of resentment appeared within the demon fox's eyes. Those short and small limbs sharply increased in length, and it swiped its snow-white claws at his chest. A huge clang shook the room. In the midst of Han Li's furious alarm, the white silhouette blurred as it was flung towards the wall. Preventing itself from being smashed, the small fox deftly rolled several times in the air and distorted its body to fall down at a corner of the room. An ice-cold gaze appeared in its eyes, and it stood unscathed as it gazed at Han Li. Its green eyes faintly revealed a trace of disappointment. Shaken with fear, Han Li glanced at the large hole left behind on his clothes, revealing a sparkle of green light. It was the inner armor that he had looted off of Wen Tianren. After the royal scale plate had been destroyed, Han Li had decided to replace it with this inner armor instead. Despite not knowing its name, Han Li could tell it wasn't inferior to the royal scale plate in the slightest. Although the sly and fierce attack had caught Han Li off guard, it was naturally incapable of piercing through an armor that even common magic treasures couldn't harm. With his calm regained, Han Li stared at the white fox and gloomily asked, "Who are you?" That morphed attack was something a low-grade demon beast isn't capable of. At the same moment he waved the jade scepter and tried to emit a light barrier around him. However, he was shocked to discover the jade scepter was completely unresponsive. Han Li bewilderedly glanced at the yellow wolf to discover that it was standing in place without any changes. Facing a powerful enemy, Han Li couldn't further investigate this and ordered the flying swords above him to form a curtain in front of him. With the droning flying swords protecting him, Han Li finally felt somewhat more at ease. In the following moment, Han Li was shocked to hear human words come from the snow-cloud fox's mouth. "Who am I? I'm the one who you just attacked. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me already?" The familiar woman's voice revealed a trace of mockery as the fox suddenly stood up on its hind legs. In that moment, the demon beast began to transform before Han Li's eyes. Within a few breaths' time, the white fox grew several times its size and shed the entirety of its fur in an instant. It transformed into a gorgeous young woman with a fox's tail. Han Li pursed his lips and could no longer keep calm. His entire face was filled with astonishment. This woman appeared exactly the same as the black-clothed woman except for the fact that she was nude. With her ample chest bared, she glanced at Han Li and flirtatiously said, "Huh? My demon fox incarnation is not bad at all." However, the depths of her bright eyes didn't contain the slightest warmth. After Han Li took a deep breath, he recovered his calm and coldly said, "That was you?" He unconsciously glanced at the stone platform and saw that the corpse demon was completely still. With his heart relieved, he turned his sights to the newly formed woman. It would be reasonable to say that any demon beast that could assume human form was grade 8 at the very least. However, when he examined the cadaver demon's white fox incarnation, he saw that it only had the cultivation of a 7th grade demon beast. Han Li felt surprise but not fear. However, he didn't dare to completely trust the judgment of his spiritual sense. With a solemn expression on his face, he recalled what he had read about high-grade demon foxes. Nearly all demon foxes of this level were able to fully utilize illusion techniques. Many were even capable of toying around with similar grade cultivators without their knowledge. Their gift for concealment was among the best of all demon beasts. Previously, Han Li had felt somewhat doubtful of those words. He had managed to examine the woman with his immense spiritual sense with ease. However, since the cadaver demon had the ability to transform and retain this cultivation, why wasn't it able to take off the golden talisman of the jade box? Could it be that the demon still feared the golden talisman? Even in that case, with her cultivation, she would be able to kidnap a low-grade cultivator and force them to tear it off. As Han Li began to expressionlessly ponder, he faintly felt that the demon fox wasn't so simple as just the cadaver demon's incarnation. There was certain to be something hidden deeper. With that thought, he regained his calm and glanced at the naked young woman before him with a trace of harsh killing intent. "Regardless of whether or not you're the cadaver demon's incarnation, only one of us will be leaving alive." With this staunch declaration, Han Li pointed to his flying swords without hesitation and had the azure sword curtain surge with light. It then transformed into a mist as it engulfed the demon fox's corner of the room in an enormous display of strength. When the young woman saw Han Li's attack, she smirked and licked her luscious pink lips. With a bewitching, bone-shaking laughter, she faded away in a flash of white light. The azure mist ended up striking nothing but the lapis stone wall in a series of small rings. Han Li frowned and quickly swept his spiritual sense across the room but found no trace of the demon fox. Her concealment technique was far beyond his own. However, Han Li still remained calm. He coldly sorted and slapped the storage pouch, taking a small silver bell into his hand. "Go!" Han Li shouted. The small bell began to glow and instantly flew to a meter above his head. Without the slightest delay, Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hand and opened his mouth, releasing a breathful of azure qi towards the small bell. The ancient treasure flowed with light before releasing a loud clang. Since this room was sealed, the silver bell's sound attacks should be slightly more effective. As of that moment, the entire lapis stone room began to reverberate and the air within 20 meters of Hanli began to distort. Soon after, the naked woman revealed herself in a flash of white as she staggered from the attack. Hanli rejoiced and was inwardly puzzled. The demon fox appeared weaker than common grade 7 demon beasts. Was this because the cadaver demon had sustained damage before the incarnation took form? With that in mind, Hanli flicked his hand without any further hesitation, shooting 5 streaks of azure sword chi towards her. The meter-long streaks of light penetrated through her body in an instant. Then with a miserable scream, the woman fell to the ground as a puddle of blood began to form around her. Hanli felt rather stunned at how easy it had been. While he was at a loss, the jade scepter in his hand suddenly grew hot and pulsed with red light as it surrounded his body in a dark red light barrier. Immediately after, several silver strands attacked him from a seemingly empty area. The light barrier's sudden appearance had managed to just block them just in time. What? No. A man and a woman's voice shouted at the same time. After recovering from his fright, Hanli opened his mouth and spat out an azure streak in the direction from where the silver strings were launched. A series of alluring, soul-shaking laughs suddenly sounded out as a flash of white light appeared at another place in the room. The naked woman appeared with her chest loosely held in her arms. Hanli's expression became extremely unsightly, and his gaze turned towards where the young woman had previously fallen. However, there was no longer anything there. Hanli pursed his dry lips and sullenly said, "Illusion technique." The young woman widely smiled and didn't respond. Instead, her gaze dropped down towards the yellow wolf at his side, and her face revealed a trace of astonishment. When Hanli saw the young woman reveal this expression, his heart stirred and he glanced at the wolf as well. Afterwards, his attention turned to the jade scepter in his hand and his expression began to waver. The light barrier blocking the fox's cunning strike wasn't something that he had ordered. Could it be that the artifact spirit had taken the initiative to rescue him? At that moment, the mystery behind the huge silver wolf, the combined form of the red and yellow wolves, was suddenly brought to Hanli's mind as his heart grew heavy. The young woman twisted her slender waist and thought to say something when the jade scepter in Hanli's hand pulsed before a red wolf emerged before Hanli in a flash of red light. As soon as it appeared, both the red and yellow wolves merged together in a dazzling display. Hanli was deeply shocked by the scene and tightened his grip on the jade scepter, not daring to make any rash movements. As he expected, a ring of silver light erupted from the converging yellow and red light, revealing a 3-meter-tall silver wolf from within it. The wolf floated in the air as it stared at the demon fox with interest. Although the naked woman didn't know what the silver wolf was, for some reason she had felt her heart drop as soon as it had appeared, arousing a faint sense of foreboding. Under the stare of the huge wolf, her charming expression unconsciously froze. It was then that she realized things were far from good for her. With raised brows and a serious expression, she spat out a pink, fragrant mist, concealing her entire body in an instant. The pink mist quickly spread throughout the air and enveloped most of the room in the blink of an eye. Although Hanli didn't know what purpose this pink mist had, he didn't dare to breathe it in. His expression immediately grew stern as he grabbed the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Regardless of how formidable the demon fox's technique may be, he didn't believe that it would be able to endure the attack of the tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles. But just as Hanli was about to open the spirit beast pouch, the silver wolf had taken action, much to his astonishment. The silver wolf suddenly opened his mouth and released countless fist-sized spheres of silver light into the mist in a violent torrent. Then with a howl, the wolf charged forward in a streak of silver light. Hanli was at such a loss that he stopped summoning his gold-devouring beetles. In the next moment, all of the silver spheres that had entered the mist began to burst. Silver light intertwined with the pink mist, causing the demon fox to shout in furious alarm. With that, the silver wolf then entered the mist. "What are you doing?" "Impossible." "You." "No." As if having seen something unbelievable, the demon fox began to scream out in fright. An instant later, the miserable wails faded away as quickly as they had appeared. When Hanli heard this, his expression changed as he stared into the mist with narrowed eyes. Fortunately, the mist began to dissipate from a lack of spiritual power and revealed the previous hidden scene. Han Li's face distorted at the sight of the demon fox's naked form trembling on the ground. Pink and silver light enveloped different halves of the body with the lights intertwined at the body's center, continuously releasing sparks as if they were in opposition. Possession! Han Li shouted in his bewilderment. The silver light suddenly gained the advantage and slowly encroached on the pink light's territory. No! The young woman suddenly wrapped her head in her arms and screamed in pain. Soon after, her body began to tremble as its body began to change in a series of white flashes. A few seconds later, the woman's form turned back into that of an exquisite white fox. By that point, the last remnant of pink light had been consumed by the silver glow and the body's astonishing cultivation disappeared without a trace. It now only appeared to be the original low-grade demon beast. The white fox sat motionlessly on the ground as if it were completely exhausted, but the silver light enveloping its body only became more radiant. Han Li tightly held onto the jade scepter in his hand and uncertainty appeared on his face. It was clear that the silver wolf had succeeded in its possession of the body, but he didn't know if he could continue to restrict or order the silver wolf while it was in the fox's body. A long while later, Han Li released a long sigh. Regardless of how it could be seen, the white fox couldn't pose the slightest resistance with its current cultivation. As such, there was no need to prematurely strike it down. Moreover, regardless of the silver wolf's actions, it seemed to bear him no malice. Of course, Han Li had always wanted to know more about the history behind the silver wolf. But before he could even ask, the artifact spirit had taken action of its own accord. It was clear that the silver wolf had quite a story behind it, as he had long since guessed. As a result, Han Li sunk into deep thought as his expression began to fluctuate. The white fox's silver radiance eventually dimmed and it began to stand up on its four limbs. As if unsuited to the fox's body, it knelt down after only taking a few steps. Han Li couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Having heard this, the white fox turned its head to Han Li with a trace of irritation clear in its eyes. He then heard a woman's voice. "What's so funny? I've just possessed this body. It is only natural that I've yet to adapt to it." Just as Han Li heard this, his smile froze as he rubbed his nose and muttered, "So you're also a woman?" Chapter 6:15. Silver Moon Wolf. The female voice coldly said, "Humph. Who's a woman? Do you mean me?" When Han Li heard this, he wryly smiled in response and withdrew his magic swords that were revolving at his side. He then calmly said, "I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I just want to hear of your origins." The white fox crouched and calmly glanced at Han Li. "My origins? Am I not the artifact spirit of the ancient treasure in your hand?" Han Li frowned and gloomily replied, "Of course I know you're an artifact spirit. However, I've never heard of an artifact spirit being capable of possession." The white fox curled its mouth and casually said, "This merely illustrates your ignorance. Have I not already demonstrated that it is possible?" When Han Li heard this, he grew silent for a moment. After a short moment, he lifted the jade scepter in his hand and began to carefully look it over. A vigilant expression appeared in the white fox's eyes and she coldly asked, "What do you plan on doing?" Han Li sighed and calmly asked, "Nothing in particular. I am merely curious as to how useless this jade scepter is now that you've successfully possessed the demon fox. If I were to shatter this, would anything happen to you?" The white fox's expression massively changed and it fiercely glared at Han Li. But after only a short moment, it thought of something and its imposing attitude soon disappeared. The white fox insipidly said, "You don't need to test me. It is true that if you shatter the jade scepter, I will disappear as well. After all, artifact spirits are one with the treasures that contain them." Afterwards, white light flashed from the fox's body and a huge pressure began to emit from it. Han Li's heart trembled and his expression immediately became tense. The white fox glanced at Han Li and said, "There is no need to be worried. I merely find it inconvenient to speak to you in beast form, so I am transforming into a human." When Han Li heard this, he felt somewhat surprised but a bit more at ease as well. At that moment, the white fox glowed with a blinding silver light, causing Han Li to unconsciously take a few steps back. The white glow faded away to reveal a young woman with an alluring beauty. Apart from her shining green eyes being replaced with a clear black, The woman's appearance was exactly the same as before it had been possessed. It seemed a demon beast's human form was permanent and it was incapable of being changed. As Han Li pondered to himself, the young woman unconsciously covered her body. She then hesitantly asked, "Does fellow Taoist have any clothes? I feel unaccustomed to this." After that was said, the woman revealed an expression of slight shyness. Han Li was stunned for a moment, but he soon took out a few reserve clothes from his storage pouch and handed them over. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist." The young woman took the clothes and began to drape them on her body, covering herself. Han Li's expression stirred. The woman's every action exuded an undescribable gracefulness. Even women from noble households would find it difficult to match her. It was incredulous that she was originally a silver wolf. Having finished putting on her clothes, the woman turned to Han Li and slowly said, "You may call me Silver Moon. As for my origins, it's not that I don't wish to tell you, but I cannot remember them myself. You should know that when a demon's soul is refined into an artifact spirit, their consciousness will fade away and they become an obedient entity for their master to command. But for some unknown reason I one day regained awareness and recalled a few memories of when I was alive. Although it is a rather small amount, I regained some ability for independent action. I faintly recalled that I was once a member of the Silver Wolves clan. As such, I've named myself Silver Moon Wolf since I do not have any memory of my original name." As she said this, the young woman elegantly took a few steps as if to slowly get accustomed to her new body. A pensive expression appeared on Han Li's face as he stroked his chin. "The Silver Moon Wolves clan? I have no records of such demon beasts." Silver Moon frowned and said, "This merely came from a portion of my shattered memories. Perhaps I remembered incorrectly." Han Li pondered for a moment before solemnly asking, "All right, you've lost the memories of your past, but what about the matter of an artifact spirit taking possession of another body? Don't tell me that all artifact spirits can do this. If this were true, the cultivation world would have long ago been thrown into disarray." The young woman coldly smiled and countered, "Do you really believe that I can casually possess any flesh body as I wish?" Han Li narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman. "What do you mean?" Silver Moon pursed her lips and explained, "The technique that I just used can't strictly be considered possession. It is merely an innate ability of us Silver Moon Wolves called soul devouring. By using our manifested souls, we may directly attack the soul of another. Of course, once we devour their souls, we may temporarily take control of the new body. However, this cannot last for a long period of time, otherwise our souls will merge with the possessed body and we will no longer be able to return to our own. Additionally, this ability is a double-edged sword. Our spiritual sense isn't particularly stronger than those of other demon clans. If we were to come across an opponent with a stronger spiritual sense, our lives would be thrown away. As a result, none dared to rashly use it. However, to someone without a body like me, it doesn't particularly matter." Having seen Han Li's astonishment, she guessed what Han Li was about to ask and hurriedly continued, "Please don't ask me about the specifics of soul devouring. It is only something I have an instinctual grasp of. But there is no need to worry. Soul devouring possesses many restrictions and isn't something that I can casually use. It would have been impossible for me to use it as an artifact spirit if I weren't originally a Silver Moon Wolf. Had I not been fortunate enough to come across this four-pupiled fox, I wouldn't have used it. I would have merely chosen to remain inside the Jade Scepter instead. According to my memories, the four-pupiled foxes were innately vulnerable against Silver Moon Wolves. With its spirit already possessed by the cadaver demon and without having to deal with the original body's master, I was luckily able to succeed in possessing it." Han Li closely looked into her eyes and found nothing strange. He couldn't help but doubtfully ask, "For pupiled fox? Was it not a snow-cloud fox?" Its namesake, the innate devil pupils, only appear after its cultivation has reached the greater success stage. Our Silver Moon Wolves' soul devouring is a joke in comparison to their devil eyes with their fearsome deadliness. But while their appearance is extremely similar to a common snow-cloud fox, when it fully used its technique I immediately recognized it. Silver Moon faintly smiled and unconsciously revealed a captivating beauty. Han Li pursed his lips and raised his most pressing concern. The demon fox's cultivation reached that of a grade 7 demon beast. That isn't considered having reached greater success stage? And how come it is capable of taking human form when it had yet to break through to metamorphosis stage? Moreover, how was the demon fox's cultivation able to change so suddenly? Don't tell me that you and the demon fox had been concealing this body's true cultivation all along. Haha. Fellow Taoist sure has many questions. However, I haven't spoken to anybody else in countless years, so I don't mind. I truly don't know why the demon fox was capable of transforming. I reckon that the cadaver demon saw that the situation was disadvantageous and decided to use a technique to forcefully graft a portion of its cultivation onto the demon fox. That was how its cultivation was able to reach such heights. The four-pupiled fox's true cultivation is still that of a genuine low-grade spirit beast. Also, the cadaver demon wasn't able to stray too far away from its body once it grafted its cultivation onto the demon fox due to the room's restrictions. As for why I am currently in human form, it is mostly because I am raising my cultivation to the border of a grade 8 demon beast by using secret techniques. However, my cultivation will slowly decrease and I will turn back into a demon beast. It will be at least a month before I can use this technique again. After that, Han Li didn't continue his questioning. Instead, he lowered his head in thought. A long while later, he indifferently said, "Although this hasn't dispelled all of my doubts, I've reached a general understanding. However, there is something I wish to ask fellow Taoist Silvermoon. What do you plan on doing with that body?" Silvermoon revealed a mysterious smile and chuckled before asking, "Would fellow Taoist kill me if I told you that I planned on cultivating with it?" Chapter 616. Master of an Artifact Spirit. Han Li didn't directly respond to her question and responded with raised eyebrows. "From the techniques and abilities that you displayed today as well as during that time in Heaven Void Hall, it seemed that you deliberately allowed me to acquire the Jade Scepter. Is that right?" Silverwolf felt somewhat stunned by his question and she smiled with luminous eyes. "As the Jade Scepter's tool spirit, I didn't have much of a chance to leave Heaven Void Hall by myself. I needed a cultivator to bring me out. On that day I didn't use my full abilities to resist capture. And with my cultivation greatly reduced after breaking free from the Heaven Void Cauldron, my full resistance wouldn't have been able to stop a nascent soul cultivator. In the end, it would have been better for me to fall into the hands of a core formation cultivator instead." After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li asked with a deep voice, "That day I wasn't the only core formation cultivator there. Why didn't you fall into the hands of the other two? Did you choose me?" Silvermoon's expression stirred and asked, "You mean the youth surnamed Wu and the ghost Dao cultivator that planned on killing you for the Heaven Void Cauldron?" "That's right." Silvermoon pursed her lips and sweetly smiled. "I simply found them undesirable. One was eerie and filled with ghost chi and the other shriveled and hideous. Although you aren't a majestic figure, you could be considered somewhat pleasing to the eye. Do you find these reasons acceptable?" She seemed both earnest and joking as she said this. Han Li found himself overwhelmed with a feeling of not knowing whether he should laugh or cry. "Since fellow Taoist is unwilling to speak of it, I won't press you since I have a more important question to ask. Have you been able to observe my actions over the years from within my storage pouch?" Han Li's question was spoken with an icy tone, causing the temperature in the room to instantly drop. Her smile vanished and she seriously responded, "That's right. Regardless of whether it is Brother Han's techniques or magic treasures, I have been able to observe everything. I even know of the small heaven-defying bottle of yours." Although he had faintly guessed as much, Han Li's expression instantly grew gloomy upon hearing her. He icily glanced at the young woman in silence as if he were thinking of a countermeasure. Silvermoon ignored Han Li's icy expression and asked with a weak smile, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Han plans on killing me? After all, if any of the cultivator clans were to know that such a heaven-defying treasure were to exist, Brother Han would surely meet a miserable end." When Han Li heard her, his eyes narrowed and his gaze became sharp as a blade's edge. With a hostile expression, Han Li chillingly said, "Since fellow Taoist Silvermoon is fully aware of this and dares to brazenly mention it, are you not afraid that I will destroy your linked treasure? If you were to perish, there wouldn't be any leaked secrets. Or do you believe that I wouldn't be able to kill you?" Silvermoon shook her head and serenely said, "With your current abilities and magic treasures along with my unfamiliarity with this body, it is unlikely that I could prove to be your opponent. And after seizing this body through soul devouring, my cultivation greatly decreased. If we were to fight, I'd only have a 30% chance of victory if I'm being generous. Besides, my house treasure is in your hands. I could disappear as soon as you willed it. Han Li coldly snorted, but the young woman continued her explanation without a care. I am very much satisfied that fellow Taoist Han has been able to tolerate me this far without killing me. While you can't be considered a chivalrous hero, you are still clearly someone who understands debts of gratitude. If I hadn't taken action to block the demon fox's attack, Brother Han probably wouldn't have given me the opportunity to speak so much rubbish. Han Li didn't deny her, instead calmly admitting, even if I give you the opportunity, if you aren't able to convince me, I will still take action. I cannot allow any knowledge of the bottle to escape. Silvermoon explained with an appreciative expression. That's fine. Brother Han's words are still in line with my predictions. If fellow Taoist Han were not ruthless and decisive, he wouldn't have made it this far on the path of cultivation, and I definitely wouldn't have saved you. After all, I don't wish to be immediately discarded after recognizing a master. Han Li was stunned for a moment before he sneered and said, recognizing a master? What is that supposed to mean? Do you really believe that I'd release you over a few words? The woman's eyes brightly stirred as she further explained, of course it isn't such a simple matter. According to my knowledge, your set of bamboo cloudsworm swords has no artifact spirit. I am capable of shifting my main soul from the jade scepter over to your bamboo cloudsworm swords for the time being. With this, your flying swords would become far stronger and you could end my life with a single thought. This should be enough for you to release me. After all, as your artifact spirit, you'll be able to sense if I have even the slightest malice towards you. Also, since my flesh body cannot be separated too far away from my main soul, there will be no fear of me abandoning you. Han Li frowned and deliberated for a long while before nonchalantly asking, can artifact spirits change their main bodies? If that is possible, then why are you willing to become my artifact spirit? Don't tell me that this is just because you're grateful that I've taken you out of Heaven Void Hall. The young woman sighed and slowly said, other artifact spirits possess no awareness and are naturally incapable of changing their house treasure. However, I am different. So long as we are both willing, I am completely capable of doing this. Naturally, if I am to change my house treasure, I will certainly feel immense pain, but that cannot be helped. As for my intentions, I naturally don't wish to be an artifact spirit for eternity. Don't think my views to be contradictory. I am only willing to become your artifact spirit now so that I may acquire true freedom in the future. Han Li's heart stirred and his expression grew lax. Could you speak of that in more detail? I am not too sure of the specifics, but my scattered memories tell me that if I cultivate a secret technique, and my house treasure's master reaches the legendary deity transformation stage, then I will acquire my freedom in the instant they ascend to the next realm. But before that happens, I will still be under your control. But if you were to die for any reason before then, I will have to find another cultivator. However, from the way I see it, with your precious small bottle, you are the most likely cultivator to fulfill my wishes. That is why I was willing to take the initiative to offer to become your artifact spirit. Han Li's expression wavered upon hearing this. After letting out a long sigh, he said, regardless of whether or not you're telling the truth, I truly have no method of controlling you other than this. And since you've taken the initiative to become my artifact spirit, I cannot reject you. However, I will have to place a temporary restriction on your body for the time being. After all, suddenly shifting an artifact spirit isn't something that can be done all at once. I must first prepare myself. Alright, how far away can you be from your house treasure while in that body? Silvermoon appeared happy that Han Li had agreed to her request. She obediently replied, currently, I must be within 50 kilometers of you. But soon, this demon fox's cultivation will increase and so should the range. Han Li closely pursued this matter with a cautious expression. What will happen if you exceed this range? If the range is exceeded, my soul will be beckoned by the house treasure and I will be called back. However, fellow Taoists need not worry about inconveniencing me. I know a secret technique that allows my body to be safely sealed within a spirit beast pouch. So long as you cultivate the technique and give the order, I can leave and enter the spirit beast pouch at will. As for when you confront an enemy, I can appear as your artifact spirit or even as the fox in accordance to the situation. Han Li appeared satisfied by Silvermoon's answer and nodded his head. Good, since that's the case, I'll first. Silvermoon's expression changed as she suddenly interrupted him. Not good, my spiritual power is exhausted. I cannot continue to maintain this body. In a pulse of silver light, her body shrank before Han Li's eyes, turning back into a small white fox. It was currently wrapped around Han Li's rather large clothes. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh. He then formed an incantation gesture without any hesitation and shot several streaks of azure light into the white fox's body, placing it underneath his restrictions. Han Li then lifted the white fox by its nape and said, "Once we head out, I will hand you over to the drifting cloud disciples for the time being. Then after we part, slip away on your own. It should be extremely easy for you to slip away from a couple of chi condensation cultivators. I'll be waiting for you along the way." Chapter 617. Return. Alright, I'll do as you said. But how will Brother Han handle this cadaver demon? The white fox spoke to Han Li through a voice transmission. Han Li took a look at the green-haired cadaver demon and casually said, "First I'll see whether or not the gold-devouring beetles can destroy it. If that isn't possible, then there is nothing that can be done. We'll just leave it alone. Besides, regardless of the outcome, I'll be taking the jade box that has its main soul. It won't be able to cause any major problems later on." He then slapped his waist and launched the spirit beast pouch into the air, releasing countless black-tainted gold-devouring beetles to surround the cadaver demon. Sounds of the beetles gnawing spread throughout the room, but soon Han Li saw a portion of the gold-devouring beetles suddenly fall onto their backs and die. Their tricolored shell turned dark green in an instant. "What fearsome poison!" Han Li muttered with a faint scowl. After a moment of hesitation, he had the flying beetles return to his spirit beast pouch. The white fox pondered for a long moment and said, "The cadaver demon's rotting poison might not be among the 10 deadliest poisons in the land, but it isn't something that your incomplete gold-devouring beetles are capable of enduring." Han Li snorted and frowned as he coldly glanced at the cadaver demon. The monster's body was extremely durable, far beyond that of the venomous flood dragon. He reckoned that if he were to destroy the cadaver demon, it would cause a majority of his black-tainted gold-devouring beetles to perish. There was no way Han Li would suffer such a loss over a fruitless matter. "Let's go." Han Li spoke without the slightest hesitation. The white fox nodded her head and said, "That does seem to be the only choice. Perhaps there will be a later use for the cadaver demon." With that said, a strange light glowed from the white fox and a yellow wolf head emerged from its body. As soon as the yellow wolf appeared, it opened its mouth wide and enveloped them both in yellow light. Afterwards, Han Li and the white fox disappeared from the room. Senior Marshal Brother Wang and the other 3 chi condensation cultivators were anxiously standing outside of the cliff. With none of them capable of using earth movement techniques, they could only wait for Han Li to return. Kuei Huan grew impatient and asked, "Senior Marshal Brother, do you think Junior Marshal Brother Han succeeded?" When the other 2 heard him, they attentively looked at Senior Marshal Brother Wang. He wryly smiled and said, "It's hard to say. With Junior Marshal Brother Han's 10th layer cultivation, it shouldn't have been easy for him to chase after the demon fox. However, Junior Marshal Brother Han does possess an impressive magic tool. Perhaps he'll be able to give us a pleasant surprise, but either result shouldn't come as a shock." When the other 3 heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The short, stout youth sighed and shook his injured hand. When he thought to say something further, a yellow light suddenly flashed from the cliff to reveal Han Li with a small fox in his grasp. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, you truly managed to capture the fox." All 4 of the cultivators began to speak with expressions of excitement. Han Li chuckled and said, "It wasn't much. The fox was quite cunning and circled several times within the mountain. Had it not exhausted its spiritual power, I fear I wouldn't have been able to capture it so quickly." He then tossed the white fox towards Kuei Huan. Kuei Huan was stunned for a moment before excitedly catching it. The short, stout youth hurriedly warned, "Junior Marshal Brother Kuei, be careful. Don't let it run away." Kuei Huan lifted the white fox and replied, "Don't worry. I'll be very careful." Afterwards, he slapped his storage pouch and took out a dark green bag before quickly slipping the small fox inside. Kuei Huan quickly tied the pouch closed and proudly said, "Hee hee. How will you escape from this pouch, little fox?" Han Li took a look at the small pouch, but after seeing that it was only a low-grade spirit tool, he paid it no further heed. Senior Marshal Brother Wang didn't pay any further attention to the small fox in the pouch. He instead faced Han Li and cordially said, "We were only able to capture the demon fox in great thanks to Junior Marshal Brother Han. Since we aren't an unscrupulous sort, we'll give Junior Brother Han a third of whatever the fox will fetch us. As for the rest, we'll split it evenly among us four. How does that sound?" Han Li smiled in response. From Senior Marshal Brother Wang's skilled display, it seemed he truly wished to form a relationship with Han Li. As a result, Han Li nodded his head and agreed without any reservations. "Since Brother Wang has made up his mind, I have no complaints." Although the other three felt somewhat reluctant to receive fewer spirit stones, they all knew that if it weren't for Han Li's assistance they would have ended up wasting their efforts. As such, no one raised any objections. In the following moments, Han Li shared a few pleasantries with the others before excusing himself on the pretenses of having a pressing matter at hand. With Han Li heading back to the sect, the other four decided to strike while the iron was hot and head straight to the market city at the center of the Dream Cloud Mountains. Since that was where the disciples of the three sects mingled the most, they reckoned they would fetch the highest price for the snow cloud fox there. The four then departed from the marsh in high spirits. Han Li didn't travel far before casually finding a small mountain nearby. He dropped down and sat cross-legged on a flat rock before closing his eyes. He had the jade scepter on hand, allowing the white fox to find him when the time came. About an hour later, Han Li's expression stirred and he opened his eyes. At nearly the same time, a yellow light emerged from the earth revealing the white fox. Han Li looked at the white fox and indifferently said, "Well, aren't you fast?" The white fox raised its head and chuckled, "It isn't that I'm fast. It's just that they underestimated me by using a low-grade spirit tool to contain me. I fear they still haven't discovered that I've disappeared." Han Li expressionlessly said, "But now those drifting cloud sect disciples will have made a wasted effort. When the time comes, I should give them a bit of compensation." The white fox shook its head and said, "If that's the case, they will have profited from this disaster. All right, let's cut the rubbish. Shrink yourself and hide in my sleeve for the time being. We're going to return." Han Li then shook his sleeve. When the white fox heard him, she wordlessly shrunk herself in a glimmer of silver light and flew into Han Li's sleeve as a white blur. Because of the restrictions that Han Li had placed on the white fox's body, he had no fear of any sinister designs the white fox may hold, allowing him to confidently fly back. Instead of returning to his cave residence, he first dropped down into the market city at the main mountain of the Drifting Cloud sect. They should have the materials he needed to shift the housing of the artifact spirit. He needed to hurry up and make preparations for his return. Each passing day that Silver Moon remained as a loose artifact spirit was a day that he felt uneasy. Han Li was able to purchase the ingredients without problem. He easily found a store dealing with materials and purchased them all in one go. Although these materials were uncommon, they weren't particularly rare or precious. As a result, no one has asked him what he was using them for. With both the materials and white fox on hand, Han Li flew back to the medicine garden with satisfaction. But just as he arrived at the medicine garden, there were two people standing outside the restrictions. One of them was Kuei Huan, who was sighing with an appearance of nervousness. The other person was a sullen-faced Senior Marshal Brother Wang. When Han Li saw them, he inwardly sighed. He obviously knew why they were here. However, Han Li landed near them with an expression of ignorance. When they saw that Han Li had returned, they glanced at each other and wore embarrassed expressions. Han Li stepped forward and calmly asked, "Fellow Taoists, why have you returned so quickly? Have you already sold the Snow Cloud Fox?" After a moment of hesitation, Senior Marshal Brother Wang wryly smiled and said, I'm afraid we've let Brother Han down." Han Li stroked his chin and asked, "Oh, what happened? Was there an incident with the Snow Cloud Fox?" Kuei Huan opened his eyes wide and bewilderedly asked, "Junior Marshal Brother Han, how did you know?" Chapter 6:18. Sword Trial Assembly. Han Li faintly smiled when he heard Kuei Huan and calmly said, "The only thing that we have together is a business interest in the demon fox. What else would bring you here?" When Kuei Huan heard this, he opened his mouth but was left at a loss for words. At his side, Senior Marshal Brother Wang sighed and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Han is clearly an intelligent person. It is true that something has gone wrong with the Snow Cloud Fox. We wished to sell the demon fox as soon as possible and headed straight to a market city when we departed. But not long after we left, I grew somewhat ill at ease and had junior martial brother Kuei open the bag to let me examine the fox. As a result. With that said, senior martial brother Wang paused, revealing a strange expression. Vexed, Kuei Huan hurriedly finished for him. As a result, we discovered that the demon fox had somehow managed to escape without a trace. It was truly inconceivable. It disappeared without a trace? Han Li frowned as if he was wondering about the truth behind those words. When senior martial brother Wang saw Han Li's expression, he inwardly cursed without end. Although Han Li's cultivation wasn't high, he was skilled in talisman refinement and possessed a powerful magic tool. With that in mind, senior martial brother Wang had planned on properly forming a relationship with him. However, he didn't anticipate such an embarrassing affair to occur before he could formally establish a friendship. It would be fine if he were wealthy. He'd be able to easily solve this by just using his own spirit stones and leave a good impression with Han Li. But as it so happened, he along with his fellow group members were lacking spirit stones, making it extremely difficult to win Han Li over. With that thought, senior martial brother Wang forcefully mustered himself out of his dejection, saying, "I know that this matter is hard to believe, but it really did happen." Regardless of how it's said, junior martial brother did personally hand over the demon fox to us. But now I must take responsibility for its disappearance. I've already sent my junior martial brothers to sell off the Huangjing to repay the spirit stones we borrowed from you, and we'll have that for you soon. As for junior martial brother's rightful share of spirit stones, we will make up for it as soon as we can. Just as soon as Kuei Huan heard this, his expression changed and he nervously said, "Senior martial brother, that is no small sum of spirit stones. Even if we were to pool together all we have, it would take at least 3 years to gather together that many spirit stones. It will slow down our cultivation if we cannot purchase any medicine pills during that time." Senior martial brother Wang shook his head and was about to say something when Han Li interrupted him with a smile. "There is no need for senior martial brother to be like this. I believe you." The snow cloud fox was rather proficient in movement techniques, so it's no surprise that it was able to escape from the leather bag magic tool. I had originally thought to give a word of warning to brother Kuei, but at the time I found it to be somewhat inappropriate and stayed quiet. As for my share of the spirit stones, let's just drop it. It'll be fine if you just return the spirit stones that you borrowed. With that, I won't consider myself to have suffered a loss. When Kuei Huan heard that he didn't have to give any spirit stones, he was greatly delighted and slapped his hands together saying, "I knew that junior martial brother Han was a magnanimous person. Although it was our fault, we truly don't possess the spirit stones to compensate you. And with junior martial brother's wealth, he shouldn't mind such a small amount too greatly. I, Kuei Huan, will always look upon you as a friend." When senior martial brother Wang heard Han Li, he revealed some hesitation. A moment later, he helplessly smiled and said, "On behalf of my junior martial brothers, I accept junior martial brother Han's generosity despite our shameful display. If you ever require any assistance in the future, please don't hesitate to find us. So long as it is possible, I will not refuse you." Senior martial brother Wang felt that while Han Li's words were polite, he feared that Han Li harbored different thoughts entirely. As a result, he strived his hardest to choose his words carefully to leave behind the best impression possible. Having said that, he then particularly paid attention to Han Li's expression. However, senior martial brother Wang inwardly frowned since he wasn't able to make out any of Han Li's emotions. The three had a chat outside the garden, but soon the other 2 qi condensation cultivators in their party arrived with the spirit stones they had acquired from reselling the Huangjing. Han Li received the pouch of spirit stones and casually swept his spiritual sense through it before calmly putting it away. After seeing Han Li receive the spirit stones, senior martial brother Wang suddenly recalled something and asked, "Ah, that's right. Junior martial brother's magic tool is rather impressive. Will you be taking part in the sword trial assembly later this year?" Han Li couldn't help but reply with an odd expression, "The sword trial assembly? What? Does junior martial brother Han not know of it?" Not only was senior martial brother Wang surprised, but the other 3 seemed to find this hard to believe as well. Han Li inwardly muttered to himself and calmly replied, "Is it strange that I don't know of it?" Kuei Huan blinked and suddenly recalled something. "Of course it is. Oh, that's right. This is Junior Marshall Brother's first year in the sect and he was staying in the medicine garden all this time. It makes sense that you don't know of the sword trial assembly. When the others heard this, they glanced at one another and nodded their heads, accepting this as the truth. Senior Marshall Brother Wang wore a strange expression and said, "We were greatly shocked when we heard that Junior Marshall Brother Han didn't know about the sword trial assembly. After all, it is starting soon and all disciples within the sect are talking about, even the external affair disciples. Those that wish to prove their mettle are eagerly waiting in anticipation." The short, stout youth glanced at Senior Marshall Brother Wang with admiration and said, "With that said, the only one in our group to participate in the contest of might will be Senior Marshall Brother Wang. However, it is a pity that while Senior Marshall Brother may prevail against external affair disciples, he will eventually be defeated when facing inner sect disciples. But even with this, Senior Marshall Brother should still receive a mid-grade magic tool as a reward." When Hanli heard this, he wore a curious expression and said, "Oh, so it is a contest of superiority within the sect. It seems that it is quite unordinary. Could Senior Marshall Brother explain a few of the finer details?" Senior Marshall Brother Wang glanced at Hanli and slowly said, "Of course. The sword trial assembly is actually for showing off newly joined disciples. Regardless of one's identity, so long as they are a newly accepted disciple that isn't over the age of 30, one can participate. As for you, Junior Marshall Brother Han, you still appear to be in your mid-20s and you've just entered the sect. You happen to meet the requirements." Hanli rubbed his chin and slowly said, "Is that so? It seems that there aren't many disciples that can partake in the contest." Junior Marshall Brothers' world holds somewhat true, but the sword trial assembly actually has much to do with a sacred tree that the three sects are overseeing. A sacred tree? When Hanli heard this, he was stunned and realized that they were talking about Dreamcloud Mountain's Spirit Well tree. His initially careless expression was quickly replaced with a solemn one. Hanli seriously asked, "What does the sword trial assembly have to do with the sacred tree?" The sword trial assembly takes place several days before sacred tree starts to shed wine nectar. The three sects use this competition to decide who receives half of the shed wine nectar, leaving the remaining half to be split between the two other sections. As a result, while this assembly can only be participated by young new disciples, it is viewed with great importance among the three sections. If one achieves great merits in the assembly, one will attract the attention of the sect elders and acquire countless benefits. Senior Marshall Brother Wang sighed and paused for a moment before solemnly continuing. Of course, beside those benefits, one is also heavily rewarded at the end for how many other disciples they are able to suppress. Not only were many disciples rewarded with top-grade magic tools in the past, there were also a few disciples that were rewarded with a spirit tempering pill. Although this medicine pill isn't very useful for low-grade disciples, there are many core formation experts that are more than willing to exchange them for at least 4 top-grade magic tools. However, this assembly has almost always been dominated by the Ancient Sword sect, leaving our sect and the 100 Possibilities sect to take second and third place. However, this comes as no surprise. With their incisive magic tools and techniques, the disciples of the Ancient Sword sect make for incredibly difficult opponents for cultivators of the same grade. Senior Marshall Brother Wang's final words seemed to be full of both admiration and complaints. Chapter 619. Brightside Spirit Water. Hanli frowned and asked, "By low-grade disciples, do you mean that both Qi Condensation and Foundation Establishment disciples will be participating?" Senior Marshall Brother Wang nodded his head. "That's right. The Sword Trial Assembly doesn't differentiate between Qi Condensation cultivators and Foundation Establishment cultivators. They are all lumped together in the competition." Hanli said with a doubtful tone, "Then isn't it unfair towards Qi Condensation cultivators?" Senior Marshall Brother Wang slightly smiled and spoke with a deep tone. The Sword Trial Assembly was originally meant to compare the cultivation of the Foundation Establishment disciples between sections. Qi Condensation cultivators are only secondary. However, in order to encourage enthusiasm among low-grade disciples, they didn't restrict external affair disciples from participating. Although Qi Condensation cultivators have never been able to seize first place, there have been Qi Condensation cultivators that were able to defeat Foundation Establishment cultivators and force their way into the top 10. Qi Condensation cultivators forcing their way into the top 10? Could it be that their magic tools are immensely powerful? Kuei Huan shook his head and said, Junior Marshall brother is truly smart. He already knew the crux of the matter without being told. The core formation seniors of the sects all have their own descendants and occasionally give them a few greatly powerful magic tools so that they may acquire a high rank. As such, it is no surprise that these qi condensation disciples would be able to overcome a foundation establishment cultivator with an unwieldy magic tool. With that said, the doubt on Han Li's face only grew deeper. After a moment of thought he said, From what you've said, there should be more rewards than just that for the top ranking. There would be no way that this much effort would be put into the contest for only magic tools. Senior Marshal Brother Wang slowly said, Even if Junior Marshal Brother didn't mention it, I would have said it anyways. In fact, the Sword Trial Assembly's most attractive reward is the opportunity to cleanse one's eyes in spirit water if one places in the top 10. It is said that the first drop that is shed each time from the holy tree is particularly valuable and can be concocted into the legendary bright sight water. Although one's cultivation won't increase from using the water, it grants the fantastical ability to see through mist and stone. This is the reason why there are so many that strive their hardest to make it into the top 10. If there were only a few top-grade magic tools as a prize, there would be little attraction for the disciples of sect elders of large clans. After all, while the spirit-tempering pill is a precious prize, there is only one of them. Han Li raised his brow and muttered, Bright sight water. The name of this spirit water was something that Han Li had seen in many records. However, he wholly didn't expect for the 3 sects of Dreamcloud Mountain to actually be capable of refining it. It made even him feel tempted. With a dreamy tone, Kuei Huan added, Not to mention the first drop of the sacred tree, but even the other materials used to create the bright sight water are all extremely rare. It is said that it uses several kinds of 1,000-year spirit medicine. If it weren't for the fact that bright sight water is only effective on qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators, the seniors of the sect would have been reluctant to place it as a reward. With this, Han Li had acquired a rough understanding of the Sword Trial Assembly. Once he acquired a few of the finer details, he planned on personally participating. After all, since this matter involved both a spirit-tempering pill and bright sight water, Han Li couldn't possibly let this opportunity go. After that, the 4 chattered a bit more about the Sword Trial Assembly with Han Li before taking their leave. Han Li watched them go on their flying magic tools until they became black specks in the sky. He then stood in place and began to ponder with a serious expression. The White Fox's soft voice suddenly spoke from his cuff. What? Is Brother Han tempted? Do you have eyes on the spirit-tempering pill or the bright sight water? Han Li raised his head and bluntly replied, Don't tell me I can't go after both? He shook his sleeve and had the fox jump out. The white fox quickly regained its original size and raised its head. It softly chuckled, Fellow Taoist Han is truly greedy. However, this is fine too. Regardless of whether it is the spirit-tempering pill or the bright sight water, they will prove to be rather practical. If you were to miss this opportunity, they would become quite difficult to acquire. I am well aware. For now, come back with me to my cave residence. I'll deal with your matter first and leave the deliberations for the Sword Trial Assembly for later. Han Li said with a sullen voice. He then turned around and headed towards his cave residence. The white fox's eyes revealed anticipation and she wordlessly followed after him. Once Han Li entered the cave residence, he immediately started having the artifact spirit transfer onto his bamboo cloud's worm swords. Han Li grew faintly excited at prospect of his magic treasures growing in power with the addition of an artifact spirit. Originally, there was an extremely small chance for a magic treasure to take in an artifact spirit, as the demon beast's soul would do its utmost to resist. But with Silvermoon taking the initiative to enter Han Li's magic treasure, there wouldn't be much of a problem. He had also assumed that moving Silvermoon's main soul from the Jade Scepter would prove to be a troublesome task. However, she seemed to be quite confident and certain, stating that she could handle the preparations all by herself. When Han Li heard this, he felt slightly less tense and drew a strange spell formation in a quiet room in accordance to the White Fox's instructions. He then placed the Jade Scepter and the White Fox into the formation before leaving. The silent room was under the effects of a soundproofing restriction. If there were any sounds produced from Silvermoon's separation from the Jade Scepter, Han Li would be completely ignorant, nor did he plan on prying. He knew he had no part to play in moving her soul. Han Li didn't remain idle after that. He walked into a neighboring quiet room and began his own preparations for accepting an artifact spirit into his magic treasure. Half a day later, Han Li had finished his preparations and headed towards Silver Moon's room, feeling that it was about time to start. But once he entered her room, Han Li's expression stirred. The Jade Scepter and the White Fox were properly sitting inside the room's spell formation as he had expected, but the Jade Scepter's radiance had greatly dimmed and the White Fox's fur had grown into a damp and disorderly mess. The fox's eyes were also filled with exhaustion. When Silver Moon saw that Han Li had entered, she neither moved nor spoke as if she lacked the energy for either. Han Li's expression relaxed and he gently asked, "How did it go? Was it a success?" Silver Moon strenuously said, "Although it was painful enough to kill me, I was able to endure. It seems the preparations on your end are done. Since I have no host artifact, I cannot stay in the White Fox's body much longer. I need to join together with your magic treasure immediately, otherwise my soul will scatter." Han Li nodded his head and picked up the White Fox without any hesitation. He then brought it into the neighboring room. Once Han Li entered, he sealed the room and silence once again took the residence. 3 days later, a sound transmission talisman burst into flames outside the medicine garden's restrictions and entered the mist, quickly disappearing from sight. 2 hours later, the mist flashed with azure light to reveal Han Li. He raised his head to look at the sky and rubbed his chin before releasing a flying sword magic tool and heading straight towards Dayspring Mountain. Silver Moon's smooth voice suddenly appeared within Han Li's head. "Brother Han, from the message it seems that there is a gathering of disciples from Dayspring Mountain. Could it be related to the Sword Trial Assembly?" Han Li calmly replied with his spiritual sense, "I'm not sure. But since even someone as out of the way as I received a summons from the Mountain Lord, even if it isn't related to the Sword Trial Assembly, this matter must be important." Silver Moon softly reminded, "While it would be extremely easy for Brother Han to place first in the competition even if he doesn't reveal his true cultivation, that would certainly attract much attention, perhaps even from the 3 sects' nascent soul cultivators. If that occurs, it is likely the losses would outweigh the gains." Han Li expressionlessly replied, "I'm fully aware. When did I say that I'd participate in the assembly for certain? And even if I were to participate, there would be no way that I'd place first. I won't do anything to attract too much attention before I condense a nascent soul." Silver Moon chuckled, "It seems I've said too much. With Brother Han's rich experience with hardship, there is naturally no need for me to remind you of such a trivial matter as this." Although this was only her voice, it contained a strong charm. When Han Li felt this, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Silver Moon called herself a wolf, he couldn't help but feel that she more closely resembled a fox, given her graceful allure. Furthermore, it seemed that she knew that after becoming his artifact spirit, Han Li wouldn't do anything to her. While it was fortunate that Silver Moon wholeheartedly cultivated while possessing the fox form, once she possessed Han Li's flying swords as an artifact spirit, she incessantly spoke with him. It appeared that the Jade Scepter had been quite a lonely place and she was now venting her feelings. This caused quite the headache for Han Li. Luckily, he had always found her voice to be gentle and pleasant to the ear. There was even a chance that her temperament would gradually become more mellow as time went by. Chapter 620. An unexpected encounter. As Han Li remained silent, Silver Moon asked yet another question. "I never clearly understood why Brother Han wishes to acquire the Brightsight water even though it has no effect on cultivators beyond Foundation establishment stage." When Han Li heard this, he faintly smirked and said, "The Hidden Sword Mountain cultivators were mistaken. It isn't that the Brightsight water has no effect on high-grade cultivators. It's that high-grade cultivators have already cleansed their body's essence upon forming their core. Their eyes can already see through simple illusion techniques and dense fog, so there isn't much to be gained from cleansing them such a small amount. Since the amount of spirit water wouldn't be enough to be effective for a high-grade cultivator, it's better for a low-grade cultivator to use it." Silver Moon yelped in surprise, How does Brother Han know about this?" "When I was originally in the Scattered Star Seas, I read it in an ancient book. It shouldn't be false." "Could it be that Brother Han has a plan in mind?" "That's right. I plan on using this opportunity to draw close to the Spirit Well tree, and see whether or not I can take some of its roots. I'll be able to mature the roots with my small bottle if I get a hold of them, and could acquire countless spirit-tempering pills and limitless bright-sight water. Of course, I'll have to acquire the recipes some other way. Brother Han's methods are truly long-sighted. In that case, you'll only need to place in the top 10. Although it will be quite attention-grabbing, it will be far safer than placing first. Han Li smiled and thought to say something else when he swept his gaze across and unconsciously gasped as he slowed to a stop. In the distance, he spotted a red streak of light that enveloped a beautiful woman with an expression as cold as frost. It was the woman surnamed Mu who had assigned him to the medicine garden. When the woman drew closer and spotted Han Li, she also wore an expression of surprise. She soon slowed down and stopped at Han Li's side. "Did you also receive a message to go to Dayspring Mountain?" the woman indifferently said. Han Li replied with a calm expression, "I did, Martial Aunt Mu. Would Martial Aunt happen to know what happened or why the Mountain Lord has summoned all of us disciples?" "I don't know, but it should be related to the Sword Trial Assembly," Mu Peeling curtly replied. Afterwards she glanced at the flying sword beneath Han Li and frowned. "Although your magic tool is high grade, it isn't specialized for flight. How about I use the Daystar belt to bring you along? It will save time." With that said, the woman enveloped Han Li in the magic tool's red light without even waiting for his reply. Han Li was initially surprised, but he had no intention of refusing her offer. As such, he was drawn into her magic tool's red light and was brought along. As they flew, the woman swept her gaze over Han Li and expressionlessly said, "Did you cultivate the profound ice arts that I gave you? Although cultivating this technique won't greatly increase your base cultivation, it will allow you to use powerful water attribute magic techniques. If you reach foundation establishment, you'll be able to smoothly switch the cultivation art to your main cultivation art without any harm." Having heard that, Han Li found it difficult to respond. If he said that he had already cultivated it somewhat and she wished to see, he shouldn't have any problems mimicking a few of its water attribute techniques. Fortunately, this woman merely raised the question in passing and didn't continue speaking. Silver Moon knew that this wasn't the time to talk to Han Li and stayed quiet in the presence of Mu Peeling. As the two were about to draw closer to Dayspring Mountain, Mu Peeling's expression stirred as she looked upward. A moment later, a streak of green light flew down from the sky, blocking the woman's path forward and causing them to stop. "Junior Martial Sister Mu, I haven't seen you in quite a while. Have you been busy recently? I've sent you quite a few sound transmission talismans, but I haven't received a single response." Han Li revealed a flabbergasted expression. The green light had faded away to reveal a sharp-eared, thin-faced cultivator in his 30s. This was the cultivator surnamed Yen who had blocked Han Li's group when they were about to enter the sect. When the cold woman saw this person, she revealed surprise, but her expression soon grew sullen. "Yen, I am under orders of the Mountain Lord to assemble at the mountain. You dare to block me?" Junior Martial Sister Mu's words are quite heavy. "How could I dare to block you? However, I merely wish to ask if you received the letters of my esteemed father? You see, the elders of our clans have already agreed to our wedding. We should discuss this in the coming days." The cultivator surnamed Yan's gaze wandered over the woman's ample body with desire as he spoke. However, when he spotted Han Li, his expression grew sullen. The woman surnamed Mu seemed to see through his wicked thoughts, and a trace of hostility appeared in her eyes. She scolded him with an expression like ice. "What's going through your mind? This is Martial Nephew Han whom my master had given to me to instruct. There is nothing else between us. As for the matter of marriage, I naturally cannot oppose my clan's seniors. However, I will always be in control of when we pair cultivate, if ever. Whenever your cultivation reaches my level, I might consider it. Otherwise, don't even think about laying a finger on me." This woman loathed Yen to the extreme and couldn't even put up a polite face. When cultivator Yen heard her, his face went through a series of red and white flushes. But just as he thought to say something, the woman had ran out of patience. With a cold snort, she propelled her magic tool with the entirety of her spiritual power, causing them to flying over cultivator Yen in a large pulse of red light. Cultivator Yen was greatly flustered and thought to chase them. But after some further thought, he stayed in place with a trace of resentment. When Han Li turned around to glance at him, he saw an extremely bitter expression on cultivator Yan's face. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li asked with an odd expression, Martial Aunt Mu, you're engaged to this man? Cultivator Yen was only an early foundation establishment cultivator, but Mu Peeling was already at mid-foundation establishment. Also, their appearances were as different as day and night as well. Han Li felt completely puzzled as to why this woman's clan had wed her to him. Although Han Li felt somewhat curious, he originally wished to leave this matter alone. From the woman's sulking expression, the subject seemed like something that should be ignored. But despite the possibility she would rebuke or ignore him, Han Li's curiosity won over and he asked anyways. It is best if martial nephew asks little of my matters. As soon as Han Li asked, she icily glared at him and replied without emotion. Of course, Han Li responded by shutting his mouth and revealing an embarrassed expression. However, at that same moment Han Li faintly heard Silvermoon giggling inside his head for a moment. It was only a moment before they arrived at a large stage at the center of the mountain. A large hall of antique design was erected on the stage. The words Heart Cleansing Hall were written on the building's silver signboard. At that moment the huge black wooden doors were tightly shut, and the many disciples of Dayspring Mountain were chatting amongst themselves as they gathered outside. There were about 600 disciples already densely packed outside of Heart Cleansing Hall. They were all whispering to one another in small groups. However, these people were all qi condensation cultivators. None of them were at foundation establishment. The cold woman circled once in the air before landing in front of the hall's gates. When the nearby cultivators spotted her, they all respectfully saluted her. The woman waved her hand and walked towards the hall without the slightest hesitation. Through some unknown method she gently slapped the door and it opened a sliver. Just after she entered, the door closed once more. Han Li watched the woman disappear and shook his head, but when he thought to enter the crowd, the nearby cultivators gazed at him with strange looks. A few of the cultivators in the distance even began to point at him. Chapter 621. Paying audience. Han Li rubbed his chin and swept his spiritual sense past the crowd of murmuring qi condensation cultivators. Who's that? What an unfamiliar face. Is he a new disciple? Why did he arrive with Martial Aunt Mu? Is he a relative of Martial Aunt Mu? Why else would he arrive together with her? Han Li clearly heard many suspicious and envious words from the crowd and he inwardly sighed. Soon after, he stepped away from the hall's entrance and entered the crowd. Even within the crowd, Han Li could still feel plenty of gazes examining him. At that moment, Han Li heard a voice transmission with a straightforward tone. Junior Martial Brother Han. I didn't think I'd see you again so soon. Han Li turned his head in surprise and spotted a large man standing about 10 meters behind him. He was Du Dong, the suspicious qi condensation cultivator that had entered Dayspring Mountain at the same time as him. He was currently calling out to Han Li with a wide smile. An odd expression flickered from Han Li's eyes, but he wore a smile and politely saluted him. So it turned out to be Senior Martial Brother Du. Are you doing well with Martial Uncle Jiang? Martial Uncle Jiang was the white-haired old man that Dong Du was assigned to. Yes, I'm doing very well. The large man chuckled. He appeared to be a rather simple and honest character. Han Li inwardly sneered, but he maintained a polite exterior as they shared their experiences with each other from the past year. He heard that the white-haired old man believed that Du Dong was rather talented in refining talismans and wished to heavily nurture him. With that said, Du Dong wore a smile full of excitement. When Han Li heard him, he felt slight pity towards the white-haired old man. Du Dong wasn't someone who should be nurtured. The old man would likely be implicated in whatever plans this shady individual may have. Of course, Han Li had no intentions of warning Martial Uncle Jiang and continued to intermittently chat with the large man. At that moment, the large man suddenly wore a mysterious expression and said, Junior Martial Brother Han, did you know? Your mentor, Martial Aunt Mu, is the top beauty in Dayspring Mountain, and she is also among the top 3 beauties in the Drifting Cloud sect. You may have caused quite the uproar by arriving with her. May have. I already did. Han Li bitterly laughed and glanced around with a trace of helplessness. Du Dong then changed the subject and casually asked, Since you two arrived together, did Martial Aunt say anything regarding what this meeting is about? Oh. No, but it seems Senior Martial Brother Du heard something? Wouldn't it be better for you to tell me? Han Li's calm expression was replaced with a mysterious smile as he deeply looked at Dong Du under Han Li's penetrating gaze. The large man's honest smile had frozen. Du Dong was left overwhelmed from a sensation of immense scrutiny as if his secrets were laid bare. But soon Han Li turned his head and this feeling disappeared as if it were merely a misperception. Regardless, the man was left bewildered and he quickly bid his farewells before heading to meet with a group of acquainted Dayspring Mountain disciples, not daring to stay in Han Li's company. A slight sneer momentarily appeared on Han Li's face when he saw him walking away. At that moment Silvermoon spoke within his mind, "Brother Han, did you deliberately scare him? I fear that he will later hold suspicion towards you. Won't he be a detriment?" Han Li responded using his spiritual sense. "I might not clearly know his identity, but I am certain that nothing good will come of him, so I made sure that he'd take the initiative to distance himself from me. If something major did happen, then I will avoid being implicated. As for any suspicion he might hold, how would that affect me? He would merely become more careful of me, and it's not like he could succeed in attacking me. I merely wish not to be associated with him. I have no intention of interfering with his plans." Silvermoon didn't reply, and it appeared that she recognized the reason in Han Li's words. In the end, if Du Dong maliciously conspired against the sect, anybody close to him would certainly come under the suspicious notice of the sect's upper echelon, something that Han Li would certainly wish to avoid. In the following moments, Han Li examined the crowd of disciples in solitude. There were disciples of both genders and of all ages. There were also those with cultivations that didn't match their age, such as young cultivators already at the peak of qi condensation. There were also a few gorgeous young women, but all of them had a group of similarly aged men at their side. It seems young, beautiful female cultivators were pursued the same way in every sect. Just as Han Li was lost in thought, the hall's gate eventually opened and a dignified voice spoke out, leaving the qi condensation disciples in silenced awe. "All Dayspring Mountain disciples are to enter the hall." This faint man's voice belonged to the Dayspring Mountain Lord, the mid-core formation cultivator surnamed Exen that Han Li had met when he was assigned to the mountain. When the disciples outside the hall heard him, they all lowered their heads and respectfully said, "We sincerely accept martial ancestors' orders." Afterwards, the crowd immediately walked into the hall in two orderly lines. Because Han Li was among the last to enter, he saw that Du Dong was also among the last to enter the Cleansing Heart Hall. The area within the large hall was vast, spanning at least a kilometer wide with several tens of lofty pillars scattered throughout. Each of the pillars were embedded with smoothly carved moonlight stones, illuminating the hall with a faint white glow. The hall was entirely empty apart from the two thrones that were placed at the very front. Within these two chairs sat a white-robed man with a scholarly appearance and a gray-clothed old man with fierce eyes and messy hair. In front of the two thrones stood 2 rows of over 10 foundation establishment cultivators. The elegant beauty surnamed Mu and the youth surnamed Yu that had led Han Li into the sect were both standing in the second row. As for the youth surnamed Miao that had questioned him when he had entered the sect, he was standing in the first row, looking just as sickly and pale as before. When the disciples entered the hall, they all simultaneously knelt and saluted the two sitting in the chairs. Disciples pay their respects to martial ancestor Exen and martial ancestor Yu. That's enough, stand. The middle-aged man swept his arm with a smile and had the crowd of disciples stand. The qi condensation disciples then split off into 2 rows and stood at each side of the hall. Han Li and Du Dong both happened to stand near the hall's entrance. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past the old man with the fierce expression and found that he was only an early core formation cultivator. He was the deputy mountain lord that he had heard of but haven't seen, Martial Uncle Yu. After Han Li inspected him, he recalled his spiritual sense from a lack of interest. In the next moment, Mountain Lord Exen began to slowly speak. "I'm sure you disciples already know why I've summoned you all here. Yesterday, our sect received an official letter from the Ancient Sword Sect. The next sword trial assembly will be held in a half-year's time. As we hosted the last competition, it is the Thousand Possibilities sect's turn to host it in the east of the Dreamcloud Mountains. In accordance to the usual practice, each of the 3 sects will send 30 disciples to participate in the sword trial assembly. The final 10 that remain in the competition will be heavily rewarded. As such, we must first select the best of our sect to participate." With that said, he paused for a moment before continuing. "Of course, Each of the sect's 6 mountain lords will be able to nominate one person that will be able to participate in the sword trial assembly without measuring their skill. As for the other 24 slots, they will be vied for by the disciples that meet the requirements. These victorious disciples will then be advised by sect elders in the time remaining before the sword trial assembly. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the sect master and the other mountain lords where we decided that the sect's sword trial selection will take place in a month. But first I must give an explanation of the 2 conditions required to participate for those that are unaware. Any participants must be less than 30 years old and possess a minimum cultivation at the 10th layer of qi condensation, else they will be barred from joining. That is all. Now, if you meet the minimum conditions and wish to vie for a position, you have until the incense burns away to decide. Oh yes, the disciple that I and Deputy Mountain Lord Yun selected to participate without trial is your martial aunt Mu. Jun'er, go ahead and light the incense. As you bid, master. The youth surnamed Yu immediately stepped forward and swiftly took out a bronze cauldron from his storage pouch. He then set it at the center of the hall and placed a stick of incense in it. With a flash of light from his hand, fragrant smoke began to spiral towards the sky. Chapter 622. Preliminary Selection. While none dared to make a commotion, those who held the qualifications to participate became restless as they watched the incense stick burn. When the incense stick burned halfway, Silver Moon saw that Han Li wore an aloof expression and couldn't help but ask, "Will Brother Han be participating?" "Why wouldn't I?" With the other disciples all stirring in excitement, it would draw quite a bit of attention if I didn't. With that said, Silver Moon grew silent. A short moment later, the incense stick had completely burned away and the Mountain Lord opened his eyes. Those that don't meet the conditions or are unwilling to join may now leave. As you bid, martial ancestor. A majority of the present disciples then bowed and slowly left the hall. Apart from the Foundation establishment cultivators, there were only about 40 young disciples left in the room. When the middle-aged man examined the group, he nodded his head with satisfaction. Good, all the disciples present fulfill the conditions. I'm quite happy. Even if none of you are selected to participate, your horizons will be greatly widened as you fight against your martial brothers from the other mountains. It will provide great benefits to your future cultivation. Your martial uncle will now explain some important points about the competition. As for martial ancestor you and I, we have matters to attend to and will be departing first. With that said, Mountain Lord Xian and Deputy Mountain Lord Yun departed from the hall. With a sickly appearance, the youth surnamed Miao coughed several times before calmly speaking to the qi condensation cultivators. Since the Mountain Lord has handed over this matter to me, please listen carefully, martial nephews. After all, this competition will be a test of skill against your fellow sect members and there are things that must be avoided. First of all, vicious and deadly techniques and magic tools are disallowed in the contest. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the sect and will have your cultivation scattered. Also, a quarter hour later, Han Li and the rest of the disciples in the hall walked out. Most of them flew off with expressions of excitement. Han Li glanced at their departing figures and shook his head before taking to the skies and flying back to his cave residence. The journey back was smooth and uneventful. Inside his cave residence, he began his preparations for the sect contest. Since he couldn't display too much power in his pursuit for one of the 24 positions, he had to make use of talismans and several magic tools that he hadn't touched in countless years. Top-grade magic tools were more than plentiful. He had plundered tens of them from the core formation cultivators that he had personally slain. But in order to draw less attention to himself, he had to carefully select only a few of them. And since he didn't intend on using these magic tools in the sect selection, he also began to refine large quantities of mid-level elementary talismans. He planned on using these talismans to crush his low-grade opponents in a single blow. Of course, he wouldn't be able to make it through on talismans alone. Han Li especially refreshed his knowledge on the flame-handling arts he had acquired all those years ago from an old Taoist in the prince's mansion of the state of Yuan. Although it wouldn't prove particularly useful to high-grade cultivators, it will prove more than effective in duping qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators. When Han Li had first acquired the flame-handling arts all those years ago, he had gained many insights from it. But with his current cultivation as a late core formation cultivator, it had little value to him. As a result of only a few days of effort, he grasped the entirety of the methods of transforming flames. He had even acquired subtle understandings that exceeded what had been recorded in the flame-handling arts. For the rest of these days, Han Li wholeheartedly spent his time refining various talismans. During that time, his gold-silver gold devouring beetles had already begun to cannibalize one another, much to his joy. He was sure that while the gold-devouring beetles were still far away from complete evolution, they were growing quite close to the legendary all-devouring stage. However, the weeping soul beast in the neighboring room was proving quite troublesome for Han Li. It had remained soundly asleep this entire time without any sign of awakening. Fortunately, with the weeping soul pearl refined within his body, he knew that there was nothing wrong with the beast. However, he couldn't help but feel worried. After all, it was taking too long to complete its transformation. A month later, the drifting cloud sect's main mountain was bustling with exceptional liveliness. Cultivators began to unceasingly gather at the top of the mountain, with several thousands cultivators that came to observe the contest. It appeared everyone that was off duty had come. While they weren't participating in the battle, watching other cultivators battle in a contest of skill was a vastly enriching experience. The contest was being held on 3 large flat stages near the top of the mountain. Each of the stages were surrounded by spell formations over 300 meters wide. They all raised a huge dome of light around the stage to prevent the spectators from receiving any injuries. There were 3 late Foundation establishment cultivators acting as judges to prevent any deaths from occurring. The sect selection was now undergoing its 3rd day. The past 2 days had resulted in many cultivators being sadly defeated. In total, the selection contest was being conducted between 500 cultivators. Although there were 3 stages to conduct battles, this process would take many days given the large number of participants. That being said, the 40 cultivators of Dayspring Mountain had been among the smaller factions. They paled in comparison to the number from Firecloud Mountain, which had over 100 disciples participating. There were only 4 Foundation establishment cultivators in the contest, but they weren't required to fight until the final round. Although they weren't among those that were chosen by the Mountain Lords, they had still managed to reach Foundation establishment before the age of 30. Since they were undoubtedly talented individuals, they would be given a position with just a single victory against a Qi condensation cultivator. At that moment, Han Li silently stood among several Dayspring Mountain cultivators. They were all watching a battle occur inside a light barrier between a cultivator of Dayspring Mountain and White Phoenix Mountain. White Phoenix was a peculiar existence amongst the 6 mountains. Not only did the mountain have 2 female core formation mountain lords, they primarily relied on female disciples. As a result, their mountain possessed few disciples and only a dozen female cultivators were participating in the battle. The Dayspring Mountain disciple that was fighting appeared somewhat aged, but he was actually in his late 20s. Although he was an external affair disciple, he was born in a reputable cultivation clan in the state of Xi. That was why he possessed a high-grade magic tool of considerable power, a white gold dagger axe. Although the young female cultivator from White Phoenix Mountain was being pushed back, her eyes were full of hope. The Dayspring Mountain cultivators beside Han Li were clearly good friends with the male cultivator and cheered him on with excitement. But just as the man's white dagger axe was about to chop down, the woman raised her brow and shot a ball of azure light from her hand, blocking the white streak. The woman's body then blurred and she disappeared without a trace. When the man saw this, he hurriedly formed an incantation seal with his hands as his expression vastly changed. Just as he thought to force back the woman with a magic technique, a red mist suddenly enveloped him from behind. Then with a flop, the Dayspring Mountain disciple fell to the ground. The lanky cultivator that was floating above the stage announced, "White Phoenix Mountain's Jean Rong is victorious." When the female cultivator heard this, she respectfully saluted the judge and took out a small bottle from her storage pouch. After she placed it next to the nose of the unconscious cultivator, he began to slowly regain consciousness. Once he realized what had happened, the Dayspring Mountain cultivator walked from the stage with a deep red expression. Afterwards, the female cultivator flew out from the spell formation with a proud appearance. The nearby female cultivators immediately surrounded her and showered her with praise, attracting the attention of a few nearby male cultivators. Above the dome of light, the lanky cultivator expressionlessly announced, The next battle will be between Dayspring Mountains Han Li and Firecloud Mountains Sun Tong. Although his voice wasn't loud, the nearby cultivators heard him clearly. When Han Li heard this, he smiled and slowly walked into the spell formation. Not long after, a handsome white-clothed cultivator entered from the other side. As soon as this person entered, an uproar was raised amongst the nearby spectators. 1. In Chapter 294, Han Li acquired an interesting book from an old qi condensation cultivator that was surprisingly useful. Chapter 623. Overwhelming Supremacy. That's Junior Martial Brother Sun. He just entered the sect a few years ago. It's said that this Junior Martial Brother possesses heavenly yang fire veins. Is it true? Isn't the Sun clan a cultivation clan of great renown in our state of Su? Surely he must possess mighty magic tools. Who is this Junior Martial Brother Han? I don't think I've seen him before. Did he just enter the sect? I got to say that Han Li is sure out of luck. He came across a fearsome opponent. Before the battle even started, Han Li could clearly hear a lively discussion coming from outside the stage's light barrier. Heavenly yang fire veins? Han Li's expression slightly stirred upon hearing this and examined his opponent with interest. In addition to his handsome appearance and tall figure, his cultivation was quite decent at the 12th layer of qi condensation. Seeing that Han Li had an ordinary appearance and only possessed a cultivation at the 10th layer, a trace of disdain appeared on the white-clothed youth's face, but he still saluted him nevertheless. When Han Li saw this, he inwardly sneered and indifferently returned the salute with a faint smile. The white-clothed youth revealed a trace of anger at his casual response. At that moment, the lanky cultivator up above indifferently said, "Start the battle." As soon as this was said, the white-clothed youth wore a harsh expression and immediately formed an incantation seal with his hands. A flash of fiery light suddenly pulsed from his body, enveloping him in a barrier of scorching light. He then waved his hand and opened his fingers, revealing an egg-sized red ball that floated from his grasp. The white-clothed youth then started to mutter an incantation in preparation of attacking Han Li with the magic tool. When Han Li saw this, he felt a faint sense of familiarity with this method and couldn't help but feel surprised. At that moment, many yelps of astonishment came from the outside. Quickly look, Junior Martial Brother Sun instantly enveloped himself in a fire attribute barrier without a talisman. He really does have heavenly yang fire veins. What's that? That bead in his hand seems to be his clan's famed firewave bead. That youngster facing him is certain to lose. Perhaps the match will be decided in an instant. Han Li inwardly sneered and calmly waved his hand, taking out a stack of about 40 talismans from his storage pouch. He raised his head to look at the white-clothed youth only to discover that the youth was completely focused on using his magic tool and was oblivious to Han Li's actions. It appeared he held absolute confidence in his barrier. Since this was the case, Han Li decided to cease any pleasantries and slapped his hands together. In a burst of red light, 40 fist-sized fireballs shot out from his hands in a dense barrage towards his opponent. The scene caused the spectators to shout in surprise. At that same moment, the firewave bead floating above the white-clothed cultivator's hand was set ablaze and was now ready to attack. But just as he was basking in his delight, he heard the spectators cry in surprise and couldn't help but raise his head in confusion. As a result, he caught sight of several tens of fireballs simultaneously striking his barrier. With a series of loud explosions and flashes of glaring red light, the youth's senses were overwhelmed. As for the light barrier surrounding him, it shattered in a pitiful display, lasting for only a moment. The roasting flames rushed towards him before his eyes and were one step away from completely enveloping him. Although this young talent was gifted with the heavenly yang fire veins and had been meticulously nurtured by his sect elders, he now found himself on the verge of death. He cried out with a pale face and lost himself to fear, wanting to turn around and flee. But during this moment of peril, the youth felt his collar tighten and his body became lighter. He was immediately lifted in the air and the wave of flames completely passed him by. Still in a panic, the white-clothed cultivator turned around to see the lanky judge grasping him by the collar. He indifferently muttered, "Dayspring Mountains Han Li is victorious." At that moment, the white-clothed youth realized that he had already lost. His face then turned deathly pale after realizing that he had been easily defeated by talismans of the lowest grade. As for the many cultivators spectating after recovering from their shock, they all looked at each other in dismay. They all knew that while the fireball talisman was the simplest low-grade elementary talisman, they each cost a spirit stone to purchase. However, Han Li had used 40 of these talismans in a single breath, equating to 40 spirit stones that had been thrown away in the fight. That was the price of a good low-grade magic tool. This wasn't merely being loose with money, he was completely squandering it. Could it be that he planned on sparing none of his wealth in order to prevail in this election? Underneath the peculiar gazes of the drifting cloud sect, Han Li saluted the lanky Foundation establishment cultivator and walked out of the light barrier with an unchanged expression. As for the white-clothed youth, he resentfully glared at Han Li as he departed, but underneath the cold watch of the lanky cultivator, he could only helplessly depart. With his first battle concluded, Han Li had no thoughts of observing others' battles and returned to his cave residence. 2 days later, the first round of the competition came to a close. There were many marvelous battles during the contest that were being enthusiastically discussed by the spectators. While Han Li's use of tens of fireball talismans had left many speechless, it had aroused much admiration as well. Many of the spectators believed Han Li to be a disciple of a large clan for him to be able to spend so many spirit stones. This had led to Han Li developing somewhat of a reputation among some of the spectating disciples. In the second round of the competition, Han Li was selected to fight in the afternoon of the first day. He arrived at the center of the stage with a calm expression. A few of the disciples that had watched Han Li's last battle were currently muttering to each other. "It's that guy from Dayspring Mountain. 2 days ago he defeated his opponent in a single blow by using several tens of talismans. Is that the truth? He appears completely unremarkable. Could he be feeling a hole in his pocket? There doesn't seem to be a cultivation clan with the name of Han in our state of Su. Could he have come from a different country?" Han Li listened to all of their words with a calm expression. He was currently examining his opponent with a calm expression. He was a male disciple in his mid-20s who possessed a refined appearance. He had well-fitted azure robes, and apart from the storage pouch at his waist, there was nothing about him that seemed out of place. He was watching Han Li with a solemn expression. It seemed their discussions had reached his ear as he soon frowned. "Start." As soon as that was said, the young disciple reached for his storage pouch and rushed to raise his hands. In a flash of white light, 2 sparkling icicles shot in Han Li's direction. His body then flickered with azure light before directly pouncing towards Han Li in a gale. It seemed this person had heard of Han Li. He thought to forcefully interrupt Han Li by using the 2 ice spike talismans and charged towards Han Li with a body lightning technique. After some brief surprise, Han Li couldn't help but smile. His body then blurred, having the 2 icicles brush past his body. Then seeing that his opponent was excitedly charging towards him with an outreached hand glowing with yellow light, Han Li grew indistinct before disappearing by using his shifting smoke steps. The young disciple's pounce had completely missed, much to his shock. The yellow radiance in his hand dimmed as well. It was actually a net-type magic tool. But before the young disciple could search for Han Li, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from the back of his neck. The world around him became black and he fell to the ground, oblivious to what had happened. A trace of astonishment flickered across the lanky cultivator's face, but he calmly declared, "Dayspring Mountain's Han Li is victorious." A moment ago Han Li had appeared behind his opponent and chopped at the back of his opponent's neck, knocking him out. Several cultivators had rushed onto the stage and examined the unconscious disciple. After nodding to the lanky cultivator, signifying that there was nothing wrong, they dragged him off the stage. Of course, an uproar was raised from the spectators outside. "Did you see that? What magic technique did he use to appear behind his opponent in the blink of an eye? That's inconceivable." "Fool, that isn't a magic technique. That was clearly a movement technique from the mortal world's martial arts, but I've never seen one used with such high skill." A few of the more experienced disciples managed to recognize the source of Han Li's movements. Chapter 624. Discussion on the 13th day of the Drifting Cloud Sect's selection. The final round was currently being concluded. At that moment, There were 8 core formation cultivators assembled together in a pavilion at the center of the mountain discussing something. 2 of them were the mountain lords of Dayspring Mountain, the middle-aged man surnamed Exen and the fierce-looking, gray-clothed old man surnamed Yu. A blue-robed old man with a white fluttering beard and a face full of wrinkles frowned and asked, "Are there any junior martial brothers willing to escort the disciples to the sword trial assembly?" A middle-aged man with a lazy expression and a long, thin mustache snorted and indifferently replied, "Senior martial brother Feng, the sword trial assembly will always be dominated by the ancient sword sect, and that vitriolic fellow Jiang Yun is always the one to bring the ancient sword sect members. I don't wish to be embarrassed without reason." A yellow-faced old man shook his head and said, "That's right. I've even heard that in the past few years, the ancient sword sect picked up a disciple that possessed a 9-sword constitution. They will be certain to have him participate. As such, there is no hope of winning this sword trial assembly. Although we do hold a few disciples that possess a peculiar constitution, they are inferior in comparison. And there is also news that the 100 Possibilities sect had acquired a direct descendant of the Guan clan. It is said that while he was still in Qi condensation, he defeated his clan's elders by using his personally refined magic tools. I fear this could be quite a difficult trip." When the white-haired old man heard this, he revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. He gravely said, "Junior martial brothers, you aren't wrong. The sword trial assembly has already become a stage for the ancient sword sect to display their power, but that is something beyond our control. If our sect does not send over any disciples that participate in the assembly, I fear we won't even acquire a quarter of the wine nectar. Besides, this could easily cause the ancient sword sect to view us with hostility. It would be detrimental to our sect's development in the Dreamcloud Mountain for ages to come. We have more things to worry about, like the many clans that are covetously eyeing the 3 sects of Dreamcloud Mountain. We cannot reveal any weakness to them." A square-faced, red-robed old man with a formal appearance suddenly proposed, "Since senior martial brother Feng said this, I'll be the one to bring the disciples. Rather, I haven't seen the 100 Possibilities sect's elder Chongqing in quite a while. A chance to chat would be nice." Old man Feng glanced at him and hesitantly said, "Junior martial brother Duan, as the mountain lord of Firecloud Mountain, you have the most disciples under you. It would be improper for you to leave the sect." The red-robed old man nonchalantly said, "It is of no matter. Junior martial brother Li will still be there to handle Firecloud Mountain. Besides, it's not like I'm leaving the Dreamcloud Mountains. I'm just traveling to the Western Range." With that said, the white-haired old man didn't persist in his objections and nodded his head. He then swept his gaze over the other cultivators before staring at the fierce-looking, gray-clothed old man. He slowly said, "Junior martial brother Yu, I know that you don't have any pressing responsibilities at Dayspring Mountain. How about you assist junior martial brother Duan? Junior martial brother Exen, do you have any objections?" The middle-aged man surnamed Exen faintly smiled and said, "Of course not. I'm sure junior martial brother Yu is completely willing to go." The gray-clothed old man's cold expression stirred for a long while before he briefly said, "Fine, I'll go." The white-haired old man smiled and nodded his head, saying, "The group of disciples will be headed by junior martial brother Duan. Junior martial brother Yu and junior marital sister Song of White Phoenix Mountain will be accompanying him. Once the final round has been concluded, you will meet with 30 selected disciples and give them guidance. Perhaps there will be a chance for our sect yet. After all, we have quite a few powerful candidates this time around. We should be able to give the Ancient Sword sect and the 100 Possibilities sect quite the contest." A sly-faced cultivator that had been hiding in the corner yelped in surprise, "Junior martial sister Song will also be coming along? How did I not know of this? If that's the case, I can take the place of junior martial brother Yu." When the rest of the cultivators in the pavilion heard him, there was a brief moment of restlessness. 3 of the cultivators wore an annoyed expression. The white-haired old man's face grew sullen and he snorted, "Junior martial brother Meng, what do you mean? I've spoken for half a day and you didn't speak a single word. But now that you've heard junior martial sister Song wishes to go, you jump at the chance. I'll tell you the truth, junior martial sister Song raised the condition that she would only accompany the disciples if I didn't mention that she was going to begin with. Otherwise, given her temperament, why else would she depart from White Phoenix Mountain?" As this old man had already reached late core formation, The sly-faced early core formation cultivator didn't dare to dispute this and lowered his head. There were other cultivators that were also tempted, but each of them glanced at one another in dismay, not daring to speak. At that moment, footsteps suddenly came from the outside. A man's voice said, reporting to master and martial uncles, the last round has just finished. 3 Foundation Establishment disciples have been selected along with 21 Qi condensation cultivators. I've come with the list of names. The white-robed cultivator's expression relaxed and he said, "Oh, since that's the case, come in. Let's take a look." "As you wish," the man respectfully replied. Afterwards he opened the door and entered, revealing himself to be a late Foundation Establishment cultivator with a stately appearance and a tall body. "Here are the names and details of the 24 finalists." The man took out a white jade slip from his robes and handed it over to the old man. "I'll be taking a look first." The old man nodded his head and took the jade slip into his hand. "Huh." After taking a look at it with his spiritual sense, he revealed a trace of astonishment. The red-clothed cultivator's expression stirred and he asked, "What's the matter? Is there something amiss with the list of names?" The others also oddly glanced at the old man. "It's nothing. Junior Marshall brothers, have a look." With that said, the old man calmly passed the jade slip to the yellow-skinned old man at his side. After taking a look at the jade slip, he also revealed astonishment and handed the jade slip to someone else. Not longer after, everyone had looked at the jade slip and each of them had turbulent expressions. When the Dayspring Mountain Lord Exin read through the jade slip, his expression stirred with particular surprise. The middle-aged man with the thin mustache sighed and slowly said, "I truly didn't expect that there would be 6 disciples from Dayspring Mountain to be selected. It seems Junior Marshall Brother Exin has instructed his disciples well." The sly-faced cultivator sourly said, "It seems Junior Marshall Brother Exin is determined to win this sword trial assembly. You must have spent quite some effort to cultivate these disciples." Only 3 disciples from his hidden sword sect had made it on the list, which lost him a considerable amount of face. "No, it definitely wasn't like that. I myself am surprised to see so many people from my Dayspring Mountain being selected. And 2 of them are even at the 10th layer of Qi condensation named Han Li and Du Dong. If I'm not mistaken, those 2 entered the sect just this past year. It is baffling how they managed to take a place on the list." The middle-aged man surnamed Exin then muttered to himself for a moment and calmly said, "Marshal Nephew Gao, how did they manage to acquire victory?" The man who had just entered the room promptly replied, "Their methods weren't anything strange. Marshal Nephew Du Dong possesses an extremely powerful ice attribute top-grade magic tool. It seems capable of both attacking and defending, and it perfectly complements his techniques as well. As a result, once he froze the ground with his magic tool, all of his opponents were left helpless against his strikes." The middle-aged man with the long mustache interrupted, asking, "Oh, what kind of magic tool is it? Can you give us a description?" "It is a wheel-type magic tool. It has a diameter of about a foot and is engraved with a curved moon. It sparkles with white light when it is activated, can activate an ice attribute barrier in an instant, and can attack with a mist of freezing qi." The middle-aged man's eyes flickered and he said with surprise, "That seems quite similar to the clan-suppressing treasure of the Du clan, the Ice Moon Wheel. The Du clan was exterminated 200 years ago. Could this Du Dong be a descendant?" The white-haired old man curled his beard and unhurriedly said, That seems quite possible. After all, the Du clan wasn't a small clan. There were sure to be a few direct lineage disciples that escaped calamity and lived in concealment. They probably now believe that with so many years having passed, their enemies are no longer paying any attention to them. As such, they revealed themselves once more. Chapter 625. The Weeping Soul Beast's Reappearance. Senior Marshall Brothers' words are reasonable. But while it is reasonable that Du Dong managed to triumph given his Ice Moon Wheel, what about the one named Han Li? Does he also have a high-grade magic tool? The thin-mustached middle-aged man asked. Although I don't know if Marshal Nephew Han possesses any high-grade magic tools, his methods are quite costly. What do you mean by costly? The yellow-faced old man asked with obvious interest. The Foundation Establishment cultivator explained, In the first round, martial nephew Han Li defeated his opponent by using several tens of fireball talismans to break through his opponent's barrier before they could react. In the rounds afterwards, he complemented his talismans with the use of mortal martial arts and an ingenious flame manipulation technique to arduously triumph against his opponents. The white-haired old man sullenly said, "The martial arts and flame technique aren't particularly notable. There are many who use them. However, he must possess many spirit stones to be able to use so many talismans. This amount may mean nothing to us, but to a chi condensation cultivator it is rather extravagant. Have you investigated this disciple?" The Foundation Establishment cultivator respectfully replied, "I have." A few of his acquainted disciples noted that he is skilled in talisman refinement despite being a vagrant cultivator, and he possesses quite a bit of wealth. That is how he is able to so generously use low-grade talismans. The white-haired old man's expression relaxed and he muttered, "Oh, so it was like that. Seems there are no problems with the two then. However, since this person is capable of refining talismans, wouldn't it be better to have him join Firecloud Mountain?" Cultivator Xin faintly smiled and said, "Senior Martial Brother Feng, that reasoning is a bit amiss. Our Dayspring Mountain also possesses disciples that are skilled in talisman refinement. They will be able to mentor him properly. Senior Martial Brother Duan, don't tell me you actually want him." The red-clothed cultivator waved his hand and grinned. "Hee hee. Our Firecloud Mountain already possesses many talisman refining disciples. One more or one less won't make much difference. I won't fight Junior Martial Brother Xian over a single disciple." Cultivator Xian responded with a silent smile. In the following moments, the core formation cultivators chatted about a few sect matters before bidding their farewells. Han Li had already returned to his cave residence and was standing outside his spirit beast room with a solemn expression. His gaze wandered as he stared into the room. Not long before, when the disciples of Dayspring Mountain were congratulating Han Li over his victory in the final round of placements, the weeping soul pearl began to burn within his body, much to Han Li's alarm. It was about to finally awaken and complete its evolution. Han Li was overjoyed and hurriedly took his leave in order to return to his cave residence. But when he arrived outside the spirit beast room, he was greatly shocked by what he saw. For some unknown reason, the spirit beast room was completely devoid of light and was filled with ghastly wisps of black ghost chi, spilling an extremely icy yin chi out from the room. The weeping soul beast could no longer be seen. Instead, a 3-meter-tall cocoon had taken its place at the corner of the room. It was emitting a jet-black light and faintly released black glimmers as if it were alive. Han Li instantly knew that the weeping soul beast was within the black cocoon, and he grew immensely excited. However, a trace of worry blossomed within his heart as well. Han Li wasn't about to boldly enter the room. After some pondering, he decided to meditate outside the spirit beast room. From what he had previously read in old records, during a spirit beast's evolution, it was best for its master to stay close and wait by its side. However, the spirit beast must be left alone during its evolution unless it failed in its transformation and suffered a grave injury. With apprehension lingering in his heart, Han Li felt time slowly pass by. Han Li originally assumed that the transformation would take several days at the very least before the cocoon was broken. But on the morning of the second day that he sat outside the spirit beast room, the black cocoon of light began to change. As Han Li remained cross-legged on the ground, he suddenly heard a clear explosion from the room. Although the sound was muffled, he opened his eyes with delight. He peered into the room and saw that a majority of the ghostly chi had been absorbed into the black cocoon of light in the corner of the room. The black light then suddenly grew dazzling, causing Han Li to unconsciously turn his eyes away. In the next moment, Han Li felt a strange but somewhat familiar aura coming from the room. With raised brows, Han Li stood up without any further thought and lightly pushed open the door to the spirit beast room. Han Li swept his gaze through the room from the outside and saw that the black cocoon had already broken in two, and was empty as could be. But aside from the broken cocoon in the corner of the room, nothing else could be seen. Han Li was startled and thought to release his spiritual sense when black light began to shine from an empty corner of the room. With a low-pitched cry, a black blur shot towards Han Li. In his alarm, Han Li thought to dodge out of the way, but after some thought he remained in place. As a result, a small icy object flew into Han Li's chest, and he grabbed onto it with both hands. "This is..." Han Li glanced at the small object in his grasp and couldn't help but appear shocked. There was currently a tiny fist-sized monkey in his hands that should undoubtedly be the evolved Weeping Soul Beast. At first glance, there was nothing that had changed about it apart from its silver fur turning pitch black. But after glancing at it several more times, Han Li eventually discovered two differences from before. The Weeping Soul Beast now had a slim cavity between its two nostrils. After meticulously glancing into it, he discovered nothing out of the ordinary about it. The Weeping Soul Beast had always relied on the soul swallowing light from its nose to suppress souls and ghosts. Did the appearance of an additional hole in its nose mean that this ability would become more powerful? Not knowing whether he should laugh or cry, Han Li decided to look forward to testing this in the future. As for the other difference in the Weeping Soul Beast, for some unknown reason a crimson pattern depicting an evil spirit had appeared on the fur of its back. The evil spirit on its back had a single horn and 3 eyes. Although it appeared rather faint, it also appeared true to life and gave any onlookers a feeling of malicious pressure. Silvermoon clicked her tongue in astonishment at the Weeping Soul Beast's evolution, but she couldn't offer an explanation on what it was. Because Han Li had refined the Weeping Soul Pearl, the beast had become far more affectionate with Han Li. It appeared delighted as it rubbed its small furry head on Han Li's jacket. Han Li couldn't help but smile at the small black monkey in his hand. However, he faintly felt that the monkey seemed to possess human-like emotions. He played with the monkey for a moment with great interest before carefully putting it away in his spirit beast pouch once he saw it yawn from fatigue. Once Han Li departed from the spirit beast room, he took a look at the neighboring insect room and saw that only several tens of gold devouring beetles remained. It appeared they had already finished devouring one another and were about to lay eggs. Han Li was satisfied to see that these beetles were all slightly larger than before. He then left the insect room and returned to his quiet room for routine cultivation. When he claimed victory in the selection, the judge had already told him that he was able to receive guidance from a core formation cultivator. However, they were to continue to bitterly cultivate before their turn came. The guidance would only last for a few sparse days, and he would be notified by voice transmission talisman once it was his turn. Han Li wasn't worried in the slightest about receiving guidance from a core formation cultivator. He'd deal with it once he was summoned. Currently he was holding the Jade Spirit Well in his hands and was cultivating inside his quiet room. As for the artifact Spirit Silvermoon, it was cultivating in the neighboring room inside of the demon fox body. With that being said, it was rather inconceivable that Silvermoon was able to cultivate in a possessed body. According to what Silvermoon said, although she had the cultivation equivalent to late core formation stage, once she entered the fox body, she possessed the cultivation of a low-grade demon beast that had only reached grade 1. As a result, although she could display her astonishing cultivation in the demon fox's body, she could only maintain it for a very short time. Additionally, as an artifact spirit, her cultivation was eternally stagnant. Fortunately, Silvermoon was able to slowly increase the cultivation of the demon fox body over time, making the body her future home. As a result, Han Li fed a few medicinal pills to Silvermoon's fox body, allowing her cultivation to rise at an astonishing speed. Chapter 626. Harmonic Mind. 3 months passed by in the blink of an eye while Han Li remained in bitter cultivation in his cave residence. During this time, Kuei Huan's group had paid a visit to Han Li to apologetically tell him that they had informed the sect elders of Han Li's skills in talisman refinement, hoping that he wouldn't take offense. Because Han Li had already planned on using his talisman refinement techniques as a cover, he didn't mind in the slightest. After giving a few words of forgiveness, he sent the group of Qi condensation cultivators on their way. As for Dayspring Mountain, because Han Li had unexpectedly made it into the 24 finalists, Mu Peeling had made a trip to the medicine garden and gave Han Li a long explanation on the intricacies of the profound ice arts. This surprising action had left Han Li at a loss for words. Apart from those 2 times, no one else disturbed Han Li during his cultivation. One day as Han Li was strenuously cultivating the Azure Essence Sword Arts, he abruptly frowned and stood up. By the time he left his cave residence and entered the medicinal garden, a voice transmission talisman knocked against the medicine garden's restrictions. When Han Li saw this, he opened the garden's restrictions and waved his arm. A moment later, the sound transmission talisman flew into his hand in a streak of fire and soon disappeared. Han Li expressionlessly muttered, "White Phoenix Mountain's martial ancestor song. Isn't that the #1 beauty in the Drifting Cloud sect? Will that woman be instructing me? If that's the case, these coming days shouldn't be too boring." He then released a flying sword magic tool and directly flew in the direction of White Phoenix Mountain. White Phoenix Mountain was at the eastmost side of Drifting Cloud sect and was particularly distant from the other 5 mountains, as if it were standing proudly in solitude. Although this mountain was the shortest of the 6 marvelous mountains, it was by far the most verdant and beautiful. Not long after leaving the garden, Han Li appeared near White Phoenix Mountain. Because this mountain was made up of mostly female cultivators, White Phoenix Mountain had a few strange rules. Ordinarily, any male cultivators arriving at the mountain were required to land at the base of the mountain and receive permission to enter. Otherwise, they would only have themselves to blame for falling into White Phoenix Mountain's restrictions. Naturally, Han Li had no intention of forcing his way through and obediently landed at the base of the mountain. There were currently 3 Qi condensation female cultivators at the mountain gate happily chatting. When they saw Han Li drop down, they couldn't help but curiously examine the unfamiliar male cultivator. Han Li saluted the 3 female disciples and said, "I am Dayspring Mountain's Han Li. I've come to accept cultivation guidance from Martial Ancestor Song. I hope senior Martial sisters can make a report." A young, freckled female cultivator smiled and promptly said, "So you're Han Li. The Martial Ancestor has already notified us of you. Junior Martial Brother Han may directly head to the Phoenix Court Pavilion at the top of the mountain. Martial Ancestors waiting for you there." Han Li uttered a word of thanks before immediately flying up the mountain. However, not long after he departed, the 3 female disciples began to gossip without restraint once they believed Han Li was out of earshot. Is Junior Martial Brother Han truly a disciple that will be participating in the sword trial assembly? His cultivation doesn't seem very high. He doesn't appear to be anything special. Hee. So you two don't know. I've seen all of Junior Martial Brother Han's fights. Let me tell you. Having heard all of that, Han Li recalled his spiritual sense with a wry smile. After shaking his head, he flew towards the mountain peak. White Phoenix Mountain wasn't very tall. After only a moment, Han Li managed to reach the top of the mountain, a flat plateau that spanned 300 meters. It was surrounded with white clouds with abundant spiritual qi, as if it were an otherworldly realm. Within this fantastic scene stood a soul pavilion that was only 60 meters tall and was divided into 3 stories. The building was constructed from an unknown white wood. Its natural untouched form produced an air of simple elegance. Han Li landed in front of the pavilion and loudly shouted, "Disciple Han Li pays his respects to Martial Ancestor Song." Once that was said, Han Li felt a trace of spiritual sense sweep over him. He stood in place with a calm expression, feigning ignorance of the matter. A long while later, a woman's gentle voice said, "Since you've arrived, come up to the 2nd story of the pavilion. I'll be waiting for you there." As you bid. Han Li then walked forward and gently pushed open the wooden doors, which swung freely. The 1st floor of the pavilion was completely empty apart from a spell formation to aid in cultivation. Han Li swept his gaze past the 1st floor and directly headed towards the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was also quite bare. Apart from a few racks of jade slips and magic tools, there were only a few chairs and a short stone table. Han Li also saw a blue-clothed woman sitting in one of the chairs. She was looking at a worn jade slip on the table as if she were attentively reading through it. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li thought to say something when the woman raised her head, revealing a heart-stirring beauty. She appeared to be in her mid-20s and was an early core formation cultivator. "You're Han Li?" the woman calmly asked. "Yes, Martial Ancestor." Han Li respectfully replied. She stared at Han Li with her bright, clear eyes and said, "Since you were able to come here, then it can be considered fate. I will instruct you as best I can. However, you will only remain at the Phoenix Court Pavilion for 3 days before you depart. What you will learn during this time will depend on yourself." For some reason, although her cultivation wasn't very high, Han Li felt as if both his body and mind were clearly revealed underneath her gaze, and he couldn't help but feel alarm. Given Han Li's immense spiritual sense, it was extremely strange for him to experience this sensation. Clearly she had used some sort of mind-reading divine ability. Without any further thought, Han Li gave her a polite reply as he stealthily circulated the entirety of his great development technique throughout his body, shielding his true thoughts. As Han Li became inwardly alarmed and vigilant, a strange expression appeared in the blue-clothed woman's eyes before closing them with a tired expression. The woman gently said, "First recite the chant for your cultivation art and then head down to the second layer. Do not come back up without my command. After I've obtained some enlightenment of your cultivation art, I will give you a detailed explanation on any of its intricacies. Now start." Yes. Disciple cultivates the technique that Martial Ant Mu had given him, the profound ice arts. This cultivation art. Han Li began to slowly recite it with a calm expression. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li had finished. The woman nodded her head and waved an arm, indicating for him to go down. Han Li saluted her and wordlessly climbed down the stairs. The blue-clothed woman looked at Han Li's departing figure and motionlessly sat down in her chair with a frown. She then took out a sound transmission talisman and calmly said a few words into it. It turned into a streak of fire and flew out the window without a trace. At the center of the main mountain of the Drifting Cloud sect where the core formation cultivators had last met, a white-haired old man was leisurely standing at the window when his eyes suddenly began to shine as a streak of fiery light flew towards him from across the sky. The old man wordlessly raised his hand and emitted a mist of white light, catching the fiery light. It fiercely burned, releasing the curt voice of the blue-clothed woman. "Han Li passes but Du Dong harbors malice." With an icy expression, old man coldly muttered, "Humph. Harbors malice? I knew something was amiss." The Du clan had a deep relationship with the 100 Possibilities Pavilion's Fu clan. If he truly was a descendant of the Du clan, he should have entered the 100 Possibilities Pavilion rather than our Drifting Cloud sect. The white-haired old man thought a moment more before muttering to himself with an expression of admiration. "However, Junior Martial Sister Song's harmonic mind is becoming truly fearsome. I myself am uncertain as to whether or not I can block it. I know only my two martial uncles to be capable." 2 months later, at the western portion of the Dream Cloud Mountains in a deep valley surrounded by mountains, there were several thousands of 100 Possibilities Pavilion disciples converging at the heart of the valley. They were excitedly talking with each other as their clamor filled the air. There were many disciples that repeatedly gazed to the skies with impatient expressions as if they were feeling anxious. At the very front of the several thousands of disciples in the plaza, there stood several tens of rather noteworthy individuals. 8 of them were core formation cultivators who stood with calm poise, with several tens of foundation establishment cultivators standing behind them. They were the 100 Possibilities Sect's Institute masters and elders, but a majority of them were merely stewards. "They're coming." A sharp-eyed disciple saw something off the horizon and shouted in excitement. Suddenly, many low-grade cultivators began to look expectantly up at the sky, catching glimpses of light in the distance. Soon, a large group of variously colored dots of light began to fly towards them. "It's the Ancient Sword Sect. They're all using sword magic tools." As soon as that was said, the crowd began to roil. Many of them began to point to the incoming lights with varied expressions. "Silence. Do you wish to make a joke of us to the other 2 sects?" A tall old man coldly uttered with a sullen expression. His voice resonated to everyone present and caused a few of the overeager disciples to shut their mouths, bringing silence to the plaza in an instant. When the tall old man saw this, his expression relaxed and the other core formation cultivators glanced at one another with a smile. They didn't seem surprised at all by this. At that moment, the Ancient Sword Sect cultivators arrived at the plaza. A vast majority of them had flown on swords with hardly any exceptions. A short and small old man flew out from Ancient Sword Sect cultivators and descended with a chuckle. "I didn't expect that Brother Fu would personally come to greet us. I am truly overwhelmed by your grace." A blue-robed scholarly man and a white-clothed young woman both descended at his side with a faint smile. From their appearance, they appeared to be married. At that moment, the Ancient Sword Sect's young low-grade cultivators each began to descend onto the plaza. The tall old man calmly saluted the 3 and said, "So it is Brother Jiang Yun who is bringing the disciples this time. We extend a respectful greeting to you." And there is also the famous bye-bye swordmates, we welcome you as well. Enough, let's not flatter each other or we'll make a laughingstock of ourselves in front of our juniors. However, it seems that the Drifting Cloud sect has yet to arrive. They've become increasingly disinterested in the sword trial assembly. Don't tell me they've grown cowardly because they've placed last a few times? The cultivator surnamed Jiang seemed to dislike the Drifting Cloud sect and spoke with a trace of schadenfreude. The old man surnamed Fu wore a wry smile, not daring to rashly reply. The 100 Possibilities Pavilion differed from the ancient sword sect. If such words left his mouth and they managed to reach the upper echelon of the Drifting Cloud sect, they would certainly cause trouble. But before old man Fu thought of how he should reply, a middle-aged man with long dark green robes grinned and interrupted him from behind. There is no need for fellow Taoist Jiang to be so impatient. I've heard that White Phoenix Mountain's fairy song is escorting the Drifting Cloud sect disciples this time around. She is a fine beauty that is rarely seen in our 3 sections. It is a pity that fairy song has always kept herself hidden away. Now we finally have a chance to look upon her. Jiang Yun wore a face of excitement and nodded his head. Brother sure mentioned the fairy of White Phoenix? I've long heard rumors that this woman's beauty is incomparable. If this woman is truly escorting their disciples, then there is no harm in waiting. When the ancient sword sect pair cultivators heard this, they wore a surprised expression. The azure-robed scholarly man astonishedly said, I've heard the fairy of White Phoenix possesses heavenly spiritual roots, and that she was able to easily enter core formation in less than 100 years. She could be said to be a cultivation genius that is only spotted once in 1,000 years. It is quite surprising that we'd be able to see such a figure at the sword trial assembly. Although the white-robed woman's expression was calm, she spoke with an enchanting voice. That's true. Even as a woman, I hold quite some curiosity towards the greatly renowned fairy song. I have yet to catch sight of her. Surely she must be wondrously beautiful. Old man Fu smiled and thought to say something when he suddenly shouted towards the sky. Huh? It seems the Drifting Cloud sect members have arrived. When the others heard this, they gazed upward and saw that a huge black dot was gradually growing closer to them from the east. That's... Jiang Yun's expression stirred. It seemed he knew what it was. Once it grew closer, the others were able to clearly see what it was, a huge monstrous bird that was flying towards them with astonishing speed. There seemed to be many cultivators standing on the bird's back. Upon spotting the huge bird, Jiang Yun sourly said, Humph. The Drifting Cloud sect is merely showing off its mutated azure hawk. The only thing impressive about it that has mutated is its size. It is still only a grade 5 demon beast. Old man Fu and the other 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivators pretended to have not heard this. However, the youths nearby gasped at the sight of such a large spirit beast. They all stared at the huge bird's astonishing figure with awe. Each flap of its glowing azure wings brought it forward with astonishing momentum, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the plaza. Its huge wings cast a shadow upon the entire stage and blew fierce winds downward, causing a few of the low-grade disciples to lose their balance and turn pale from fright. Stop! A man's voice suddenly sounded out from atop the bird. The huge bird folded its wings and floated motionlessly in the air as many cultivators began to drop down from its back. Isn't that Firecloud Mountain's brother Duan? What a pleasant surprise. When old man Fu saw the red-robed old man in the front, his eyes brightened and he hastily went forward to meet him. The old man chuckled and smiled. Hardly. I've held quite the impression of you ever since I last saw you in the Yun province. At the same time he was speaking, he swept his gaze past the many people behind him. Old man Fu casually said, Brother Duan wishes to look for Changzhen? That's too bad. Junior Marshal Brother Chang is currently handling affairs outside of the sect. However, he should return by the end of the assembly. The red-robed old man appeared slightly disappointed, but his expression soon recovered. So it's like that. It can't be helped. Being able to talk about old times is quite a problem of chance. Back to the matter at hand then. This is Junior Marshal Brother Yu. There should be no need for introductions as everyone should recognize him. As for Junior Marshal Sister Song, I believe this should be everyone's first time seeing her. Let me introduce you. He pointed to the stunning blue-clothed woman behind him. Old man Fu looked at Cultivator Song with narrowed eyes and gasped. I've known of your grand reputation for many years as the Fairy of White Phoenix. Now that I've witnessed your elegance, I must say that your reputation is well deserved." The blue-clothed woman gently smiled and replied, "Senior Marshal Brother Fu wrongfully flatters me. I hardly deserve the title of fairy." The woman had an aura of peaceful charm to her, causing the nearby low-grade male cultivators to look on with thumping hearts. Although a few of the high-grade cultivators were better off than their bewitched juniors, passion flared within their eyes as well. Next, the Drifting Cloud Sect's core formation cultivators greeted the Ancient Sword Sect. Although Jiang Yun appeared indifferent, he reluctantly uttered a few words. As for the white-robed young woman, she stuck close to Cultivator Song and began to enthusiastically speak with her as if they were sisters. Despite this, Cultivator Song maintained an elegant demeanor throughout, revealing not the slightest flaw in her actions. The following matters were simple enough. Once the 100 Possibilities Pavilion finished their formalities, they brought the two sects to their respective huge courtyards and had them rest for the day. The official competition would begin on the next morning. The night peacefully passed by. With the coming of the second day, the three sects fiercely began the competition. The competition was conducted in 3 groups of 30, with each sect sending 10 of their own disciples into each group. Each group would then battle among themselves in a single elimination format until only 4 were left. The final 12 disciples would then draw ballots and fight for the top 10 rankings. Because there weren't many disciples competing, there was no need to have multiple fights occurring at the same time. The fights were to be held sequentially on the same stage. As for how the order was decided, there were lots that were drawn by each of the group's leaders. As for the judges, they would come from the sect that didn't belong to either of the competitors, making it quite fair. With countless 100 Possibilities Pavilion disciples densely surrounding the stage, a bald man stood at the center of the stage and slowly announced, "The first fight is between the Drifting Cloud Sect's Han Li versus the Ancient Sword Sect's Yao Feng." Following the bald man's announcement, a disciple walked out from each group of disciples. A torrent of whispers began to pour from the surrounding 100 Possibilities Pavilion disciples once they clearly saw the contestants. "Am I not mistaken? One is a Qi condensation cultivator at the 11th layer and the other is a foundation establishment cultivator. The difference in their cultivation is far too great." The Ancient Sword Sect cultivator looked at his opponent with a strange expression. Soon after, disdain momentarily appeared on his face. He felt it would be extremely easy to deal with an opponent with such shallow cultivation. As for his opponent, he was a youth with a common appearance that was tightly frowning as if he felt perplexed and anxious. Of course, the core formation cultivators of the 3 sects were separated from the rest of the disciples. They were floating in empty space above the light barrier and leisurely chatting. "Brother Duan, does the Drifting Cloud Sect truly plan on abandoning this sword trial assembly? How was an 11th layer disciple able to prevail through the selections? Was he someone you brought to make up for a lack of numbers?" Jiang Yun couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the Drifting Cloud Sect disciple. The red-robed cultivator calmly replied, 11th layer? Not bad. I recall that he was only at the 10th layer when he acquired victory in the selections. It is quite impressive for him to have cultivated so quickly." Jiang Yun wore a doubtful expression. "What? He made it through the selection at 10th layer? Are you joking?" This time the red-robed cultivator merely replied with a silent smile. When Jiang Yun saw this, he felt slightly apprehensive and said nothing else. He began to pay attention to the stage below. "Match start." The bald man from before suddenly shouted. As soon as the Ancient Sword Sect youth heard this, he had a red and a blue sword fly out from the sheaths on his back. They floated above him as green light flickered from his hands, forming a green light barrier around him. Afterwards, the youth quickly formed a hand incantation, intending to have his flying swords attack. But before he could carry out this well-practiced series of actions, he suddenly spotted 60 fireballs heading towards him in an overbearing wave of blistering heat. "Ah!" The youth loudly shouted in alarm and his face became deathly pale. However, he was someone who had experienced many battles and quickly regained his composure. He gave up on using his flying swords to attack and immediately fell to the ground, dropping the light barrier around him. In that same moment he felt his body covered in cold sweat, but he soon felt a furious rage overwhelm him as the wave of fireballs brushed past his head. Wishing to make a show of Han Li in revenge, he was about to jump up when a black leg blurred in front of him, relentlessly stomping down on his head. Suddenly, the world around him turned black. The crowd outside the light barrier roared in amazement. Even the bald judge gazed at the youth with an odd expression. After a short moment, he loudly announced, "The drifting cloud sect's Han Li is victorious." Han Li bowed to the judge with a calm expression and walked out of the light barrier. Soon after, two ancient sword sect disciples rushed onto the stage and carried off their unconscious sect member. The short old man surnamed Jiang stared at the stage in disbelief and then grimaced. Although he knew there would be a few unorthodox tactics in a competition between low-grade disciples, he absolutely didn't expect talismans to be used in such a manner. He had teased the red-robed old man earlier because he held high hopes for this disciple, but he didn't expect for it to backfire. A moment later, an embarrassed expression appeared on the man's face and he gloomily kept silent. Old man Fu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Han Li's battle. "Brother Duan, that disciple of yours is truly quite interesting. He used up many spirit stones worth of talismans. Although it was quite the trick, it must have taken quite a bit of practice in order to simultaneously use so many fireball talismans at once. Ordinary disciples would find it quite difficult to do." The red-robed old man was immensely pleased with the ancient sword sect's Jiang Yun's deflated appearance, but he played down the victory with half-truths. "It's nothing. This disciple of ours is a talisman refinement expert. Attacking with talismans should come naturally to him. However, even I am somewhat surprised for him to use so many talismans at once." Jiang Yun resentfully muttered, "Humph. He's only capable of using many talismans at once. Now the others will know of his tricks. In the later rounds, this disciple of yours will definitely be defeated." The red-robed old man chuckled and said, "Is that so?" The azure-robed scholarly man glanced at Han Li down below and casually nodded his head. "However, I think that this disciple's movement techniques is a body lightning technique from the mortal world. How else would he have so quickly caught martial nephew Yao off guard? Fellow Taoist Bai has seen through it as well. This disciple of ours was once a vagrant cultivator and has learned many mixed techniques. It is very much our sect's embarrassment." The scholarly man smiled and said, "Not at all. Long ago I also held somewhat of an interest in mortal martial arts and studied them a bit. Although these martial arts have no use to high-grade cultivators, in the hands of a skillful qi condensation cultivator they will greatly add to their might. Furthermore, this disciple of yours seems extremely practiced in his techniques as if he has experienced many battles. It isn't unfair for our own disciple to have lost against him." As the three sects experts calmly continued their discussion, the bald referee from the 100 Possibilities Pavilion was replaced by an old man from the Drifting Cloud sect. He expressionlessly said, "The second fight will be the 100 Possibilities Pavilion's Xianxia versus the ancient sword sect's Zhou Xian." Soon after, a youth from each sect walked onto the stage and bowed to each other. Once the old man announced the start of the battle, they each formed incantation gestures and began to use their magic tools. The three sects' core formation cultivators soon placed the previous fight in the back of their minds and began to watch this new battle unfold. Perhaps due to the incisiveness of Han Li's previous fight, the current careful and deliberate battle caused boredom in the spectators. Eventually, the ancient sword sect disciple was able to use his sword magic tool to break the opponent's defenses and claim victory. Each fight then successively continued until the first round of the competition was concluded 2 days later. The ancient sword sect cultivators' strength was as great as their reputation described. Apart from Han Li and a few others, the majority of the rounds had been dominated by ancient sword sect disciples. This scene was cause for great joy for Jiang Yun and he wore a wide grin, releasing him from his previous gloom. Of course, the 100 Possibilities Pavilion and the Drifting Cloud sect cultivators had already anticipated this outcome. Although they found this somewhat embarrassing, they didn't show it on their faces and pretended not to care. From their bearing, it appeared as if they were on the winning side. During the second round of the competition, Han Li's opponent was a 100 Possibilities Pavilion female qi condensation cultivator with a valiant appearance. After seeing that she was facing Han Li, she immediately took to the air on her magic tool as soon as the match started. According to her understanding, she would be able to dodge any of Han Li's talisman attacks in the air and would also be safe from his swift movement techniques. Han Li sighed upon seeing this and tossed out a stack of fireball talismans without a word. Just as the woman thought to dodge the incoming fireballs, Han Li formed an incantation gesture with both his hands and caused the approaching fireballs to flash with a red light. The barrage of fireballs turned into small flock of firebirds that spiraled around without approaching her. When she saw this, she was greatly frightened and thought to use her magic tool to protect herself. However, Han Li wasn't about to give her the opportunity. He muttered an incarnation in a superficial display and commanded the flame birds with his spiritual sense. The flock of firebirds then flew towards the woman and struck her from all sides. Although the woman managed to envelope herself in a water attribute barrier through a talisman, it was incapable of enduring such a fierce attack. In a mere moment, the barrier shattered. Helpless, the young woman could only take the initiative to concede defeat. After that battle, the disciples of the other two sects were greatly moved, having previously believed that Han Li merely abused his abundance of talismans without any skill. However, a few Foundation establishment cultivators that possessed powerful magic tools merely viewed Han Li's flashy actions with disdain. But in the end, there was an obscure, desolate valley at the center of the Dream Cloud Mountains. This valley had long been enveloped with waves of Een mist over countless years. It was dark to the point where one couldn't even see their own hands if they entered it. Additionally, all sorts of venomous serpents and insects entrenched themselves within the mist in countless numbers. And due to the valley's small size, they were easily overlooked by any cultivators that passed it by. But one day the valley's mist became denser than usual, but the mist at the deepest depths of the valley was particularly chaotic. In a flash of white light, two figures suddenly emerged beside a mysterious pile of rocks. One of these figures was a man who wore gray robes and had fierce expression. The other was a scholarly man with azure robes and a jade belt. Although there was clearly no one besides the rock pile, a man's hoarse voice lazily said, "Well, if it isn't the ancient sword sect's brother Bai and the drifting cloud sect's fellow Taoist Yu? Could it be that the sword trial assembly has already ended? So Brother Yu is on duty today." "Yes, the assembly has already ended. We've come to see whether or not the bright sight water has been prepared. If it is ready, then we'll directly transport the 10 disciples here to prevent anything unexpected from occurring." As for the gray-clothed old man at his side, he remained silent with an indifferent expression. The previous man's voice spoke with objection. "Something unexpected? This place is guarded by 3 core formation cultivators at all times. Why not bring the low-grade cultivators along with you? Are you afraid that they'll bring some trouble?" Cultivator Bai shook his head and said, "The spirit well tree is an immensely important matter. It is better to be careful. Besides, dropping the wine nectar into the bright sight water is the most crucial step. Once this is done, the spirit water must immediately be used to cleanse their eyes. Otherwise its efficacy would greatly decrease. Why else would we be required to bring the 10 disciples over here?" The man chuckled and confidently said, "All right, the bright sight water has already been prepared. When they've cleansed their eyes, have them immediately depart. Since this area is heavily covered with restrictions, if you teleport them here they won't know where this place is." Cultivator Bai nodded his head and said, "That would be for the best. Brother Yu, stay behind for the time being. I will notify our fellow Taoists and have them teleport the disciples over." The man's voice suddenly thought of something and asked, "Ah yes, I suppose the winner of the sword trial assembly from your ancient sword sect?" The azure-robed scholar smiled and said, "I'm afraid I must indeed disappoint you. The winner of this sword trial assembly is our ancient sword sect's martial nephew Meng Di." The man's lazy voice revealed a trace of satisfaction. "Humph. It isn't surprising that the Foundation establishment cultivators of your ancient sword sect are stronger than ours. However, when one reaches core formation stage, it's hard to say who is weaker or stronger. If there is an opportunity, bring over that senior martial brother San of yours. I wish to compare notes with him sometime." The scholarly man grew silent for a moment and casually smiled. "It seems Brother Yu still broods over his defeat by senior martial brother San long ago. However, I fear I must disappoint Brother Yu. Senior martial brother San has already entered seclusion in an attempt to break through to late core formation stage. Chapter 629. The Restricted Area. He's going into seclusion to reach late core formation stage? The man was clearly surprised, but he soon sighed and spoke no further. The ancient sword sex cultivator by then wordlessly raised his hand and struck the pile of rocks nearby with a streak of white light. The pile of rocks suddenly flashed with light and he disappeared. The pile of rocks was clearly a well-hidden transportation spell formation. After seeing the gray-clothed old man depart, he sat down on the ground nearby. At the other end of the transportation formation was a small stone room in the 100 Possibilities sect. The scholarly man appeared within the formation with a flash of white light. Several high-grade cultivators from the 3 sects were surrounding him. Cultivator Jian asked, "How is it, junior martial brother? Are the preparations finished?" The scholarly man replied, "Senior martial brother, relax. Everything is ready at the sacred site. We may take them in now." The old man surnamed Fu nodded his head with satisfaction. "Good. Then we must trouble Brother Duan to bring the 10 juniors over here." As soon as he finished, the red-robed old man wordlessly pushed open the door and left. Old man Fu continued, "As arranged, our 3 sects will each send a core formation cultivator to accompany them. The Drifting Cloud sect's fellow Taoist Yu is already on the other side. Brother Jiang, who will you be sending over?" Jiang Yun casually replied, "I've already seen it once before and there is little to see. How about junior martial brother Bai goes?" Old man Fu smiled and said, "That's fine. Although fellow Taoist Bai hasn't had his turn guarding the sacred site, he was once one of the 10 finalists in the sword trial assembly. Could be considered revisiting a memory." Cultivator Bai nodded his head with a calm expression but said nothing. The white-clothed young woman charmingly smiled at him and rubbed shoulders with him in a rather romantic manner. At that moment, footsteps came from outside of the stone room and the red-robed old man walked in with a calm expression, leading the 10 finalists. Although the Drifting Cloud sect hadn't acquired first place, there were 4 disciples that managed to make it into the final 10, occupying the most places amongst the 3 sections. This had caused old man Duan to feel quite pleased in contrast to his calm exterior. With that thought, he unconsciously swept his gaze over the 4 disciples. There was the Firecloud Mountain's Sun Hua, a staunch-faced youth, Mu Peeling of Dayspring Mountain Han Li and Du Dong. When he caught sight of Du Dong, old man Duan couldn't help but inwardly snort, and a trace of derision momentarily appeared within his heart. As for the disciple that had acquired first place, he was a black-clothed youth with an expression as clear as a drawn sword. He was the ancient sword sex Meng Di, who possessed the 9-sword spirit constitution. The 9-sword spirit constitution was among the 3 great sword bodies in the cultivation world. It wasn't something to take lightly. With a top-grade sword magic tool in hand, there were no opponents in the competition that were capable of withstanding his strikes. In only a few short moments, he was able to crush any opposition that stood in his way en route to first place. Having thought that, the red-robed old man felt somewhat envious of the ancient sword sect's good luck. Han Li indifferently glanced at the core formation masters in the room. He felt neither joy nor alarm. After his victory in the 3rd round, he had deliberately lost to a skilled 100 Possibilities Pavilion Foundation establishment disciple. He then participated in a battle against the 6 who lost for the final 4 positions in the top 10. In the end, he had nearly spent all of his talismans to forcefully enter 9th place. As for Du Dong, perhaps having held the same plan in mind as Han Li, he had also suffered a defeat at the 4th round and then deliberately suffered a loss against him, landing him in 10th place. Those actions had left Han Li dumbstruck. As for the top-ranked disciple amongst the Drifting Cloud sect disciples, that would be the youth named Sun Hua. His cultivation was quite strong and he managed to land in 3rd place. But from how Han Li saw it, apart from the black-clothed youth whose techniques greatly matched his magic tool, he would be able to defeat all the others using his previous methods. Once the assembly concluded, the top 10 disciples each received a top-grade magic tool. As for Meng Di, he also received a jade box that contained a spirit-tempering pill. When Han Li saw the jade box, he instantly grew determined. If this goes smoothly and I'm able to acquire the root of the spirit well tree as well as the pill formula, it'll be over. If that isn't possible, I'll take the pill from the hands of that ancient sword sect disciple. After all, that pill will greatly aid in condensing a nascent soul. As Han Li thought this, old man Fu began to teleport the gathered disciples. The three sex youths already knew where they were going and wore cheerful smiles. As white light flashed, Cultivator Bai and a middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Possibilities Pavilion teleported alongside them. Han Li and company were left dazed from the teleportation and found themselves amidst a dense fog and a pile of rocks. Han Li narrowed his eyes and unconsciously swept his spiritual sense past the area. However, once it extended out 100 meters, he immediately felt a restriction block his path. His heart trembled at the discovery. Knowing that there were powerful spell formations in place, he decided that stealthily completing his objective would be best. Seeing that they had all arrived, the gray-clothed old man calmly stood up and raised his hand, shooting out a yellow spell seal into the dense mist. The surrounding mist began to roil and suddenly dispersed. Not far ahead of them was a wall overgrown with dense moss as if no one had ever passed it by. Cultivator Bai warned the 10 finalists with an icy tone. Listen well. You must cleanse your eyes as soon as the spirit water is refined. You are allowed to enter the restricted area for that reason alone. Normally, even we are not allowed near this place. After you enter, you are only allowed to stay here for the day, and must immediately depart on the next. This place is also heavily clad in restrictions. Absolutely do not roam this place as you please, else you will be subjected to the entirety of the consequences. The disciples naturally acknowledged his words. At that moment, a man's voice was heard from the direction of the stone wall. All right, if you have anything else to say, leave it until after you enter. I am going to open a way through the great formation. When the man surnamed Yu said this, the stone wall rippled throughout the air and disappeared in flash of green light. A moment later, the disciples were left astonished as the stone wall disappeared before them and was replaced with huge, tightly shut stone gates. The stone gate was densely covered in talisman characters and pulsing with rainbow light. It was unknown just how powerful this restriction was. There were also several barriers of yellow light surrounding the gate. At that moment, a yellow-clothed cultivator with his arms behind his back was standing outside the 30-meter-tall gate. He appeared to be in his 40s and he had thick, slanted eyebrows that gave him a fierce appearance. If an ordinary person were to see him, they would grow fearful and wouldn't dare to meet his gaze. When the middle-aged cultivator from the 100 Possibilities Pavilion saw his fearsome appearance, he revealed trace of admiration. Hee. Senior martial brother Yu seems to have made much progress in his ghost fiend arts. It seems cultivating near the sacred tree has made cultivation far easier. Although his words weren't loud, they had clearly reached Cultivator Yu's ears. The yellow-clothed cultivator immediately rolled his eyes and snorted. If you're willing to be confined to this place for 60 years, you can diligently cultivate as well. Though I wonder if junior martial brother Pai would be able to endure it, given his temperament. The middle-aged 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator wore an embarrassed expression and said, I was merely speaking without consideration. It must be extremely difficult for senior martial brothers Yu, Wu and Tian to stand guard here. My words. Enough. No need to speak any further. These restrictions are something that our nascent soul martial uncles placed down. I will only be able to open the restrictions for a short amount of time. Hurry up. The yellow-clothed cultivator then slapped his hands together and summoned a yellow command medallion. He then began to chant with a solemn expression. The command medallion suddenly glowed with a grand yellow light and began to radiate nearby, melting away the light barriers in an instant, revealing a 10-meter-wide passage. Everyone go. Be quick. The scholarly man urged them as soon as he saw this and took the lead, flying forward in a streak of white light. The other 2 core formation cultivators gave similar commands and shot forward as well. When Han Li and company saw this, they hastily followed after them on their magic tools. Chapter 630. A boy. As soon as the party arrived before the stone gate, the yellow-clothed cultivator's command medallion dimmed and the passageway completely disappeared. Facing the group, he indifferently commanded, "Follow." He turned around and began to form various hand incantations with his fingers. He then raised his arms and shot out a scarlet and a yellow radiance from his hands towards the huge stone gate. Suddenly, talisman characters on the tightly shut stone gate began to stir and the stone gate began to release a series of low hums. The gate slowly opened to reveal a long passageway. The yellow-clothed cultivator wordlessly stepped through and the others glanced at each other before closely following after him. Han Li stood at the center of the disciples and was staring forward with great intensity. But in actuality he was sweeping his spiritual sense across everything nearby. This rectangular passageway was a man-made tunnel into the heart of the mountain. Not only were the walls smooth, but there would always be a few profound talisman characters every couple of steps. Although Han Li couldn't study them for the time being, he was certain they weren't there only for decoration. The passageway couldn't have been considered long. After walking for only about 300 meters, their surroundings brightened and they soon arrived at a tidy stone hall that was about 200 meters wide and 80 meters tall. The center of the stone hall had a meter-tall limestone platform. There were 10 lines perpendicularly crossing from each side. From the sets of black and white pieces arranged on the platform, it appeared to be a chess game during a most crucial moment. There was an old man and a young boy that were sitting cross-legged from each other on the platform. The old man appeared in his late 50s while the young boy appeared to be less than 10 years old. From his flawless appearance, it appeared as if this were a perfect child that had reincarnated. Martial Uncle Lon, what is Senior doing here? When Cultivator Bai saw the child, he suddenly shouted out in surprise. He then hastily saluted him. Martial Uncle Lon? The gray-robed old man and the 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator were initially surprised to see the child there. But after hearing Cultivator Bai address him by name, their expressions greatly changed. Once they saw the boy's ponytail, bare feet and golden band on his arm, they suddenly recalled the name of a legendary senior. Juniors Du Bei and Yu Shannon pays their respects to Senior Lon. In their alarm, the two rushed to salute him. Stand. Didn't you notice that I am at a crucial point in the game with Martial Nephew Hu? Let's talk after I've finished my game. The boy's voice was as young as his appearance, but each of his words carried an aged tone filled with poise. As you bid. Cultivator Bai and the other two core formation cultivators instantly acknowledged him and silently loitered nearby, not daring to appear sullen in the slightest. As for the old man playing chess with the boy, he wryly smiled at the three but remained silent. As for the yellow-robed cultivator, he respectfully stood behind the boy as if he were deferentially waiting upon him. When the young cultivators heard their three martial ancestors suddenly call out to the boy as martial uncle, they became restless. They instantly realized what this had meant and they all stared at the boy with anxious hearts. In the instant Han Li saw the boy, he felt his heart drop. This was a genuine early nascent soul cultivator. Why did he appear here? However, he soon recovered his calm. While he wasn't currently an opponent for an early nascent soul cultivator, it wouldn't be any problem for him to escape from him. Additionally, he was confident that the nascent soul cultivator wasn't here for him. With that in mind, Han Li began to plan for any contingencies that may occur. In the end, the boy and the old man played for a quarter hour more before the old man stepped back from the chessboard and respectfully said, Senior Lan's chess skills are excellent. This disciple concedes defeat. A trace of happiness appeared on the boy's face, but his gaze soon turned and he doubtfully said, Martial Nephew Hu, you didn't deliberately lose to me, right? We agreed that you wouldn't hold back against me. When the old man heard this, his face appeared to have grown longer and he hurriedly said, Junior wouldn't dare to deceive Senior. It is just that Senior's chess skills have made massive improvements. The boy smiled and said, Hee, I also feel that my chess skills have made quite the improvement from before. It seems that it was quite worth it to practice against those mortal chess masters. The boy's smile then faded away as he changed the topic. All right, let's put the chess pieces away. There is business to attend to. He turned around to face the cultivators that were waiting on him. After sweeping his gaze past the core formation cultivators, his gaze dropped onto the scholarly man's face. The boy leisurely asked, Martial Nephew Bai, how many years has it been since you've entered the ancient sword sect? Cultivator Bai's face revealed slight puzzlement, but he sincerely answered, This junior entered the sect over 100 years ago. A strange expression flickered from the boy's eyes and he sighed, 100 years. It must have been quite tough for you. The scholarly man's expression changed and he forced a smile. Martial uncle, what do you mean? The boy stared at the scholarly man and he said with an icy tone, What do I mean? As the succeeding disciple of the righteous Tao's overwhelming pavilion sect master, your esteemed self has maintained you cover in the ancient sword sect for quite the while. Haven't you had any thoughts of visiting your master? When Cultivator Bai heard the boy, his complexion instantly paled. The other two core formation cultivators revealed shock from their eyes and unconsciously took several steps back from Cultivator Bai. Fellow Taoist Bai, is Senior Lon speaking the truth? The middle-aged cultivator asked with disbelief. Cultivator Bai's face fluctuated between red and white, unable to give an excuse. After wearing an unsightly expression, the scholarly man said, "Since Martial Uncle has already fully investigated me, there is no use in denying this. However, I will not wait by and idly allow myself to be captured." As soon as he said that last word, his body flashed with white light and he shot towards the disciples behind him. His glowing white hand was reaching out towards the black-clothed youth Meng Di who possessed the nine-sword spirit constitution. "What are you doing?" The two core formation cultivators furiously shouted. Their bodies flickered with radiance and they moved to rescue Meng Di, but they were clearly too late. However, Meng Di managed to react in his alarm, and he raised his hand to fiercely release a dense strike of sword qi. Unfortunately, there was too great a difference in their cultivations. The sword qi wasn't able to injure Cultivator Bai in the slightest and dissipated in an instant. But before Meng Di was captured by the him, Cultivator Bai's body suddenly trembled and he fell flat on the ground. The light shining from his hand had disappeared without a trace. Meng Di couldn't help but blankly stand in place. He was at a completely loss. The boy expressionlessly rubbed his small hands and snorted, "Your sex grand qi hand has been well refined. But still you forget that I didn't come here only to play chess." Apart from Han Li, no one else in the room had noticed how the boy had restrained the scholarly man. Han Li narrowed his eyes as he watched the scholarly man fall to the floor and then looked at the boy with an odd gaze in his eyes. In the same moment Cultivator Bai took action, Han Li made an astonishing discovery that a red string had suddenly shot out from the boy. As a result, the string shot into the scholarly man's body and he promptly collapsed. He had initially believed this to be a flying needle magic treasure, but under his spiritual sense, he astonishingly noticed that the red string was made of a dense, icy qi. Much to Han Li's amazement, this string was actually refined from sword qi. He had previously heard that once talented sword cultivators reached a certain stage of cultivation, they were able to transform sword qi into string as they desired, turning it into a battle-deciding attack. This was the first time he had witnessed this. It was unfathomable just how sword qi was able to reach this stage. The boy turned to the old man he was playing chess with and said, "Martial nephew who lock him up in the dragon cave. Keep him alive. Your seniors still have a use for him." The long-faced old man felt his heart tremble and he acknowledged his words. He stepped over to the fallen Cultivator Bai and carried him over to the side of the room, disappearing without a trace. Han Li's gaze then turned to look at Du Dong. He did notice that his expression was calm, but under closer scrutiny Han Li discovered that he was holding his hands in a fist. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and paid him no more attention. Chapter 631. Spirit Well Tree. All right, the matter has already been settled. Do as you will. Don't mind this old man, I still need to properly analyze my moves from the last game. The boy waved his hand to the other cultivators and lowered his head as he closely examined the chessboard. When the core formation cultivators heard this, they hurriedly brought the party over to a side of the hall. Shortly after leaving the stone hall, the 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator couldn't help but sigh. "I truly didn't think that fellow Taoist Bai was actually Junior Martial Brother Yu. Did you know about this beforehand?" "I didn't. Senior Lon merely said that he was coming here for a bit of business. How could I further ask?" The yellow-clothed cultivator's expression grew somewhat unsightly. With that said, the 100 Possibilities Pavilion cultivator shut his mouth and didn't mention the matter any further to the group of disciples behind him. Under this gloomy atmosphere, Han Li and the rest of the party continued walking through a long corridor. After making a turn, they arrived before a set of faintly yellow stone doors. There was a man with disheveled hair sitting in front of it. Although this person's face was covered by his messy hair, one could tell his age from his white hair. The yellow-clothed cultivator wore a respectful expression when he spotted him. "Brother Wei, I've brought the disciples of the Sword Trial Assembly. Is it all right for them to come in?" The disheveled-haired man responded with a profoundly deep voice. Since they've already arrived, they may come in. But since the wine nectar is shedding slower than we anticipated, they must wait a while. Han Li quickly swept his gaze towards the man and a cold glint flickered from his eyes. This man was a core formation cultivator at the peak of false nascent stage. Han Li couldn't help but take notice of him. When the gray-clothed old man heard him, his expression revealed a trace of excitement. He stepped forward and said with a trembling voice, "Senior Marshal Brother Wei, are you doing well?" This person was a drifting cloud cultivator. The disheveled-haired cultivator sighed and slowly said, "It seems in the many years I haven't seen Junior Marshal Brother you've grown quite elderly." "Senior Marshal Brother, why?" This Senior Marshal Brother Wei calmly said, "Enough. Since we've reunited, our destiny together hasn't run out. Don't speak any more of what happened that year. When I entered this place, I made a death oath to condense a nascent soul or never leave. Besides, I've also found out from our two martial uncles that the sect is being cleanly handled by Junior Marshal Brother Feng. I'm not worried in the slightest." When the gray-clothed old man heard this, his expression grew dim and he stifled the questions that he wished to ask. "Junior Marshal Brothers, wait for a moment. I will open the restrictions and allow you into the sacred area." Old Man Wei stood up and shot a magic seal towards the yellow stone door. It then silently opened immediately after. Having yet to see what was clearly behind it, he felt a wave of pure spiritual qi envelop him. As expected, this was where the spirit well tree was located. He felt that this pure spiritual qi wasn't inferior to the jade spirit well in the slightest. In fact, it felt as if it were slightly superior. It was worthy of its reputation as the best spirit well. Under Old Man Wei's guidance, Han Li and company were brought through the door through a huge cave. This cave was about 1 kilometer wide and was 100 meters tall. It appeared as if they were underground. What was particularly shocking about the scene was the many various-sized stalactites and stalagmites that formed a natural stone forest. A majority of the cave was densely filled with them, forming a small maze. Under closer examination, Han Li discovered faint white lights twinkling from between the stone pillars. It seemed as if someone had placed some sort of restriction there. As Han Li continued to ponder, Old Man Wei led the party to the edge of the stone forest and took out an ancient, palm-sized white mirror with the flip of his hand. Then with a quick mutter, he raised his hand and shot a white beam of light from the mirror into the stone forest. With a whoosh, the beam of light disappeared into the stone forest. He soon put the mirror away and wordlessly stood in place with his hands behind his back. While the young cultivators were left confused, the ground suddenly trembled and a shocking scene occurred. The forest of stone began to glow with milky white sparkling light. Soon after, the light turned yellow and the various stone pillars began to move away. By the time the young disciples recovered from their shock, a straight path had emerged from the stone forest. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, but his expression remained calm. The many cultivators walked down the small path and walked towards the center of the stone forest at a leisurely pace, eventually reaching the legendary spirit well tree at the center. Han Li glanced at the 10-meter-tall object in front of him and thought, "Is that truly the spirit well tree?" The object in front of him was as thick as an arm and was a faint green. It appeared entirely unlike a tree and more like a pillar of stone. However, the entirety of the cave's astonishing spiritual qi was truly coming from this bumpy stone pillar, and there was a faint golden barrier of light surrounding it, covering even the roots that emerged above the ground. From how carefully it was protected, it appeared to truly be the spirit well tree. As Han Li silently cursed, the other cultivators each wore a fiery expression as they each gazed at the tree. If they were to directly cultivate underneath the tree, they would be able to make rapid progress given that they didn't encounter any bottlenecks. Han Li didn't pay attention to the spirit well tree for long. His attention soon dropped onto the jade bottle at the foot of the spirit well tree. The bottle was about halfway full and slowly emitted a strong medicinal aroma. Han Li mused, could that be the half-refined brightsite water? When the others arrived 10 meters away from the spirit well tree, they stopped. Only Old Man Wei continued to walk forward. It seemed the barrier had no effect on him since he managed to pass through without obstruction. When the old man arrived in front of the spirit well tree, he circled around it and raised his hand, pressing it against the center of the tree. His fingers then began to sparkle with green light as he released spiritual power. When the others outside saw this, They couldn't help but hold their breath, fearing that they would disturb the old man. A short moment later, Old Man Wei shook his head and withdrew his hand. The green light promptly faded away. The old man turned around and calmly said, "The spirit well tree hasn't reached the optimal point to extract the wine nectar. There are still 8 hours to go. Before this you may rest nearby the tree. I have already prepared the bright site water. It only needs the wine nectar to finish. Then we'll do as Brother Wei says." 2 core formation cultivators nodded their heads. The old man surnamed Yu was particularly obedient. As for Han Li and company, they each sat around the stone tree under the instructions of the core formation cultivators, and began to cultivate. Old Man Wei then lowered his body and grabbed onto the jade bottle by the spirit well tree, casually tossing it into his sleeve. The faint light barrier then suddenly released a blinding light and prevented anyone from clearly seeing what was happening within. Han Li frowned, seeing that the others were indifferent to the scene, and began to speak with Silver Moon. Silver Moon slowly said, "Brother Han, why have you called for me?" Han Li insipidly responded, "Your earth movement techniques are superb. Would you be able to secretly enter the light barrier? I only need to acquire the root of the spirit well tree and take it back to me. Brother Han, please wait a moment. I will make an attempt in my tool spirit form." Once that was said, Silver Moon materialized as a fist-sized wolf and secretly bore into the earth underneath Han Li. Han Li closed his eyes with an unchanged expression and sunk into a meditative state. Han Li then suddenly raised his brows and narrowly opened his eyes for his gaze to drop onto Du Dong. Sitting at the corner to the group, he motionlessly drooped his head down with his hands forming an incantation gesture, appearing as if he was cultivation. When Han Li saw this, he smirked and inwardly scoffed at him. Chapter 632. A plot unfolds. The others didn't perceive of Du Dong's small movements, but Han Li had already detected his every movement. He had earlier spread out his spiritual sense to observe his surroundings in case of contingencies. Although Du Dong appeared to be meditating, his lips trembled. He was clearly speaking through voice transmission to his conspirator in the room. Fearing that he would alarm Dong Du, Han Li didn't forcefully eavesdrop. Instead, he swept his spiritual sense for any hidden cultivators and ended up finding nothing out of the ordinary. Han Li's mind quickly stirred and his gaze swept past several people. For a while he was unable to determine who was the suspect. But Han Li then heard Silver Moon's voice in his mind. "Brother Han, the spirit well tree's light barrier reaches underground as well. Although I have a way for forcing through it, I cannot guarantee that it won't disturb the core formation cultivator within the barrier. Should I break through?" Silver Moon softly said. Han Li replied without a moment of thought, "Don't rashly take action. Force will only be used as a last resort. I reckon that in the chaos soon to come, there will be an opportunity to take action. Come back for now." Silver Moon obeyed and silently returned into Han Li's body. He then closed his eyes and did nothing else apart from taking note of Du Dong's actions. After an unknown time has passed, Du Dong ceased speaking and he raised his hand, glancing around with a strange expression. Han Li's heart trembled. Just as he wondered whether or not he was about to take action, Du Dong unexpectedly lowered his head once more. Nothing had occurred, leaving Han Li baffled. At that moment, a huge quake violently reverberated throughout the cave. All the meditating cultivators suddenly opened their eyes in alarm and they glanced at each other in astonishment. The gray-clothed old man and the other 2 core formation cultivators revealed a trace of astonishment, but the yellow-clothed cultivator frowned and hastily walked towards the stone gate. However, before he even arrived, the door opened to reveal a long-faced cultivator who walking in with a sullen expression. "Senior, what happened?" the yellow-clothed cultivator hastily asked. The long-faced old man replied with a bloodthirsty tone, "This place was attacked. A group of concealed cultivators attacked the spell formation outside the valley. Not only are they core formation cultivators, but there also seems to be a nascent soul eccentric among them. It seems they aren't from the Righteous Tao Alliance, but from the 6 Devil Tao sects. The other powers wouldn't take such bold, heavy actions. Senior Lon has already left to take charge of the spell formation. You must follow me and support the defense. Leave behind Senior Marshal Brother Wei. As for these disciples, postpone the matter of the bright site water for now. Fellow Taoist, you bring these disciples to a safe room. Senior Martial Brother Wei, if anyone dares to enter the cave during this time, kill them without hesitation. Old Man Wei calmly replied. I understand. Brother Hu, go ahead and take them. I'll stand guard here. When the long-faced old man heard this, he nodded his head with a relaxed expression and immediately brought the gray-clothed old man and the middle-aged man out. The yellow-clothed cultivator ran to Han Li and the disciples, ordering, You heard him. The eye cleansing is postponed. I will lead you to a safe room. He then turned around and left the cave in large strides. The young cultivators didn't dare to delay and hastily followed after him. Han Li calmly followed after them and inwardly sneered upon seeing Du Dong sincerely follow them out of the cave without taking any action. Du Dong had acted calmly until now and didn't reveal the slightest worry. Han Li found this particularly suspicious. This occurred at far too perfect a time for Du Dong to be uninvolved. A short moment later, the 10 disciples followed the yellow-robed cultivator west and entered a large stone room. After giving them several orders, he departed, clearly heading towards the battle above. At that moment, a large eruption occurred in the distance, causing the ground to violently tremble. It seemed to be a result of the bitter fighting outside. Seeing that the yellow-clothed cultivators departed, they disciples began to gather together into their own sects and whisper. Han Li, Du Dong, Mu Piling and Sun Hua stood together. Sun Hua sighed and vented, I truly didn't expect that the ancient sword sect's martial Uncle Pai was a righteous Dao spy. I previously felt quite a bit of respect from him, thinking that he was a vagrant cultivator that managed to reach core formation. Mu Piling coldly glanced at the youth and emotionlessly said, Junior Martial Brother Sun, did you truly believe that a vagrant cultivator would be able to form a core so easily? Without the support from a large supporter, how could someone possibly acquire the ability to enter core formation? However, Junior Martial Brother Sun is a genuine vagrant cultivator that has already been scouted by many clans. Would it not be better for Junior Martial Brother Sun to join one of them for greater assistance in the future? The determined youth wryly laughed and boldly said, I am still unconvinced that I must join a cultivation clan to form a core. I still feel it beneath my dignity to join one. His gaze then unconsciously wandered onto the woman's beautiful face and revealed a trace of passion. However, Mu Piling seemed unaware of this and didn't continue speaking. Du Dong then suddenly said, However, Martial Uncle Bai does seem to be a pitiful individual. Mu Piling's bright eyes glanced at the large man in surprise. Sun Hua was also surprised by his words and wore an expression of doubt, asking, Pitiful? Martial nephew Du, what do you mean? Du Dong smiled in his ordinary simple manner and paid them no heed. His gaze then turned to Han Li and he mysteriously said, Junior Martial Brother Han, do you think my words make sense? Han Li didn't reveal the slightest surprise that Du Dong turned the conversation towards him and indifferently replied, No, I don't know much of Martial Uncle Bai. I'm afraid I can't say. Is that so? However, I feel that. Just as Du Dong thought to say something further, Sun Hua angrily rebuked him for ignoring him. Martial nephew Du, you are far too imprudent. Did you not hear my words? A cold glint flickered from Du Dong's eyes as he glanced at the youth. With a sinister expression he said, Why are you speaking so loudly? I heard you, but I have no interest in replying to such rubbish. What? You? Mu Piling discovered something was amiss and her face grew sullen. With her hand on her storage pouch she icily asked, Just who are you? The other disciples noticed that something was odd and couldn't help but look at them with astonishment. A man's voice suddenly echoed from outside the room. He. He's a direct bloodline disciple of the Devil Dao's Thousand Illusions sect. I hope that answer is to your satisfaction. Bang. The doors were shattered open. The sect disciples were each greatly shocked and they hastily took out this magic tools with vigilance. However, a familiar man had emerged beyond the shattered door. Martial Uncle Bai. An ancient sword sect disciple couldn't help but shout out upon seeing him. His expression soon changed and his face was filled with disbelief. When the others' disciples saw this azure-robed cultivator appear before them, they were at a loss. They had clearly seen him restrained not long ago, but yet he still appeared here. And from his lively spirits, it appeared as if his magic power wasn't restricted in the slightest. Du Dong didn't appear surprised by Cultivator Bai's appearance in the least and coldly asked him, "Why did you arrive so late? Any longer and we would have taken action first." Cultivator Bai bluntly replied, "Humph. You don't know how fearsome that old eccentric sword thread is. Although I had prepared for it, it had restrained me at the time. If it weren't for your continuous guarantees that he wouldn't have dared to take my life, did you think I would have cooperated with your side? Hee. We didn't expect that the old eccentric would personally come. However, it had gone mostly as expected. Marshal Uncle Feng and Senior Qin should have bought us enough time." After hearing their conversation, the other disciples knew that things were far from good. One of the ancient sword sect disciples was particularly quick to react and immediately flew off on his magic tool towards the door in an attempt to escape. But as soon as this disciple flew by Cultivator Bai's side, a sinister expression appeared from his face and a dazzling white light flashed. With a miserable scream, the disciple and the sword were split into two. With a clang, the corpse fell onto the ground. Chapter 633. The Greater Sifting Mirage Technique versus the Fox Enrapturing Arts. In the instant the disciple was slain, the other cultivators' faces grew deathly pale. They began to release each of their defensive magic tools as they stared at Cultivator Bai. For a moment no one dared to move. Mu Peeling's expression greatly changed and she stepped away from Du Dong, releasing her own ribbon magic tool around her. As for Sun Hua, he had recoiled at the sight of this incisive strike and grimaced as his gaze flickered between Cultivator Bai and Du Dong. Han Li silently slipped to a corner of the room and his gaze continuously swept around. It was unknown what is going through his mind. At that moment, an imposing aura suddenly swelled from Du Dong. With lines of black talisman characters appearing on his neck, black light suddenly surged from his body as he underwent a sudden transformation. He grew to 2 meters in height, his appearance became malevolent, and his cultivation surged to mid-core formation stage. When Cultivator Bai saw Du Dong's astonishing transformation, he couldn't help but laugh. Very nice. If the Thousand Illusions sect were to say they were ranked second in concealment techniques in the Heavenly South, none would dare to proclaim themselves as first. The Greater Sifting Mirage Technique is truly worthy of being your sect's signature technique. Humph. The transformed Du Dong merely snorted. He then gloomily swept past the crowd and his eyes stopped on Han Li. A malicious expression flickered from his face. Whoosh. The cultivators in the room only caught sight of the Du Dong disappearing a blur before reappearing beside Han Li. With a wave his hand, Han Li's light barrier was shattered in an instant and his hand pierced into Han Li's chest like a bolt of lightning. He then withdrew his hand with a bloody heart in his grasp. Han Li's corpse fell onto the floor. Ah! When the other disciples saw this bloody scene, they shouted out in alarm, believing that they would be next to fall. Their hearts were all struck with terror. Huh! The transformed Du Dong revealed a strange expression as if in disbelief that Han Li had died so easily. He frowned for a moment and glanced at his hand. From the warm and bloody heart on his hand, it appeared he had truly killed him. The scholarly man grew alarmed at Du Dong's sudden attack, and he furiously shouted, "What are you doing? You can't kill these disciples. A few of them have influence. One of them is even a close descendant of eccentric Heaven Venge. Don't attack them as you please." Du Dong indifferently snorted, "If you can kill one then so can I. Besides, given how odd that youngster was, it was better to take the initiative to deal with him. Also, this person definitely wasn't eccentric Heaven Venge's descendant. He entered the sect the same time I did." Soon after he tossed the heart onto the ground. The scholar's expression relaxed and he gravely said, "So long as you realize this, that's fine. Although I don't know whether or not eccentric Heaven Venge's descendant is male or female, nor do I what sect they entered, the sects should have given consideration to eccentric Heaven Venge's might and should have allowed them to enter the top 10 disciples so that they may use the bright sight water. It would be a great inconvenience if they actually died. As for the person I killed, I was well aware of his background, and he definitely wasn't the eccentric's descendant. Fine, I'll refrain from killing the others as I wish. However, you can't have them casually stir up trouble. I'll have to properly knock them out for the time being." With that said, Du Dong began to twirl in place and black radiance suddenly enveloped the entire room. The other cultivators felt somewhat relieved by their words. but a black radiance instantly rendered them unconscious as soon as it reached them. The scholarly man nodded his head with satisfaction. Let's go. We can't delay here for too long. All right. With those curt words, they immediately walked out the room in large stride. But when Du Dong walked out, he felt somewhat uneasy and unconsciously glanced down at the heartless corpse. Han Li was lying in a pool of his own blood, dead as could be. Du Dong couldn't help but scoff, feeling that he was overly suspicious, and he followed after the scholarly man with peace of mind. Once the two departed, the room grew deathly quiet. A short moment later, a young woman's voice filled the room. Brother Han, my fox enrapturing arts must surely be above that of the greater sifting mirage technique. That man's cultivation wasn't weak, but he couldn't tell whether or not he truly killed someone. Truly laughable. Soon after that was said, Han Li's bloody corpse began to shine with faint white light. Eventually, that light turned silver and concentrated into a foot-long snow-white fox. Han Li's voice began to slowly speak from a meter behind the white fox. It truly is impressive. I find it odd how a wolf like you can be so proficient in fox techniques. However, this might also have to do with their weaker cultivation. Were they late core formation cultivators, it might have been difficult to fool them. As for the greater sifting mirage technique, I must admit it is outstanding. I was incapable of telling his true cultivation while he concealed himself. With a flash of yellow light, he walked out from the stone wall with a wolf-headed jade scepter in his hand. At an unknown time, Han Li stealthily entered the wall and had Silvermoon stand in for Han Li through an illusion technique. Although she couldn't maintain the transformed body for long, it was more than enough to fool the two core formation cultivators for the time being. Silvermoon was unconvinced and she curled her lips. Is this technique truly that amazing? Was Brother Han simply not mistaken? Han Li casually replied, with the great development technique, my spiritual sense is on par with that of a nascent soul cultivator. Yet I was still unable to discover anything amiss from him. It could very well be the top concealment technique in the entire world, let alone the heavenly south. Silvermoon tilted her small head, but she didn't rebut him. Han Li walked towards the center of the room and gazed at those lying on the ground, noticing that they were all unconscious. His eyes then fell onto the black-robed youth Meng Di. Silvermoon seemed to guess what Han Li thought, and she jumped onto the youth and snatched the storage pouch from his waist. She then obediently jumped back to Han Li's side and delivered it to him. Han Li accepted it with a faint smile and swept his spiritual sense into it. After taking the jade box containing the spirit-tempering pill, he carelessly tossed the pouch onto the youth's body. Since this item held little use towards youth at this cultivation, Han Li happily accepted it. After putting away the jade box, he rubbed his chin and said, let's go. Those two should have already arrived at the Spirit Well Tree's cave. Let's go and take a look. After Silvermoon jumped into his sleeve, he flew out the room in a streak of azure light. At that moment, there were continuous explosions occurring from the outside. When Han Li heard them, a trace of doubt momentarily appeared on his face, but he soon ignored the sounds. When Han Li arrived at the cave, the stone gate was wide open and was void of restrictions. There were also shouts of furious alarm faintly coming from the inside. Du Dong furiously shouted, Brother Wei, what do you mean? How can you suddenly betray us when matters have reached this far? Could it be that you've forgotten the great kindness the sect master bestowed upon you? Or have you forgotten how you were a disciple of the Heavenly Fiend sect after staying at the Drifting Cloud sect for so many years? Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this. But before he could further listen on their conversation, his expression suddenly changed and he disappeared from his original location. A group of 8 high-grade cultivators suddenly entered the cave. Shockingly, there was even a nascent soul cultivator amongst them. These cultivators all concealed themselves into the earth with a barrier of yellow light as if in preparation of an ambush. As a result, the 3 that were already in the hall remained ignorant of them. Han Li then snuck in after them and stood at a far corner, observing everything in silence. These underground cultivators were all familiar to Han Li. They were the group of cultivators that should have been defending the formation from the outside. Even the boy nascent soul cultivator surnamed Lon was among them. Han Li's spiritual sense easily penetrated the light barriers of these cultivators, discovering the core formation cultivators that he had seen along the way, along with cultivator Bai's Dao companion who was now deathly pale. The woman was also carrying an unconscious man in her arms, the long-faced old man surnamed Hu. Han Li felt his breath turn cold upon seeing them. At the same time, doubt began to well in his heart. The explosions outside had yet to stop, as if there were still a battle occurring outside. However, there wasn't actually a battle to destroy the formation. It was all a trap. At that moment, the disheveled-haired old man slowly spoke from within the golden light barrier. I know that the righteous and devil Dao had discovered an ancient profound goddess's palm near the Milan plains. Although this tree has long shriveled, so long as it is fed with the wine nectar of the spirit well tree, it will flourish once more and regain life. As a result, we've infiltrated the 3 sects many years ago as disciples in a reckless attempt to acquire it. At the time we had even abandoned our plans to topple the 3 sections. And now even the young master of the Thousand Illusions sect braved danger to infiltrate here as fellow Taoists do to give orders for the righteous and devil Dao to cooperate. Chapter 634. A plot revealed. The scholarly man sneered and said, "What? Has Brother Wei grown fond of this place in the 100 years he had stayed here?" The disheveled-haired old man emotionlessly said, "Of course not, but I have developed a bit of attachment towards this place, having spent so many years here. After all, to be human is to feel. In these long years, Elder Yun of the Drifting Cloud sect treated me as if I were kin. Not only did he impart divine techniques onto me, but he even saved my life during critical moments and faced immense opposition to grant me authority over the Drifting Cloud sect. I am incapable of ignoring such kindness. I cannot allow you two to take the spirit well tree away." Du Dong smiled instead of growing angry. He sinisterly threatened, Good. Brother Wei must mean to act as a genuine Drifting Cloud sect elder. However, you forget what will happen if we were to speak the truth and reveal your true identity as a spy for the Heavenly Fiend sect. Do you think you'll be able to freely remain?" The disheveled-haired old man calmly replied, "I don't need your reminder. I am perfectly aware. Why do you think I am restrained here? I've long gathered suspicion from the 2 martial uncles. There is merely a lack of concrete evidence. That is why I was forcefully removed from power in the sect and was trapped in this confined place. Of course, I've also received much kindness from the Heavenly Fiend sect. Since fellow Taoist Du has shown me the sect Master Xie's token, I can give you a bit of the wind nectar even though I can't allow you to take away the tree. This should be enough to repay the past kindness of the Heavenly Fiend sect." "What? You will only give us the wine nectar?" Du Dong's expression relaxed and he interrupted the scholarly man. "Fine, just give us the wine nectar. With that in hand we won't need the spirit well tree. After all, our righteous and devil Dao sects possess countless treasures. Although we may not have something like the spirit well tree, we have plenty other types of spirit wells." When Cultivator Bai heard this, he glanced at Du Dong in surprise, but after a moment more of thought he remained silent. After all, his orders were all given to him by the Thousand Illusion sect's young master. Although he didn't know when the Righteous Dao Alliance and the 6 Devil Dao sects grew so close, he may as well defer to his judgment of the matter. Cultivator Wei coldly said, "Since you fellow Taoists both approve, I will take out the wine nectar from the restrictions. But first I will get the ugly matters out of the way. If you plan to take advantage of when I release the restrictions, don't blame me for being ruthless." Du Dong chuckled and pledged with a calm expression, "Be at ease, we won't do something so foolish. After all, this spirit well tree is a trivial affair compared to the profound goddess palm." The old man then nodded and took out a small white bottle from his storage pouch. Prepare what? To give our 3 sects' most precious asset to our enemies?" Before the disheveled-haired old man could finish, 10 sword threads shot out from below the ground in a flash of red light, tightly tying him down. At that same moment, yellow light flashed from the direction of the cave's entrance, revealing the previously hidden cultivators. They unwaveringly approached Du Dong and Cultivator Bai. When Cultivator Bai and Du Dong saw this, their expressions greatly changed. At that moment, the boy surnamed Lon appeared behind the restrained Cultivator Wei. The boy stared at the two with an icy expression and said, "Good, very good. Us old men long knew that the righteous and devilish Dao had embedded many spies within our ranks. And since we didn't have any concrete evidence towards you, we couldn't cleanly dispose of you. After all, It would be extremely costly if we were to wrongfully kill a core formation cultivator. But since you've now taken the initiative to reveal yourselves, I no longer need to restrain myself. Cultivator Bai's expression was filled with disbelief and he was at a loss for words. As for Dudong, he managed to force a smile despite his pale complexion and ask, "Lon, why are you here?" "Outside." The boy had no intention of concealing his plans and indifferently said, "Do you truly believe that Old Devil Blaze and Scholar Golden Mirror would be enough to fully take up our attention?" At this moment, they should have been surrounded by my fellow Taoists from the Drifting Cloud sect. The sounds of attack from the outside was something deliberately fabricated so that you would obediently take action. Since we wish to deal a blow against the righteous and devilish Tao so that they may learn their place, we may as well wipe our ranks of their spies. What? Those martial uncles aren't outside? Cultivator Bai's rigid face instantly became panicked. The white-clothed woman couldn't help ask her Tao companion with a trembling voice, "Senior Martial Brother Bai, you truly were a righteous Tao spy?" Her face was deathly pale. When he heard the young woman, the scholarly man's panic disappeared and he could only bitterly smile. He opened his mouth to speak but he couldn't utter any words. The boy then pursed his lips and imposingly declared, "I am unwilling to bully the weak, so how about you obediently surrender yourselves? Or would you rather this old man use force?" When the two heard this, their expressions changed. But at that moment, a streak of white light flew in from outside the cave, revealing the old man surnamed Jiang drenched in sweat. He urgently shouted, "Martial Uncle Lon, bad news." The Drifting Cloud sect's senior Qing sent a sound transmission talisman for immediate reinforcements. His forces were ambushed by the Heavenly Fiend sect and the Thousand Illusions sect, and they are currently locked in battle. When that was said, the cultivators in the room were shocked. Were it not the three sects that were supposed to ambush them? The boy was startled by these words and pondered for a moment before loudly cursing. "You devil child. You actually planned around us. It seems this old man can't keep you alive." The boy then shot a streak of fiery light from his mouth, intending on executing the two before him. But in that instant the originally restrained cultivator Meng loudly shouted. His arm grew several times in size and his body glowed with purple-red light as he broke through his restraints and fiercely moved to grab the boy. From the imposing aura of the flicker-purple light covering his fingers, the boy's skull would most certainly fracture if it were to make contact. The boy wore an expression of alarm. Having just spat out his magic treasure, he could only suck in his chest and puff out his cheeks in the face of the sudden ambush. Another ball of fiery red light left his mouth and collided against Cultivator Wei's purple claw. Hiss! Like scalding iron against flesh, Cultivator Wei's hand slowed down as it struck through the red light. The boy took advantage of this opportunity to instantly fly out from the sacred tree's light barrier in a mist of red light. "True Lord Heaven Fiend." The boy gloomily shouted out the title of the Heavenly Fiend sect master and wordlessly stared at Cultivator Wei. He then pointed to some direction and had his magic treasure revolve around him. It soon transformed into a scarlet python, baring its fangs as if it were alive. The head of the disheveled-haired cultivator drooped down as if he were unconscious, but a lazy, unfamiliar voice was still uttered from his mouth. "Hee hee. I didn't expect for fellow Taoist Lon to so quickly recognize me. This sect master has long heard of the child fire dragon. However, it is quite unfortunate that I currently cannot truly fight with you." When Han Li saw this, he immediately recalled the greater possession technique that Zenithine had used on Wuchou. Although there were a few differing aspects, it was certain to be a similar devilish Dao technique. According to what Han Li knew, this technique had to be applied to the target beforehand in a complicated procedure before it could be used. It seemed the Heavenly Fiend sect master had done this as a precaution before he placed Cultivator Wei inside the Drifting Cloud sect. From these sudden turn of events, Han Li's mind suddenly stirred and he recalled something. He spoke to the small fox in his sleeve with a serious tone. "Silver Moon, immediately return to the safe room and transform my form with grave injuries. We cannot allow others to discover my absence. As for why I am still alive, play it by ear. I will quickly return, just don't reveal my true cultivation or identity." Upon hearing Han Li's solemn tone, she wordlessly flew into the ground and dug straight back to the safe room. At that moment, the true Lord Heaven Fiend raised his hand and glanced at the small bottle of wine nectar before tossing it to Dudong. Afterwards he regretfully glanced at the spirit well tree before indifferently saying, "Bring that item back. I will hold the child fire dragon down while you escape. But you had best be quick, I can't give you much time." Once that was said, he suddenly shot out and prepared by old man Zhang's side. He sinisterly smiled and fiercely struck with his hand glowing in purple light. Chapter 635. Acquiring Roots Shameless. Seeing that the possessed cultivator Wei dared to attempt to kill someone in his presence, the scarlet light python in front of the boy trembled and split into countless translucent strands as it shot towards True Lord Heaven Fiend. At that same moment, old man Zhang's expression greatly changed. He hastily spat out a yellow flying sword to protect himself and he flusteredly ran backwards. He didn't dare to meet the sect master's strike. True Lord Heaven Fiend strangely smiled and his direction suddenly changed, appearing at the side of the white-clothed woman. His purple claw suddenly moved to grab onto her arm. The white-clothed woman had been at a loss ever since realizing the scholarly man was a spy. But in a face of True Lord Heaven Fiend's sudden attack, her complexion paled and she tossed the long-faced old man onto the ground without a single thought. Her hands then formed an incantation gesture and an azure streak flew out from her sleeve, attempting to block the incoming attack to the best of her abilities. True Lord Heaven Fiend wildly laughed in response and blurred once more, grabbing onto the long-faced old man that was tossed away. He then formed a fist with his free hand and covered it in turbulent purple light, striking against the incoming fiery red sword threads. With a muffled groan, the old devil couldn't help but recoil from the strike. However, he used its momentum to carry the long-faced old man back to his original location. Through some unknown method, the long-faced old man was somehow roused. He leapt up and said, "Many thanks for True Lord's rescue." "Humph. Don't be mistaken. If we weren't currently short on manpower, I wouldn't have saved a righteous Dao Jr. like you. You'll have to preserve your life with your own skill." True Lord Heaven Fiend coldly snorted and shot towards the boy surnamed Lon in a blur. This time he was truly going to tie down the child fire dragon and allow Du Dong the opportunity to escape. "Go. The outside restrictions have already been sabotaged by me. Its power should only be a tenth of its original. We will be able to easily break through." The long-faced old man appeared to also be a decisive character. After shouting to Dong Du and Cultivation Bai, he took the initiative to charge towards the core formation cultivators guarding the exit. Dong Du and the scholarly man were delighted by what they heard. With one taking out two white swords and the other enveloping his body in black radiance, the three changed towards the cave exit. The three sects core formation cultivators weren't about to easily allow the three to escape. They all summoned their magic treasures to give them a painful welcome. The cave suddenly erupted into battle between the two sides. With furious shouts and sounds of explosions, various colored lights filled the cave. When Han Li saw this, he felt that his opportunity was drawing near and decided to take action. With the jade scepter in hand, his body flashed in yellow light. He burrowed into the ground and hastily used an earth movement technique to silently draw close to the spirit well tree's roots. Busy with their own battles, the cultivators in the cave hadn't taken notice of Han Li's opportunistic actions. As a result, Han Li arrived before a faint golden barrier blocking his way. A spirited glint appeared in Han Li's eyes. He raised his hands, releasing a torch of azure light from each of his fingers, and silently pressed them against the barrier. The golden light intertwined with the azure light for a moment and the light barrier began to tremble. If it were peacetime, the golden barrier's trembling would have long been perceived by the cultivators guarding the spirit well tree. But in the middle of fierce combat, this small movement hadn't aroused the slightest notice. A short moment later, his hands had forcibly pierced through the golden light and a trace of joy appeared on his face. The light from his hands surged and he fiercely pulled his hands apart, creating a slender gap in the barrier for an instant. Whoosh! Han Li's body blurred, reappearing inside before the light barrier mended itself. Seeing that the spirit well tree's roots were before him, Han Li wore a rarely seen grin. Although the trunk of the spirit well tree greatly differed from ordinary trees, its roots were ordinary apart from its exceptionally jade-green color. A huge explosion erupted from above the ground, followed by the sound of shards of falling earth along with a series of trembles. It seems a fearsome attack had just been used. In the following moment, Old Man Fu flusteredly said, "Quickly chase after them. We cannot allow them to escape." The sound of rustling wind was followed by True Lord Heavenfiend's hearty laughter. "Fellow Taoist Lon, how is the power of my purple deep screen arts? Although I had to use up this body's blood essence, I was able to easily tie you down for the time being. Old Devil Heavenfield, do you not care for your disciple? Even if your disciple survives, his cultivation will be mostly destroyed." Although the boy's voice was detached and emotionless, Hanli could hear a trace of anger in his words. "My disciple? This traitor? From what I've heard, he already considers himself a drifting cloud sect disciple, so I have far less misgivings in using him. But, Old Ghost Lon, where do you think you're going?" True Lord Heavenfiend's voice was extremely calm as he said this, but his voice suddenly shouted out in alarm. "Humph! I have no interest in tangling down with your incarnation. Those devil children cannot be allowed to take a wine nectar out from our dream cloud mountains." The boy's voice grew more distant, as if he had already left the cave. "As if I'd so easily allow you to leave." True Lord Heavenfiend shouted as if chasing after him. In an instant, there was no one else left behind in the cave apart from Hanli. He grew completely at ease, no longer hesitating to take action. He extended one of his fingers, shot out a sparkling beam of light. With a spark, a small portion of the root was easily cut through, causing a white liquid to overflow from the opening, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Hanli paid no notice to the white liquid spilling out. With his body shining with yellow light, he directly grasped onto the root segment and climbed to the surface. He swept his gaze past the barrier and spotted a 10-meter large hole in the cave with sparkling rocks that were scattered all around. It seems this True Lord Heavenfiend had completely broken through the restrictions of the resilient cave walls through a single strike. This impressive display of skill should have given Du Dong and the others the opportunity to escape. Hanli hurried after seeing this. He took out a finely carved jade box from his storage pouch and carefully placed the root segment into the box. After putting it away with a heavy expression, Hanli revealed satisfaction, but something soon came to mind. He may have acquired the spirit well tree's root, but he had still yet to acquire the refinement formula for the brightside water and the spirit tempering pill. Although that True Lord Heavenfiend managed to possess the body of the dishevel-haired old man, the body couldn't endure his techniques for long. He would certainly be defeated by the boy before long. With flashes of light flickering from Hanli's hands as he stood next to the barrier of light, his expression suddenly soured. With a trace of astonishment on his face, he frowned and walked around to the back of the spirit well tree. There was a yellow prayer mat and a foot-wide stone platform. The stone platform had a jade slip on top of it that was glistening with a faint green light. Hanli swept his spiritual sense past the several items and discovered that there were no hidden restrictions on the items. He raised his hand and shot an azure mist from his palm, sweeping the jade slip into his grasp. Hanli gazed at the jade slip and remained still as he began to read through the contents of the jade slip with his spiritual sense. A short moment later, Hanli withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip with a bewildered expression. It contained the records of the dishevel-haired cultivator's techniques and a few pill refinement insights. The refinement formula for the spirit tempering pill and the brightside water were astonishingly among them. With the jade slip in hand, Hanli's mind grew vacant. Could it be that dishevel-haired cultivator had felt his lifespan coming to an end and had prepared this jade slip? From how the jade slip had been hidden behind the spirit well tree, it seemed he had left it behind for a drifting cloud sect cultivator. Could this action hold some sort of meaning? Hanli pondered a moment more while glancing at the jade slip. He then fetched a white jade slip from his storage pouch and quickly copied over the contents. At Hanli's current cultivation, replicating a jade slip took only a moment's worth of effort. Hanli placed the green jade slip back in its original place and put the white replica inside his storage pouch before walking back towards the golden light barrier. Since the three sex cultivators could come back at any moment, he'd best leave as soon as possible. In any case, he already fulfilled his objective. Without worry of anybody spotting him, Hanli's body flowed with spiritual power, cleaving a large hole in the barrier with a spark of azure light. In the instant the hole was formed, he directly transformed into an azure streak of light and rushed out. Chapter 636. Return. When Han Li quietly returned to the safe room, he discovered that the young disciples were still unconscious, lying disorderly around the floor. Although their aptitudes were exceptional, they were still only low-grade disciples. It was no surprise as to why they were overlooked during the moment of the climax of the battle. Silver Moon had already transformed into Han Li, lying on the floor in an unconscious state. When she saw that he arrived, she immediately turned back into a fox and leaped into Han Li's sleeve. Silver Moon chuckled and asked, "How was it? Did you acquire it? By the way, nobody came. It seems fellow Taoist was being overly careful." Han Li insipidly said, "It went smoothly. However, it was still better to be careful than to allow myself to be revealed." Silver Moon easily changed the topic and worriedly asked, "However, how will Brother Han explain his survival? This seems to be quite troublesome." "How I will explain it? Just say the truth." Han Li appeared to not take this matter very seriously and spoke carelessly. "The truth?" Silver Moon spoke with bewilderment. As if having already thought of this, Han Li calmly explained, "I'll just say that I previously bought a high-grade illusion talisman and used it to save my life. Those who aren't skilled in the Tao of illusions should be none the wiser and will take the excuse at face value." Silver Moon soon chuckled, "Not bad. That is a rather good excuse." The following moments were rather simple. After half a day, a yellow-clothed cultivator walked into the safe room with a solemn expression. Seeing that all the disciples were unconscious, he sighed and formed an incantation gesture with his hands. With a flick of his finger, a streak of white light flew into each of the cultivators' bodies. It was clear that the technique used to knock them out wasn't profound in the slightest. After a short moment, each of them regained consciousness and saw that the yellow-clothed cultivators had taken the place of Du Dong and Cultivator Bai. They grew relaxed in an instant. Of course, when they saw that Han Li was intact and unharmed, they were greatly frightened. But Han Li soon took out an illusion talisman and gave an explanation that he had prepared in advance. As expected, considering that few delved deeply into the Tao of illusions, mostly no one raised any suspicions. As for the yellow-clothed cultivator, he merely glanced at Han Li in surprise and didn't further ask about it. But for Sun Hua and Mu Peeling, they both wore a trace of doubt. After all, Du Dong had spoken to Han Li from the very start and even attacked Han Li immediately after revealing himself. It had left quite the impression on them. Han Li wasn't particularly worried about their doubts. Since the two didn't have any proof, what could they possibly say? Besides, Du Dong's sudden attack was by no means a sign of friendliness. With the absence of the wine nectar and the unknown fate of the disheveled-haired cultivator to refine the brightside water, the matter of the brightside water had dissolved. As a result, the upper echelon of the three sects hurriedly announced the conclusion of the sword trial assembly, only giving a magic tool to each of the final 10 as compensation. The three sects then returned back to their own sects without any intention of traveling together with each other's groups. Seeing that their core formation seniors wore such solemn and anxious faces, even an idiot would know that something drastic had happened while the 10 finalists were left unconscious. Although the low-grade disciples were unsatisfied and gloomy, they could only obediently return to their sections. Once Han Li and the others returned to the Drifting Cloud sect, they were hastily summoned by the sect's higher echelon and were closely questioned on what had happened in the restricted area. After that, they were sent away with unsightly expressions and were ordered to keep silent. Afterwards, Han Li came to realize that the three sects' plan to oust their spies had ended up an utter failure. Not only did Dong Du and company manage to bring back the wine nectar to the righteous and devilish Tao with the assistance of the Heavenly Fiend sect master's incarnation, but they mostly managed to leave the state of Xi without any harm. However, Cultivator Bai had made a mistake and was promptly killed by Old Man Fu and the others. As for when the Heavenly Fiend sect master's possession expired, the disheveled-haired cultivator was captured by the boy, and no one had heard of him since. It was unknown whether he was executed or spared. The two nascent soul elders of the Drifting Cloud sect and the three sects' various core formation cultivators had been ruthlessly attacked by the Devil Dao's Thousand Illusions sect and the Heavenly Fiend sect in an ambush. Not only were several core formation cultivators killed, but the nascent soul cultivator Surum Qing was heavily injured. Although there is no worry for his life, his origin chi was greatly damaged. This matter had greatly shaken the three sections. They began to ferociously pressure the righteous and devil Dao sects through the heavenly Dao union, but they continued to deny this matter had ever occurred. As a result, nothing came to be, leaving the three sects upper echelon with their hands tied. But fortunately for them, through the heavenly Dao union's own spies in the righteous and devil Dao, they were able to discover that the wine nectar was ineffective. After using it to water the profound goddess palm, the tree remained in its withered state without change. This information had brought a breath of relief to the heavenly Dao union. Following these events, the three factions each became more vigilant and their peaceful attitude from the last 100 years began to grow tense. Conflict became a more likely possibility as time passed by. As soon as Han Li finished reporting to the sect elders, he immediately returned to his cave residence. He headed straight to the room with the 9-curl spirit ginseng and planted the root of the spirit well tree right next it. Since the two items were both spiritual objects born of heaven and earth, they might mutually nourish one another if they were placed close together. In the following days after Han Li finished answering his fellow sect members about the sword trial assembly, Han Li began to wholeheartedly cultivate. Perhaps due to the influence of the sword trial assembly, he was finally able to break through his bottleneck for the great development technique. Han Li's cultivation then proceeded to advance as he simultaneously cultivated the great development technique and the Azure Essence sword arts, much to his delight. He clearly understood that the reason he was able to cultivate the great development technique in such a smooth manner was most likely due to the soul-nurturing wood beads that he wore around his neck. Ever since he wore the beads around his neck, his spiritual sense had been gradually growing larger regardless of any effort he made to temper it. This had allowed him to rapidly progress in the great development technique in an unobstructed manner, as if he were refilling a pond that had already formed. Additionally, every time he cultivated the great development technique, the soul-nurturing wood beads would cause his spirit to feel refreshed, allowing him to achieve greater results with less strain and effort. During this time, Han Li began to use the green liquid to mature the root of the spirit well tree every few days. As a result of a few short months, a sapling began to shoot out from the root. It appeared it was only a matter of time before it grew as large as the spirit well tree in the restricted area. Han Li reckoned that it would take 20 years of meticulous care. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He would need many years before he could reach false nascent stage. Furthermore, he already had a spirit tempering pill on hand. It didn't matter if it would take any longer. With that thought, Han Li imagined the moment when the black-robed youth looked through his storage pouch only to astonishingly discover that the spirit tempering pill had disappeared. Han Li couldn't help but find it funny. The most important reason why he had tried so hard to acquire the spirit well tree was for the bright sight water. With his eyes cleansed from the bright sight water, he would gain an immense benefit in battle. Combined with his superior spiritual sense, he would be able to repeatedly decisively strike against his foes' weaknesses. At the same time, it wasn't as if Han Li had given up on practicing pill refinement. He was still making his own preparations to eventually refine the 9-curl spirit ginseng. With this, time slowly passed by between bitter cultivation and pill refinement. During this time, apart from some required social interaction, Han Li didn't take a single step from his cave residence. Amidst crucial moments for his cultivation that required focused seclusion, Han Li sent Silvermoon in his place to deal with the fellow sect members that occasionally paid him a visit. Fortunately, Silvermoon's fox body had made rapid improvements in the wake of large consumptions of medicine pills. Her illusion techniques have become increasingly intricate, revealing not the slightest flaw. As for Mu Peeling, she still held her doubts, but after Han Li returned to the Drifting Cloud sect, only to maintain a low profile, her suspicions eventually faded away. She came to merely view Han Li as a completely ordinary qi condensation cultivator. Consequently, Han Li became more at ease for staying at the Drifting Cloud sect. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had spent 20 years at the Drifting Cloud sect as a qi condensation disciple. The day that he was about to condense his nascent soul was just around the corner. Inside the pill refinement room of the Small Mountains cave residence, a sliver of azure core flame left Han Li's mouth in a continuous stream, wrapping around a silver cauldron that was half a foot wide. Han Li wore a tense expression as light flickered from his entire body. The cauldron rotated as it floated above the center of the room's spell formation. As time slowly passed by, the pill refinement room started to be filled with a medicinal scent. Once Hanli smelled it, he felt his spirits become roused and his face revealed a trace of joy. When this faint medicinal scent became far more concentrated, a bright light flickered from his eyes. He suddenly formed his hands into an incantation gesture and struck a corner of the spell formation with a spell seal, shouting, "Open!" The spell formation released a series of low hums, striking the silver cauldron with intersecting streaks of red radiance. The small cauldron trembled several times before opening its lid, revealing a milk-white medicinal pill inside. The pill was the size of a thumb and its body was translucent, glimmering with spiritual light. There were also strands of milk-white smoke that floated from around it. It was nearly indistinct, as if it were a sign that the pill was otherworldly. Upon seeing the pill, Hanli was unable to contain his joy. The medicinal pill for the 9-curl spirit ginseng was finally refined. He had failed several attempts before. If a pill wasn't formed in this attempt, there wouldn't have been enough agate horn and the demon echo grass to make another attempt. As for the most important ingredient, the 9-curl spirit ginseng, Hanli had no worries about that. It turned out that Hanli didn't have to use its main body to refine the medicine. He merely had to extract some liquid from its body, allowing the ginseng to continue living. Of course, while the spirit ginseng wasn't immediately killed, it suffered great damage to its origin qi. As a result, its white rabbit incarnation became listless and lethargic. With that in mind, after several days of careful consideration, Hanli placed down several more layers of restrictions before giving the spirit ginseng some of the green liquid. In order to be careful, Hanli started off by giving a few drops of the diluted green liquid, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Spiritual objects of heaven and earth, especially those possessing their own incarnations, were different from ordinary plants. In the end, the green liquid had greatly restored the origin qi of the spirit ginseng and had reinvigorated it. This had greatly relieved Hanli and he began to truly use the green liquid on it. As a result, Hanli used the green liquid to recover its origin qi each time he extracted some of its liquid, allowing him an unending supply. However, this method was only effective for the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Hanli was inspired to try this on other spiritual medicines, but the result was only an increase in age. As of current, Hanli held the milky white pill in between his fingers and carefully examined it. Its appearance and fragrance was exactly as described. As for its medicinal efficacy, he'd have to test that when the time comes. With a slight sigh, Hanli carefully placed this difficultly acquired medicine pill in a jade box he had previously prepared. With the pill properly stored away, he walked out of the pill room. After about 60 years of cultivation, Hanli had finally cultivated the 4th layer of the Great Development Technique, forcibly increasing the scope of his spiritual sense. With regards to the Azure Essence Sword Arts, he had finished cultivating to the 9th layer of the Great Perfection stage several months before, allowing him to finally enter false nascent stage. Whether it be medicinal pills or techniques, Hanli was now completely prepared. However, Hanli wasn't about to hastily start to condense a nascent soul now that the spirit ginseng pill was finished. Instead, he left his cave residence by himself and found a hidden spot on the Dreamcloud Mountains with an enchanting view. He then peacefully sat down and became still. During this time, he began to appreciate all that had happened throughout his life so far. When he was young, he had enjoyed life with his loving family and had a little sister that he enjoyed playing with. When he grew somewhat older, he entered the 7 Mysteries sect under the recommendation of his 3rd uncle, and came to recognize many harsh characters. It was here that he unintentionally came across Dr. Imo and was able to cultivate the Eternal Spring Arts. He then came across the Great South Meeting, introducing him to the true world of immortal cultivation. Then with Yellow Maple Valley. Soon after Hanli began to recall his memories, these vague past events gradually became clearer and various emotions began to reveal themselves from Hanli's face as well as a happiness that he had never displayed before. After these 3 days, Hanli tightly shut his eyes and restored his calm once more. He began to comprehend the Tao of the world in a state of obliviousness. A month later, Hanli emerged from concealment with his magic power, body and mind in peak condition. His heart in particular had been tempered to the next level. With a completely tranquil mind, Hanli returned to the cave residence and enabled all the formations and restrictions present. He then curtly told Silvermoon, "Guard the outside." Even if a gargantuan matter appears, do not disturb me." With that said, Han Li's azure robes fluttered as he entered a silent room. The door to the room soon sealed itself with a sparkle of white light and a dense layer of talisman characters. Han Li had placed a restriction on the door to prevent any potential disturbances as he condensed his nascent soul. Although Han Li didn't say what this was about, Silvermoon knew perfectly well what was about to happen. She immediately wore a complicated expression on her face with the emotions of admiration, longing and resentment contained within them. After finally seeing the silent room remain uneventful for a long while, Silvermoon sighed and left. Now that she was closely tied together to Han Li, she controlled her thoughts and merely wished for Han Li's success in condensing a nascent soul. Not far away, Mu Piling was slowly flying near the medicinal garden with an inattentive expression as if her mind was wandering. Once she thought of her clan's elders requiring her to wed to that man surnamed Yen, she felt that her future prospects were bleak. The Mu clan elders didn't hesitate on deciding an absurd engagement to marry an unruly woman such as herself to the Yen clan for a political advantage. If she were to become a core formation cultivator, the clan's so-called elders wouldn't dare to criticize her. Instead, they would treat her with respect. After all, everyone knew what a core formation cultivator signified to a clan. Although this woman possessed a peerless cold elegance, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and grimace when she thought of this matter. She had always been a competitive character and had never revealed her true thoughts. But with her heart wavering as it was now, it was quite obvious. Mu Piling's original plan was acceptable. Since she couldn't oppose her elders' orders, she would delay off the marriage as much as possible. If she could somehow form a core before that, she could dispose of the engagement. But despite her amazing talents, forming her core in a meager 30 years was basically impossible. Even with her desperate efforts, it would take yet another 30 years before she could reach false core stage and make an attempt to form a core. While she was happy to take her time, the Mu clan elders grew impatient and decided to humiliate her, brazenly deciding on the date of her marriage. She was threatened to have her future spirit stones cut off, and also mentioned was the possibility of implicating her close family members in the clan. Once she thought of this, Mu Piling felt powerless and couldn't muster the slightest effort of resistance. As for the Drifting Cloud sect, although she was treated with much favor from her mountain lord and fellow disciples, they were incapable of interfering with these matters as they were tangled in the interests of their own clans and couldn't do anything to help, much to this woman's dejection. Even more terrible was how the shifted-eyed senior martial brother Yen had somehow acquired information of her recent trip to Dayspring Mountain and bothered her without end. If her magic power wasn't far beyond his own, it was quite possible this senior martial brother Yen would have attempted to forcefully seize her. This had greatly angered this proud woman to nearly release her magic tool and slay him. But as it so happened, today was the day to pay a visit to various medicinal gardens. She had bluntly rushed to acquire this task and earlier left Dayspring Mountain, avoiding any entanglement from the man surnamed Yen. Han Li's medicinal garden would be the third garden she was visiting. Once she thought of Han Li, she felt slightly odd. She initially thought that while he was a qi condensation disciple, she felt as if he were something of an unravelable mystery. And once the sword trial assembly occurred, she guessed that he had hidden his true cultivation or identity. As such, she had been particularly mindful of his actions. But in the past years, he unexpectedly was well-behaved and had done nothing of note. He did little else apart from tending to the medicine garden and chatting with his few friends. This had caused her to become even more interested in him. While her expression was relaxed when dealing with him, she actually became more mindful of his actions. Unfortunately, Han Li possessed a low profile and participated very little in the sect. As such, she only encountered him a few times in these many years. With these 20 years having passed, this woman had finally given up, believing her own guesses to be wild imagination. He was at most a reclusive common disciple. With his poor aptitude, foundation establishment would be rather unlikely for him. Having recalled Han Li, the woman hastened her flight and flew towards his medicinal garden. When Mu Piling arrived 5 kilometers away, she felt an indescribable fear suddenly fall upon her. The spiritual qi in the air suddenly grew turbulent. In the blink of an eye, countless strands of spiritual qi transformed into a whirlpool, causing her to nearly fall from the sky on the magic tool, catching her unprepared. In her great fright, she forcefully circulated all the spiritual qi in her body to steady her body. She then hastily glanced around and spotted something that left her amazed. About 300 meters in the sky, there were countless specks of spiritual light in the air. They were of countless colors, pulsing from bright to dim, and each contained extremely pure spiritual qi. They were a beautiful sight to behold. Mu Piling was overwhelmed and she swept her gaze into the distance. She grew pale at the sight. Wherever she turned her eyes, she merely saw countless specks of light filling the sky without end. Heavens! What is happening? Mu Piling gazed at this strange scene with wide eyes. In fact, this marvelous spectacle surrounded the entire area within 50 kilometers of Hanli. As this woman discovered the spiritual qi transformations, untold numbers of cultivators had also discovered this anomaly. Those with profound cultivations even gazed in astonishment in the direction of the drifting cloud sect thousands of kilometers away. Although a majority of cultivators hadn't seen this before, nor did they know why such an omen appeared, the few that knew were watching with feelings of envy and admiration. On the main peak of the drifting cloud sect, in a cave residence that was located several thousands of kilometers high, there was a silver-haired old man that was sitting cross-legged. He had an ashen complexion and breathed heavily as if he were gravely ill. But in the instant the spirit lights appeared several hundred kilometers away, his forehead trembled and he opened his eyes in shock, wearing an expression of disbelief. He ceased his cultivation without hesitation and immediately flew out from his cave residence in a streak of white light. A short moment later, the silver-haired old man appeared at the peak of the main mountain, standing on top of a large rock. He solemnly stared in the direction of Han Li's cave residence and his expression wavered. At that moment, a streak of yellow light came flying from the sky in the direction of the silver-haired old man's cave residence. But when it caught sight of the silver-haired old man already standing outside of his cave residence, it flew towards the top of the mountain. The light faded away to reveal a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he immediately spoke to the old man with disbelief. "Senior Marshal Brother Qing, you must have felt it. Am I mistaken? Is there truly someone condensing a nascent soul within our drifting cloud sect?" The silver-haired old man narrowed his eyes and replied without turning his head, "Mistaken? Impossible. We've both experienced this before. There is someone truly condensing a nascent soul within our sect. Moreover, they have already reached the final stage and are just about to finish." The middle-aged man muttered with certainty, "This is baffling. The only late core formation cultivators in our sect is Marshal Nephew Feng and that spy surnamed Hu. Marshal Nephew Feng had spent the last 2 years striving to reach great perfection stage. He can't have reached false nascent stage so soon, let alone form a nascent soul. As for the spy from the Heavenly Fiend sect, his cultivation was already wasted and fell several levels. It can't be him. Humph. Of course we know the cultivations of our martial nephews. Although this person may be condensing a nascent soul in our drifting cloud sect, he isn't necessarily one of our sect members. Perhaps he is a daring character who infiltrated into our sect. After all, the spiritual qi of the Dream Cloud Mountains is rich and abundant, an optimal spot to condense a nascent soul. The middle-aged man frowned and resentfully said, "Senior Marshal Brother, what should we do now? It seems he is about to smoothly condense his nascent soul." "That seems to be the case. We should stay here for now. Although I don't know whether or not they have endured the final stage, we would only disturb them if we were to appear. As for the final stage, Inner Demon Backlash, it could take several months or even several years of internal experience to resolve. But in reality that time actually only passes by in just a moment. Junior Marshal Brother Liu, could it be that you've forgotten that you experienced backlash during your nascent soul condensation?" The silver-haired man's complexion paled, but his attitude remained calm. "How could I have possibly forgotten? I never want to think of it again. Inner demon backlash causes one's deepest fears to appear in their heart. If it weren't for the spirit-tempering pill I had taken before forming a nascent soul, I would have certainly been unable to make it through the pain." The middle-aged man surnamed Liu couldn't help but shudder. His face grimaced when he recalled the experience. That's right. This person has yet to endure the final stage and hasn't yet finished a nascent soul. There is no point in talking about how we should deal with him. There's no need to rush. But if he is fortunate enough to enter nascent soul stage, it would be too late to block him. Instead of offending him, wouldn't it be better to just calmly observe him and wait for the outcome? Besides, it isn't necessarily a bad thing if this person were to form a nascent soul in our drifting cloud sect. Perhaps we would be able to befriend him and have him join our sect. The middle-aged man felt his heart stir. Senior Marshal Brother means to say that this person is a vagrant cultivator? The silver-haired man smiled and turned to the middle-aged man. Yes, that is most likely to be the case. If he were from a sect or clan, why would he dare to sneak into our drifting cloud mountains to form a nascent soul? It would have been better for him to form a nascent soul under the protection of high-grade cultivators. Did you remember how seriously the sect treated us when we attempted to form our nascent souls? Having recalled previous memories, the middle-aged man couldn't help but chuckle. How could I have forgotten? In the several months it took for me to form a nascent soul, the sect sealed off the mountain and were vigilant of attack. Even a sect-protecting formation was laid down. From what you've said, it does seem that this person is truly a sectless vagrant cultivator. The silver-haired old man slowly said, if this person truly is a vagrant cultivator, we should do our utmost to entice him and not offend him. Since it is much more difficult for a vagrant cultivator to form a nascent soul than a sect cultivator, their abilities must be impressive. They cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, this cultivator isn't burdened by a sect unlike us. He will have fewer misgivings upon acting on grudges than a cultivator who came from a sect. Isn't eccentric Heavenvenge an example of this? Is it not because of his profound cultivation and superior abilities that we dare not to easily offend him? Does his ruthless and unbridled actions not inspire fear into many of the sects in the heavenly south region? When the middle-aged man heard this, he silently nodded his head in agreement. Then the old man's eyes lit up and he softly shouted, "It's starting!" The middle-aged man was startled and he hastily sent his spiritual sense into the distance. At that moment, the specks of light surrounding Han Li's cave residence became increasingly numerous, and gradually condensed into a single mass of light across the sky. After a short moment, the sky surrounding him by 50 kilometers began to shine with a layer of dense rainbow light. Loud rolls of lightning surged from the mass of light. Soon, it began to quickly concentrate and gather together at its center Han Li's cave residence. Above the small mountain of Han Li's residence, a half-kilometer-wide sphere of light glistened brilliantly, blinding anyone who dared to look directly at it. Suddenly, a world-shaking boom clapped through the sky, swaying through the entire mountain. At that moment an azure pillar of light shot towards the sky from the mountain, piercing straight through the sphere of light in the sky. The huge sphere of light immediately became covered in dark clouds, bringing about a storm of lightning and wind. Within this storm the light began to shrink, but its colorful flashes of light only became more dazzling. The cultivators nearby had already rushed close to the small mountain at its center and were observing this astonishing phenomenon in the sky. They each looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what they should do. Not long after, under the gaze of the astonished bystanders, that huge sphere of light condensed into a translucent fist-sized ball that contained a fearsome amount of spiritual qi. Those that observed nearby looked on with amazement, not daring to rashly take any action. With a light bang, the translucent ball brightly flashed, surrounding itself in a mist of rainbow light that was 3 meters wide. It quickly flew down and bore into the mountain in an instant. At that same moment, the dark storm clouds up above instantly disappeared, restoring the sky to normal. This sudden change of events left the surrounding cultivators at a loss. In the following moments, a series of dragon-like roars cried from the mountains, shaking the very heavens and earth. A 300-meter-tall silhouette of light then emerged from the mountain. This silhouette sparkled with 4-colored light and its limbs were incredibly thick, but because of the radiance that surrounded it, none were able to clearly see its true features. They were merely left with an impression of immense awe, causing the onlookers to turn their gazes away in deference. But most astonishing of all was when the silhouette nodded its head, sweeping 2 beams of dense light across the cultivators present, causing them to lose their breaths in an instant. With the sound of several thumps, These cultivators felt their bodies grow heavy and they immediately knelt down. They weren't able to move in the slightest, as if Mount Tai itself were pressing down upon them. Although a few of the cultivators with deeper cultivations were able to force themselves to stand, their legs were trembling and the veins on their forehead throbbed. It appeared to take a rather strenuous effort. As these cultivators became filled with apprehension and inwardly cursed, the huge silhouette smiled and its body suddenly scattered, filling the sky with countless specks of starlight. This scene has left the observers dumbstruck. Han Li sat cross-legged at the center of the quiet room with his eyes shut. But at the very top of his head, there was a foot-tall infant that was amusing itself with his hair. This infant had delicate skin, an azure barrier of light surrounding its entire body, and a face entirely like Han Li. However, the happy excitement on its face was entirely different from Han Li's usual calm and taciturn manner. As for Han Li's main body, his complexion was rosy and his expression was serene as if he were soundly asleep. A short moment later, the infant apparently grew tired from its playing and yawned. With an azure flash of light, it entered through the top of Han Li's head into the body. Han Li's expression then began to stir and his eyelids trembled. They eventually opened to reveal a hidden warmth contained in his bright, clear gaze. He didn't immediately stand up after awakening. Instead, he wore an expression that contained a trace of wild joy. He extended his palm and began to look across it several times. He then raised his hand and rubbed the top of his head with complete puzzlement. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li's excitement eventually faded away from his face, only to be replaced with his usual calm. He swept his gaze past the silent room and stretched himself before eventually standing up. He then extended his finger and shot a beam of azure light towards the stone door. With a flash of light, it silently opened. Having stood guard outside Han Li's room, Silver Moon transformed into the form of a gorgeous young woman upon spotting Han Li. She immediately lowered her head and respectfully saluted him. "Congratulations, Master, on forming your nascent soul." Her careful and deliberate attitude somewhat surprised Han Li. Han Li rubbed his chin and casually said, "Master? It seems that fellow Taoist Silver Moon now truly recognizes me. However, that was to be expected. Before I formed a nascent soul, my cultivation was around the same level as yours. How could you have fully accepted me then?" With complete respect on her face, Silver Moon said, "Master's words are true. Now that Master has condensed a nascent soul, he has now entered the highest realm in the cultivation world. Your lifespan has been lengthened to over 1,000 years, but you've only lived around 200 years so far. With just a bit of luck, I believe it is possible that Master will be able to cultivate to the deity transformation stage." Han Li shook his head and tranquilly said, "It is a bit too early to speak of deity transformation stage. It is still so far away. Most of the nascent soul cultivators I've met were stuck at early nascent soul stage without any way to progress forward. You shouldn't be too hopeful. Still, I hold much confidence in you, Master." Silver Moon pursed her lips and sweetly smiled, revealing a particularly alluring charm. Regardless, Han Li still disapproved of her words. As of current, over 1,000 cultivators had gathered nearby. They surrounded the mountain on their magic tools and were whispering to one another. With their inexperience and ignorance, they naturally didn't know what the recent omen had signified. They could only make a few wild guesses. But from what had just happened, they couldn't help but reveal giddy excitement. Naturally, the medicinal garden Han Li was assigned to had attracted quite a bit of attention. The bystanders had already forced their way through the restrictions to take a look. However, they only found it to be an ordinary medicinal garden that didn't have a soul in sight. Mu Peeling were among those that had rushed to the scene. Her expression wavered as she witnessed all that had happened. She had a faint feeling that this fantastical display had something to do with Han Li. At that moment, several streaks of various colored lights suddenly arrived. The lights faded away to reveal 6 core formation cultivators with heavy expressions. They were headed by the late core formation cultivator surnamed Feng. At his side stood a red-robed old man, the beautiful woman surnamed Song, as well as several other unfamiliar cultivators. Old man Feng raised his brow at the sight of so many low-grade cultivators and icily said, "All disciples, listen well. The area 5 kilometers away from the mountain has temporarily become a restricted area. If anyone is to violate this, they will be punished severely. When the disciples heard their martial ancestor give his orders, they could only obey despite the great curiosity they all held and promptly departed. A core formation cultivator with an ordinary appearance suddenly sent a sound transmission to Old Man Feng and pointed to the medicine garden down below. The old man's expression stirred and he called out to a woman nearby, "Martial Nismu, stay behind for now." "As you command, Martial Uncle." The woman was startled for a moment, but she immediately flew before the core formation cultivators with a respectful expression. Old Man Feng's expression relaxed and he said, "Martial Nismu, I heard you were in charge of this medicine garden." "Yes. This medicine garden is being cared for by a qi condensation cultivator by the name of Han Li." "Qi condensation disciple? Where is he now?" Mu Piling hesitated for a moment before replying, "I do not know." Several senior martial brothers charged into the medicine garden to take a look, but he was nowhere to be found. The red-robed old man's expression stirred and he asked with surprise, "Han Li? Was it that external affair disciple that made it to the top 10 in the last sword trial assembly? The 20-year-old youth?" "Martial Uncle Duan is correct. It is that disciple." The woman wasn't surprised that he knew this, given that he had led them to the last sword trial assembly. It was truly odd that an external affair disciple was able to make it into the top 10. Could it be the omen of a nascent soul formation came from him? Old Man Feng muttered to himself with a complicated expression. The other core formation cultivators wore a solemn expression when they heard him. The woman surnamed Song had a particularly noticeable shift in her expression. The omen of a nascent soul. Could it be this person who formed a nascent soul? While the others had taken it well enough, when Mu Piling heard his ludicrous words, she felt completely shocked. The red-robed cultivator slowly said, "Senior Marshal Feng, from what has happened, it seems this person had already condensed a nascent soul. How should we respond to him? Although they are a newly formed nascent soul cultivator, we are by no means their match. I reckon that the two martial uncles will soon personally come to deal with this matter. As for now, we must avoid all means of angering him." Just as he finished uttering his orders, his expression suddenly replaced and he shouted, The martial uncles have already arrived." When the others heard him, they felt relief and turned their heads towards the sky, spotting two glints of light in the distant skies. The glints of light soon turned into a streak of white and yellow light that approached them. When Old Man Feng and company saw this, they immediately separated into two rows and wore a respectful expression. An instant later, the gray-haired old man and the sallow-faced middle-aged man appeared before the core formation cultivators, and the old man indifferently said, "This matter may be passed on to us to deal with. You may do as you wish, but don't remain here." When the others heard this, they each acknowledged him and left the vicinity of the stone mountain. Of course, Mu Piling didn't dare to stay behind and hastily flew off after saluting the two nascent soul ancestors. However, she couldn't help but take one last look at the medicinal garden before she departed. Could it truly be Han Li that had formed a nascent soul? The woman's heart grew turbulent at the thought and her expression grew vacant. At that moment, when Silver Moon was speaking with a relaxed expression, the long-winded and aged voice came from the outside. "Congratulations on fellow Taoist's successful nascent soul formation. I am the Drifting Cloud Sect's Qing Tiankuan. Could my junior martial brother and I enter your residence for a chat?" Chapter 640. Invitation. Han Li momentarily frowned upon hearing the voice transmission. Han Li calmly ordered, "Silver Moon, release the restrictions and have the two Drifting Cloud Sect elders enter. I'll have to speak with them sooner or later. However, do not reveal yourself after releasing the restrictions. While you may be an expert in concealment and illusions as a fox, your demonic chi has no bearing towards nascent soul cultivators." "Yes, Master." Silver Moon respectfully replied and walked out with light steps. A short moment later, the mountain's scenery underwent a sudden change. The ordinary, small mountain suddenly revealed itself to be enveloped in large mist of azure light. The mist possessed an imposing aura and contained floating talisman characters. It was clear to be the product of ferocious restrictions. The two nascent soul cultivators glanced at one another and couldn't help but wryly smile. This vagrant cultivator had placed down such grand spell formations when opening a cave residence in the Drifting Cloud Sect, and they, the sex masters, were unable to perceive it in the slightest. It would be a great loss of face when mentioned. At the very least, it was unavoidable to be made fun of by their peers. At that moment, Han Li's voice came out from the mist. I, Han Li, borrowed your esteemed sex land to cultivate and had yet to inform you. While my actions were imprudent, I hope you too won't take offense. Please come in, I will soon release the restrictions. His words were spoken with a polite and smooth tone. The silver-haired old man smiled as if he didn't take the slightest offense over the matter and said, what is fellow Taoist saying? It can be seen to be our sex fortune that you formed a nascent soul here. How could we be offended? We actually came here in such a hurry that we've forgotten to prepare you a congratulatory gift for forming a nascent soul. We are somewhat embarrassed. Han Li calmly replied, fellow Taoist is quite funny. I am the one deeply grateful to be able to form a nascent soul here. Once this was said, the azure mist intensely trembled several times to reveal a 10-meter wide passageway. Having seen this, the two walked inside without the slightest hesitation, arriving before a stone gate an instant later. The stone gate was wide open and had an azure-robed youth standing before it with a slight smile. He appeared 20 years of age and possessed an ordinary appearance. Fellow Taoists, please come in. Han Li welcomed the two into his cave residence with a smile. Sorry to trouble you. The two saluted Han Li before following him inside. Soon after, the azure mist roiled and the passageway disappeared, restoring the restriction to its original form. Although the two felt this, they didn't feel worried about this in the slightest since they were still inside the Drifting Cloud sect, the territory they controlled. The two followed Han Li through a short passageway before arriving at a large hall. Once the two were seated, Han Li's spiritual sense stirred, ordering a large ape puppet to walk over to them with a plate carrying 3 cups of freshly steeped tea. The puppet placed a cup in front of each of the 3 before leaving. Han Li then said, please have a taste of this spirit tea. I personally refined it. After giving a word of praise for the tea, the silver-haired old man stared in the direction that the ape puppet had departed and astonishedly said, I didn't expect fellow Taoist Han to cultivate techniques pertaining to mechanical puppets. This is rarely seen. Han Li casually replied, it's nothing. I am a mere dabbler and refined a few puppets to control. It isn't worthy of note underneath your discerning eyes. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu was greatly surprised by the puppets and couldn't help but chuckle, hee hee. Fellow Taoist Han is too modest. Although the ape was merely a puppet, its spiritual chi was undoubtedly a match for a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Han Li shook his head and indifferently said, it is true that this puppet has the strength to match a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, but it only has a single method of attack. Additionally, the price of its materials is far too expensive. It is equivalent to the cost of a top-grade magic tool. If that's the case, fellow Taoist puppets should be no small matter. If a low-grade cultivator were to carry one on hand, it should be more than enough to protect themselves. However, this puppet technique seems to originate from the Thousand Bamboo School from the far west. Is that where fellow Taoist comes from? As the silver-haired old man praised the puppets, he changed the subject to prove Han Li's origins. Han Li smiled and narrowed his eyes. He was able to realize his intentions from a single glance. He calmly answered, the puppet technique came from a nameless record that I acquired. I don't know whether or not it has anything to do with the far west. However, I am fully aware that the cultivators of the far west are proficient in the Tao of puppets. I plan on eventually making a trip there to learn of their puppet techniques. As for my origins, I am a genuine cultivator from the heavenly south. I was born in the state of Yu long ago, but with the invasion of the Devil Tao I was forced to flee the country. After the two exchanged glances, the middle-aged man eventually asked, so fellow Taoist Han came from the state of Yu. That is truly surprising. You must have cultivated for quite a while, but your appearance is still so young. Could it be an appearance-halting effect from a technique? While Han Li possessed such a young appearance, one must have cultivated at least 300 years to reach nascent soul stage. As for cultivator Lu, he was nearly 400 years old once he reached nascent soul stage. My appearance isn't due to my cultivation art, but from a lucky encounter where I acquired a face-setting pill, persevering my appearance at the time of consumption. As for my time spent cultivating, it should be over 200 years. Cultivator Lu wasn't particularly surprised to hear about the face-setting pill, but when Han Li mentioned his age he couldn't help but reveal shock. What? 200 years? With a shaken heart, the silver-haired old man couldn't help but ask, fellow Taoist truly cultivated for only 200 years? According to his knowledge, only a sparse few cultivators from the heavenly south region were able to condense a nascent soul within 200 years of cultivation, each of them peerless geniuses and world-shaking characters. There were even those who suddenly broke through to nascent soul realm only to suddenly disappear and ascending to the realm of legend. This youth before them, who proclaimed to reach nascent soul stage in a mere 200 years of cultivation, was likely to be able to reach late nascent soul stage. He was indeed an important existence. What? Is there something wrong from forming a nascent soul in 200 years? A trace of doubt appeared from Han Li's eyes. Although he knew that his condensing of a nascent soul was much quicker than that of other cultivators, he didn't know the hidden meaning that it signified. In the end, Han Li merely knew a few odd pieces of knowledge with regards to nascent soul stage. He didn't have the opportunity to familiarize himself with the topic. The silver-haired old man sighed and revealed a trace of admiration. It is nothing. We were just immensely shocked at how fellow Taoist Han formed a nascent soul at such a young age. It appears that you have limitless prospects for the future. At that moment he had already decided that regardless of whether or not his words were true, he needed to rope this nascent soul cultivator into his sect and avoid a hostile falling out. His entrance to the sect was tantamount. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu wore a complicated expression, but he soon recovered his calm. After sending a few voice transmissions to each other, the two nascent soul cultivators wore a grave expression. Han Li calmly observed them and didn't reveal any trace of dissatisfaction. Instead he took the opportunity to sip on the tea in front of him. Soon, Cultivator Lu and the silver-haired old man finished their discussions. The old man then said, I hope Brother Han will forgive my presumptuous question, but since Brother Han is a vagrant cultivator, does he have anywhere to go now that he has a nascent soul? Anywhere to go? I haven't thought of it. The state of you is now in the hands of the devil Tao, and I've long offended the cultivators of the ghost spirit sect, so that isn't an option. As for other places, Han Li muttered to himself as he was still pondering about it. With a serious expression, the silver-haired old man intensely said, if fellow Taoists isn't repulsed by our humble drifting cloud sect, then wouldn't it be better to join it? Although our drifting cloud sect is inferior to the ancient sword sect and to a lesser degree the 100 possibilities pavilion, our sect isn't specialized in any cultivation method. We've never chosen a particular technique to pass on and have developed various different types of techniques over many years. So long as fellow Taoist enters our sect, you will be on equal footing as us brothers and will not be treated as an outsider. The sincerity contained in his words were obvious to see. Become an elder of your esteemed sect? Han Li unconsciously frowned and revealed a trace of hesitation. Chapter 641. Heaven Void Cauldron and the Small Bottle. The silver-haired old man rejoiced upon seeing that Han Li had yet to refuse. Continuing with his earnest tone, he said, Be at ease, fellow Taoist Han. Although you will take on the title as one of the sect's chief elders, you won't be tied to any trivial responsibilities and may do as you wish. Your mere existence will serve as deterrence. Each year, our sect's disciples will offer us over 1,000 spirit stones that we may use for cultivation. And if there are any spirit medicines or materials that we require in particular, we may order our disciples to find them for us, instead of spending our own time. In short, your status as an elder of our drifting cloud sect will be superior to those in other sections. Cultivator Lu slowly added, Senior Martial Brother speaks true. Although Brother Han has finished condensing a nascent soul, he must be puzzled as to how to consolidate it since this must be new to him. We don't mean to boast, but after spending several hundred years stuck at early nascent soul stage, we possess a few unique cultivation experiences. If fellow Taoist enters our sect, we will be able to provide some guidance. The addition of a nascent soul cultivator would cause the sect's power to immediately rise. Although there might still wouldn't be comparable to the ancient sword sect, they would be on par with the 100 Possibilities Pavilion, subsequently stabilizing the drifting cloud sect's position in the Dream Cloud Mountains. Han Li felt somewhat tempted by Cultivator Lu's conditions. As someone who had just formed a nascent soul, he knew what guidance from those who had condensed a nascent soul for hundreds of years signified. It may allow him to save anywhere from tens to 100 years of bitter cultivation. As for staying at the Drifting Cloud sect, it wasn't as if he hadn't considered it, but he had yet to analyze the benefits and drawbacks. Since they had now taken the initiative to mention it, he had no choice to carefully decide. Would he continue to act as a vagrant cultivator? Seize this opportunity to become a Drifting Cloud sect elder? Or should he bluntly find a more suitable sect to enter? After muttering to himself for a long while, Han Li raised his head and said, "Thank you very much for your kind intentions, fellow Taoists. However, I have just formed a nascent soul and my mind is on edge. For something this important, could you two give me a few days to consider it?" 3 days should be enough to give a reply. When they heard Han Li's words, the two couldn't help but glance at one another. After a short moment of thought, the old man gave an embarrassed reply, "We are quite ashamed. Seems we were too impatient. It is only natural to require a few days to consider the matter. For now, we'll turn the surroundings into a forbidden area to avoid our disciples from disturbing you. We'll come back to pay you a visit in 3 days' time." Once that was said, the two leisurely chatted with Han Li before tactfully taking their leave. Han Li politely escorted the two out before sitting down once more in the hall. His brow was tightly knitted as if in heavy thought. White light flashed from outside the hall and Silver Moon gracefully walked into the hall in her fox form. Han Li glanced at the small fox and curiously asked, "Is your magic power not enough to assume your human form?" Silver Moon raised her delicate head and dejectedly said, "That is so, master. My magic power as an artifact spirit along with the spiritual power of the fox can only sustain the human form for a short amount of time. I won't be able to turn back into human form until next month. When you truly become a grade 8 demon beast, you'll be able to keep a human form eternally. There is no need to be impatient." Silver Moon earnestly said, "Fair enough. I've spent countless years in the Heaven Void Cauldron. What is a few more 100 years? Moreover, with the assistance of Master's medicine pills, I'll be able to reach that height far earlier than expected." Han Li nodded his head, but his voice suddenly grew heavy. "Speaking of the Heaven Void Cauldron, I've never asked about it before because my cultivation was lacking. But now that I am a nascent soul cultivator, tell me about it. After all, you should know how to open the cauldron given the many years you stayed inside it. Also, I am quite curious about the many other treasures in the cauldron apart from the Heaven Mend pill." Silver Moon paused for a moment and sighed, "Of course I know how to open the cauldron. However, I fear that Master will be somewhat disappointed." Han Li rubbed his chin and doubtfully said, "Oh, do you mean that I am still unable to open the cauldron at my current cultivation?" Silver Moon slowly said, "Originally, the other ancient treasures and I were only able to escape the bindings of the Divine Spirit treasure because the celestial ice flames surrounding it were disturbed by those in the hall with Master at the time." A trace of suspicion flickered from his face and he astonishedly asked, "What are Divine Spirit treasures? Is the Heaven Void Cauldron not an ancient treasure? From your tone, there seems to be a close relationship between the celestial ice flames and the Heaven Void Cauldron." Silver Moon explained with a heavy tone. Divine Spirit treasures were what cultivators of the past called ancient treasures. However, only ancient treasures that possessed amazing abilities were labeled as such, the Heaven Void Cauldron being among them. Although I don't know what amazing abilities the cauldron possessed, its might is far beyond that of common ancient treasures. As for the celestial ice flames, they are a crucial factor in opening the Heaven Void Cauldron. No, it is more appropriate to say that they are the first step to controlling the Heaven Void Cauldron. Master must first refine the flames before being able to do anything else. Han Li smiled and asked, "Divine Spirit treasures? They must be outstanding for even ancient cultivators to put them in high regard. Since refining the flames is only the first step, what else must I do? You may as well tell me all at once." Han Li wasn't upset by this. He clearly understood that many conditions required to use this treasure merely indicated that its power was beyond what he had expected. This matter was a pleasant surprise. So long as he has the Heaven Void Cauldron in his hands, there will come a day where he will be able to control it. Han Li was certain of this without a doubt. Silver Moon shook her head and truthfully replied, "I do not know the steps that follow. I only know enough to give Master suggestions after he refines the celestial ice flames. So it's like that. Then this will be somewhat troublesome. But even this is fine. I'll just have to refine the celestial ice flames first and decide what to do later. By the way, you didn't mention the other treasures that the cauldron contained. Han Li initially revealed disappointment, but he then deeply glanced at Silver Moon. Fearing that Han Li would be discontent, she hastily explained, I didn't mean to hide it. It's just that apart from 2 more heaven mend pills, there are no other treasures, just an empty cauldron. After all, the Heaven Void Cauldron spent countless years in Heaven Void Hall and had a few great cultivators that were able to disturb the celestial ice flames. Each time this occurred, 1 or 2 ancient treasures would seize the opportunity to escape. As such, it is natural for the cauldron to grow empty. By the time you'd arrived, there were only the ancient treasures that you spotted. Han Li didn't reveal the slightest annoyance, as if he had already anticipated this. Since it's like that, then so be it. At my current cultivation, common ancient treasures are beneath me. It would be best to be able to make the Heaven Void Cauldron mine. Silver Moon chuckled and said, I am full of admiration towards Master for being able to release me. Master's words aren't wrong. According to what I know, even in times of antiquity, there were only about 60 ancient treasures that were capable of being titled as a spirit treasure. Each and every one seemed capable of vast abilities that could shake the world. In truth, I originally thought that Master's small bottle was a spirit treasure, but after some further thought, I felt it to be unlikely. Han Li was stunned and doubtfully asked, Oh? Could it be that my small bottle's abilities aren't enough to be an ancient treasure? The small fox licked its lips and solemnly replied, Of course not. Master's small bottle has the abilities to view the spirit treasures with disdain. After all, no matter how grand the abilities of the spirit treasures, they must still comply with the heavenly laws of this world. Those spirit treasures merely utilize the laws of this world to a greater extent, but that small bottle's ability to age medicine is a truly heaven-defying matter. I reckon that such an item can only be refined once you ascend into the spirit realm or the world above it. Han Li felt his breath turn cold and he passionately asked, You mean to say that this bottle could have been a treasure refined by immortals of a higher realm? Silver Moon nodded, That's right. It is certainly possible. When Han Li heard this, he grew silent and suddenly took out the small bottle from his storage pouch. His expression stirred as he carefully examined it in his hands. A long while later, Han Li carefully put the bottle away and asked, Silver Moon, you were listening in the next room. Do you feel that I should stay or find somewhere better? Chapter 642. Sect Elder Silver Moon calmly said, Since Master has personally asked me, I will be blunt. May I ask Master's plans for the future? If he has no other plans, then staying at the Drifting Cloud sect isn't a bad decision. Those 2 early nascent soul cultivators won't place any restrictions on you if you stay. Furthermore, the Drifting Cloud sect is by no means a small sect. It is able to provide a certain amount of backing for Master. Of course, if Master has other plans, then leave the matter be. None would easily dare to provoke a nascent soul cultivator, be they vagrant or not. Han Li calmly said, For the time being I have no concrete plans, but I must spend the next years consolidating my nascent soul. I must also make a trip to the far west and acquire the last 3 layers for the Great Development Technique. Additionally, I will have to make a trip to the state of Yuanwu eventually. I made a promise long ago to exterminate the Fu clan in that country. I do not know if they are related to the 100 Possibilities Pavilion's Fu clan. After some further thought, Silver Moon proposed, If that's the case, Master should remain at the Drifting Cloud sect. If Master gains guidance from other nascent soul cultivators, it will be greatly beneficial to his cultivation. There won't be much to gain by standing alone. Yes, that's reasonable to say. I've grown tired now. You may withdraw. Without directly answering Silver Moon's proposal, he walked in the direction of his bedroom. Silver Moon tilted her head as she glanced at Han Li walking away and wore a pensive expression before walking away from the hall. Lying down on the stone bed in the room, Han Li gazed at the stone ceiling as his mind wandered, finding it difficult to fall asleep. When he recalled the formation of his nascent soul, he grew filled with trepidation. While it appeared that condensing a nascent soul was simple, it was actually incredibly dangerous. When a core is shattered, it causes the entire body's meridians to flow backwards. In truth, it had been painful enough to kill him. But since his cultivation was deeper than those of a similar grade, he was able to bear through it. Of course, the 9 Curls Spirit Ginseng pill was greatly effective during this period, else Han Li suspected he would have fainted. The shattered core stage was extremely dangerous. However, it paled in comparison to the following stage, Inner Demon Backlash. With the aid of the soul-nurturing wood beads, the matron screen beads, and the other soul-protecting treasures, along with the soul-tempering pill, he believed he would have a far easier time making it past this stage compared to other nascent soul cultivators. However, he didn't expect the ferocious cunning of the Inner Demon Backlash to be several times greater than that of legend. The inner demons had Han Li experience a string of his deepest fears and hatreds that he buried deep within his heart. During this time he was incapable to telling that it was an illusion and lived through each of them. Regardless of whether it be his small native village being ransacked, his family being assaulted, or his own cultivation disappearing, the pursuit of the entire cultivation world from having his bottle revealed, they all stirred up the weaknesses of Han Li's heart. Each of these illusions were as real as could be. Once he fell into them, he had no method of breaking free of them. Despite his calm and unwavering nature, he had nearly lost himself into these illusions from fury and fright. Fortunately, the spirit-tempering pill and the other treasures were well deserving of their name, allowing him to keep his mind clear during crucial moments. Eventually, this led to Han Li finally breaking free of the illusions, awakening to a body full of cold sweat. But before he could steady his mind, the inner demons immediately followed up with another attack. While he was still perturbed, he was instead placed into many happier illusions. He met his father, mother, and little sister once more, living the happy life of when he was child. He saw a beautiful dream where he married Nangongwan and they became Dao companions. He even had a dream where he had a harem with the Mo sisters, Xianxia, as well as several other women. However, Han Li was able to easily break free of these desires. Following that, Han Li envisioned himself becoming hegemon of the cultivation world in the heavenly south region, eventually ascending to the next world and becoming a true immortal. Such visions continued one after another. After being enveloped in these illusions for an unknown amount of time, experiencing what seemed to be several lifetimes worth of happiness and grief, he suddenly came to awareness by a stroke of luck and was able to finally escape the entrapment of the inner demons, bringing form to a nascent soul. As Han Li silently recalled this while he laid in bed, he couldn't help but recall the first time his nascent soul manifested. Once his nascent soul had formed, it immediately flew out from the top of his head. He clearly felt that the nascent soul to be himself and himself as the nascent soul. He was incapable of controlling the actions of the nascent soul and could only helplessly observe it playing with his own hair as if it were a true careless infant. At that moment, his mind felt serene and burdenless, like all worries had been tossed to the back of his mind and he had become his true self. After pondering about this in hindsight, he realized what had happened. Because he had just formed a nascent soul, he was incapable of merging it with his mind. Once he consolidated the nascent soul and progressed his cultivation, this matter shouldn't reappear in the future. After restlessly pondering about his experiences forming a nascent soul, he eventually closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. During this moment of rest, a seldom scene reappeared in his mind. He was back at his home village where he was freely rushing through the mountains with his elder brother and little sister. Afterwards, he returned home to eat with his parents and have a nice chat. It was a nice dream. When the Drifting Cloud Secretary elders returned, Han Li agreed to enter the Drifting Cloud sect without any reservations. The two elders were vastly delighted to hear this. They immediately proposed to call together a majestic celebration within the sect for Han Li's entrance into the sect, inviting even the high-grade cultivators of other sects to celebrate. Once Han Li heard this, he intensely shook his head and flatly declined. He proposed a simpler observance to tell the other two sects of his entrance. In any case, he'd come to meet the two sects' nascent soul elders eventually. He may as well make a subdued entrance instead of attracting attention to himself. While the silver-haired old man and cultivator Lu felt this was improper, they understood Han Li disliked bustling activities and agreed. Soon after, Han Li followed the two to a hall on the main mountain of the sect's 6 marvelous peaks. It was there that they summoned all the core formation disciples of the sect. A small portion of them naturally recognized Han Li to be a qi condensation disciple. When they heard of the rumors a few days prior that a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator was about to enter their sect, they investigated Han Li's background and came to a likely conclusion. But when the time came to see Han Li, they all revealed respectful faces despite whatever complicated emotions they may hold. Seeing these previous martial ancestors address him as Martial Uncle Han caused him to inwardly laugh, but his face remained calm as normal. With a wave of his hand he had them stand, wishing to make things brief and easy. However, Han Li's spiritual sense caught a glimpse of the woman surnamed Song wearing a complicated expression when she called him Martial Uncle. Her voice was even somewhat hesitant. It seemed this woman had misgivings about having found nothing despite the heart-reading technique she had employed on him. She naturally couldn't address the matter given Han Li's current cultivation. After he met with the core formation cultivators, the silver-haired old man promptly displayed a map of the spirit veins of the Dream Cloud Mountains. Han Li was allowed to choose a mountain with abundant spiritual qi to establish his cave residence. It wasn't required to be within range of the Drifting Cloud sect. Having heard this, Han Li spent the day looking through without any reservations and found a medium-sized mountain in the west of the Drifting Cloud sect. Although this mountain wasn't imposingly lofty nor did it have the best spiritual qi, it was an interconnected chain of mountains. In addition to the main mountain, it was surrounded by 3 shorter mountains. It was quite suitable to place down spell formations and restrictions, greatly aligning to Han Li's desires. Opening the cave residence was a rather easy matter for Han Li. Despite being the largest cave residence he had yet to carve out, he spent only half a day's time. Once Han Li finished establishing his cave residence, Han Li immediately placed down a few formidable spell formations on each of the 3 peaks, completely enveloping the area of 10 kilometers in a fog. Han Li wasn't particularly satisfied with these spell formations. Han Li decided that once he gained more understanding in the Tao of formation spells, he would place down even greater formations. With that done, Han Li returned to his previous cave residence at the medicinal garden and prepared to move everything there. However, there was a graceful figure that was waiting in the medicine garden underneath the mountain. Once she saw Han Li, she gave a deep curtsy and beseeched Han Li, "Mu Peeling is blind despite having eyes. This junior hope Senior Han will not take offense at my previous actions. However, I do have a matter that I must request of Senior. Would Senior be willing to take me in as a disciple? I will be certain to serve you throughout my life and remain entirely loyal." Once that was said, this ordinarily proud woman bowed her head and revealed light nervousness from her face, but her eyes shined in anticipation. Chapter 643. Making fiction a reality. Han Li examined the woman before him and coldly refused her. "I don't take disciples. And why do you think that I'd accept a foundation establishment cultivator? As for your rash actions, I will overlook them on behalf of our past relations. You're on your own." "Senior." When Mu Peeling heard him, her face revealed a trace of panic and she rushed to say something else. However, Han Li brushed aside his sleeve and summoned a gale, swaying and interrupting the woman. By the time she regained her bearings, Han Li was nowhere to be found. Having seen this, the woman became dispirited and blankly stood in place for a long while. After all, this newly appeared Senior Han was the only choice she had left. At that moment, Han Li was already back inside his old cave residence. He went straight towards his insect room and withdrew the 10,000 gold devouring beetles. In the past 20 years, his pure gold devouring beetles had evolved once more, nearly shedding all the silver on their shells for gold. Only a few specks of silver still remained on their shells. If he didn't closely examine them, they would appear completely gold. It was clear that complete maturity for the gold devouring beetles was only a step away. This simultaneously caused Han Li to be excited and somewhat disappointed. The ferocity of these mostly pure gold devouring beetles had greatly broadened Han Li's perspective. He pitted over 100 black-tainted and newly evolved gold devouring beetles against each other. As a result of a few seconds, the black-tainted beetles had nearly been wiped out. Be it might or tenacity, the newly evolved beetles were far superior to that of the black-tainted beetles. Additionally, the newly evolved beetles start to emit an ominous, repulsive scent, and their bloodthirst and gluttony had reached a level that was incomparable to before. He was convinced that if they weren't under the effects of soul control restrictions, they would devour him without any hesitation. Han Li also faintly felt as if his control over them had weakened. If they were to evolve once more, common restrictions would be impotent in the face of their savage nature. Despite these thoughts, Han Li isolated a group of his largest gold-devouring beetles and attempted to have them evolve as quickly as possible so that he could witness the savagery and cruelty of fully mature gold-devouring beetles. However, advancing to the next stage took far longer than he anticipated. He feared that without another 100 years, it would be impossible to have them evolve to the last stage. So this was acceptable. It gave him time to find a better method to control these beetles. Having withdrew his beetles, Han Li walked into the medicinal garden as he continued to ponder. He then carefully put away the 9-curl spirit ginseng and the nearly grown spirit well tree. Although the 9-curl spirit ginseng had been greatly weakened from its use in the medicine pill, Han Li could easily restore it with the green liquid, and so he kept it in his possession. As for the spirit well tree, he had matured it over the span of many years. The day it would start to produce wine nectar wasn't far off. Han Li was looking forward to the abilities he would be granted from cleansing his eyes with large quantities of bright sight water. Apart from the insects and plants in his medicine garden, Han Li had an assortment of other items, but he felt disinterested in collecting them and just left them there. When Han Li glanced down at the medicine garden from up in the sky, he unintentionally found Mu peeling down below. She was gritting her teeth with an expression of helplessness and hadn't noticed Han Li stealthily flying up above. Han Li lightly shook his head. While handling her issues would be but a trivial effort, he was unwilling to exercise his influence as he had just recently become a chief elder of the Drifting Cloud sect, not to mention that both the Mu clan and Yen clan were large cultivation clans in the state of Xi. As for his relationship with the woman, it wasn't anything special. It wasn't reason enough to act. In fact, he'd refuse any request from the Drifting Cloud sect disciples that had recognized him from before. Han Li truly had no interest in forcefully meddling with the inner affairs of clans. As such, Han Li silently flew across the Drifting Cloud sect and arrived in front of his new cave residence. The barrier of mist departed as soon as Han Li appeared, and he directly flew into the center of the mountain. After Han Li placed the insects and plants inside his residence with great familiarity, he placed the matters of the residence into Silvermoon's hands for the time being. He then entered a silent room without hesitation and started to consolidate his nascent soul. During this time, the silver-haired old man and cultivator Lu both knew that Han Li needed this time to advance in the first step of stabilizing his nascent soul. As such, they didn't bother Han Li's cultivation. A few months later, Han Li was able to smoothly consolidate his nascent soul and merge his mind and nascent soul as one. If he were to have his nascent soul manifest out of his head now, Han Li would be able to easily control its actions. By the time Han Li left the silent room, Silvermoon had taken the form of a young woman and was respectfully waiting outside the room. However, when she looked at Han Li, her face wore a strange expression. Han Li frowned and asked, "It appears that you have something to say to me. What is it?" Silvermoon smiled with pursed lips and said, "Master, half a month after you entered the silent room, Martial niece Mu came here and had already sat on top of one of the smaller mountains. She's been waiting there for many days already." Han Li raised his brow and expressionlessly said, "This woman actually has no sense of propriety. She wants to wait so much, then let her wait. I'm not one to look for trouble. But master, not long after this woman arrived, I received sound transmission talismans from the Yen clan and the Mu clan. Because master was in seclusion, I've made a duplicate of each of these sound transmission talismans." Silvermoon turned her gaze and probingly asked, "Would master like to take a look?" Han Li stroked his chin and indifferently said, "Sound transmission talismans? From the Mu and Yen clan? Could it have something with that woman named Peeling? Is there a problem from what you heard?" Silvermoon sweetly smiled. He. Master has quite the foresight, but there is no need for me to say anything. Master will know as soon as he hears them. There is truly a bit of a problem. Take them out." Han Li was disinterested in guessing the meaning behind her words, and he extended his hand. Silvermoon took out a white and a red talisman and handed them over to Han Li with a smile still on her face. Han Li bluntly grabbed them and had them light up into a ball of flame. Han Li calmly listened to what the balls of light had to say. A short moment later he wore a face of amazement, soon to be replaced with fury. Once Han Li finished listening to them, his expression sank and he icily said, "Humph! This woman is truly too brave. Does she believe that I will allow her to act so troublesomely because she was my martial aunt for a few years?" Silvermoon attempted to stifle her smile. She clearly understood that this would offend Master. However, it seems this woman believes that Master isn't a hard-hearted man despite the little contact she had with you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the courage to dare to seek protection from you during that day. Besides, even if you punish her, she probably believes it to be a better alternative than becoming the Dao companion of that senior martial brother Yen. Han Li glanced at Silvermoon with an annoyed glint in his eye and said, "However, she is far too daring. To actually directly tell both clans that I've taken her in as a concubine?" Both clan heads have hastily sent sound transmissions expressing their regret. The Yen clan head even renounced the marriage, wishing for me to not take any offense for their ignorance. Since this woman dared to act this way, it seems she should be prepared. Silvermoon blinked with bright eyes and revealed slight amazement. "Master means to." Han Li stretched himself and lazily said, "What? Is there anything strange in me accepting a concubine now that I've formed a nascent soul? Since this woman is a peerless beauty, I may as well make this fiction a reality and have a taste of what it means to pair cultivate." However, there was a trace of a sneer on his face. After a moment of confusion, Silvermoon pursed her lips and doubtfully said, "However, Master was never someone to be with a woman, and he had even refused a few advances. Lady Wen, for example. And earlier there was." Han Li narrowed his eyes and spoke with a flat voice, "The past was the past. The present is now. My cultivation was far too shallow before I formed a nascent soul, and I had no thoughts of seeking the pleasure of a concubine. But if Wen Siwei were to meet me now, I naturally wouldn't let her go." When Silvermoon heard Han Li's words, she was dumbfounded. It felt as if he were speaking sincerely. Chapter 644. 30-year agreement. Silvermoon widely opened her eyes and she hesitantly said, "Master, you're serious? You'll come to know whether or not my words hold true. For now, call that woman in for me. At her current cultivation, she shouldn't be able to see through your human form." Han Li casually commanded. Regardless of her suspicions, she respectfully replied, "As you bid, Master." Han Li then turned around and entered the large hall. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Silvermoon gracefully entered the hall with a haggard moue peeling. It seemed that this short time had been quite stressful for her. Silvermoon glanced at Han Li and respectfully said, "Master, young Lady Mu has arrived." Han Li nodded his head and indifferently said, "I am aware. You may leave. This servant is excused." Silvermoon shot a glance at moue peeling and departed from hall with a pursed smile. "I pay my respects to Senior Han." After saluting Han Li, she remained helplessly silent as if she were awaiting punishment from Han Li. Han Li slightly frowned in response to her appearance and he examined her beautiful face. Without revealing the slightest anger, he calmly said, "You should know why I've called you in. You blurted out words to those cultivation clans that gave them a domineering impression of me. After all, seizing an engaged woman as a concubine can't be something that is easily taken. Of course, at my current cultivation, the Mu and Yen clan wouldn't dare to complain, nor do I hold them in much esteem. However, this doesn't mean that I will tolerate your presumptuous actions. You should realize I will punish you." The woman raised her head and spoke with a pale complexion, "Please forgive me, Senior. This woman has truly been reckless. But rather than wed into the Yen clan, Junior would find it preferable to become Senior's concubine." Han Li's gaze flickered and he snorted before slowly continuing, "Since you said that you were to be my concubine, I can no longer stay uninvolved, nor can I make clear that this is untrue. Otherwise, these cultivation clans will recognize me, this new drifting cloud sect elder, to be weak and feeble, incapable of protecting even a foundation establishment woman underneath him. And these rumors should have already spread throughout the cultivation world as well. So tell me, how should I deal with you?" Moue peeling bit her lips and softly said, "Junior has nothing to say. I will have no complaints in how Senior will punish me." Since cultivators on the outside know you to be my concubine, I will give you two choices. The first is to pretend to be my concubine, but you will actually be my servant and obey my orders. After you've served me for 20 years, the matter should have faded and I will let you free. However, you had best avoid any thoughts that I will assist with the cultivation of a servant girl. When Mu Peeling heard this, she revealed a trace of disappointment and raised her head, asking, "Then what is the second choice?" Han Li stared at the woman and calmly said, "The second option is make this fiction a reality, to become my concubine in truth. You will attend to me through your life. I will not treat my own spouse pettily and will guide you in your cultivation if my mood is willing. However, I must first tell you that if you wish to become my concubine, I will place a sole restriction on you to prevent any possible betrayal. After all, if you were to suddenly change your mind, my secrets could possibly be laid bare." Mu Peeling grew distracted upon hearing him and her expression fluttered as if she were deeply considering Han Li's thoughts. It seems this woman didn't greatly oppose the thought of marrying Han Li. Han Li indifferently said, "I know that you've always been proud. Even a nascent soul cultivator such as myself isn't your ideal husband. However, this doesn't matter. Fellow Taoist Mu isn't my ideal Tao companion either, but this won't stop me from taking you in as a concubine. If you obtain my protection, you will tread farther on the path of cultivation without much cost. And in these past few years, you've come to know that I'm not a brutal or craven eccentric. Even if I place down a restriction on your soul, I won't mistreat you or cause you hardship. And later on I may even grow to trust you and remove those restrictions. It either will be this or acting as my servant for 20 years. Those years as a servant shouldn't pass by too slowly." His eyes moved away from her as if he didn't mind what she chose. Mu Peeling's heart grew turbulent. While she was unwilling to be controlled by another, the assistance and guidance of a nascent soul cultivator was also hard to pass. Unable to come to a decision, she hesitantly said, "Senior, could I have 2 days to consider this?" As for becoming Han Li's concubine, she already knew what Han Li had described. It couldn't be said to be a bad decision in the slightest. Countless beautiful young foundation establishment women would be tempted to take the offer of becoming the concubine of a nascent soul cultivator. Without any intention of making it difficult for her, Han Li leniently nodded his head. "You may come back after 2 days with your answer. It should be enough time for you to come to a decision." He then called for Silvermoon to take her out. After saluting, Mu Peeling followed Silvermoon's lead and absent-mindedly left the hall. A short moment later, Silvermoon gracefully walked back inside. Silvermoon's bright eyes flickered and she mysteriously smiled. "Master, the 2 conditions you raised are somewhat..." Han Li glanced at Silvermoon and said, "What? Do you think they're too harsh? Don't they align with her wishes?" Silvermoon sighed and softly said, "It isn't about harshness. It's merely that this woman possesses an unyielding heart. With her pride, it would be difficult for her to choose either option. But if Master truly accepts this girl, then a soul restriction is undoubtedly necessary considering his many secrets." Han Li attentively took measure of Silvermoon and spoke with slight surprise. "You seem to have quite a favorable impression of her." Silvermoon was momentarily surprised before wryly smiling. "That isn't it. It's just that her staunch character gives me a familiar feeling. It seemed in the past that I had a close relationship to someone with a similar nature. I've unconsciously grown concerned with her." Han Li nodded his head and didn't pursue the matter any further. Silvermoon tactfully avoided mentioning Mu Peeling and instead discussed the matter of refining the celestial ice flames, Han Li's most pressing matter. 2 days later, Mu Peeling arrived once more and she was led into the main hall by Silvermoon. Han Li glanced at the woman and bluntly asked, "So, you should have already came to a decision. Will you be my servant for 20 years or will I be placing a soul restriction on you?" It was clear the woman had made up her mind. She took a quick breath and calmly said, "I've already decided. In the cultivation world, it could be considered destiny for a low-grade female cultivator to be given an opportunity to become the concubine of a nascent soul cultivator. However, I hope Senior will make a promise before I become his concubine. So long as this condition is met, I am willing to be restricted by your spiritual sense and spend the rest of my life under you." "A condition? Go ahead and speak." Han Li's face remained unchanged as if he had already anticipated this. I know Senior Han isn't a hasty character. As such, I hope that Senior will pledge to hold off for 30 years before he takes my vital Yin. I am currently at a crucial point in my cultivation and wish to see whether or not I can form a core within 30 years. It is extremely important for my cultivation art that I remain a virgin. It was for this reason that I was unwilling to be married. Regardless of whether or not I form my core within this time, Senior may pair cultivate with me once time has passed. Perhaps thinking that the conditions were too harsh or that speaking of the matter of pair cultivation was embarrassing, her face blushed after this was all said, revealing a captivating expression. 30 years. That's fine. I can agree to your condition. Once Han Li heard this, his eyes brightly flickered and he instantly agreed. Mu Peeling was amazed that Han Li had so quickly agreed, but she soon recovered and joyfully said, "Many thanks to Senior." After pondering for a moment, Han Li said, "In 2 days, I will officially notify the other 2 elders of the sect that I've taken you in as a concubine. But since it will be 30 years before we actually pair cultivate, I will open a smaller separate cave residence for your cultivation among one of the other 3 mountains. Of course, if I have the time, I will go over and give you some guidance." "Yes, as you wish." Mu Peeling was clearly very satisfied with these results and approved without thought. Han Li's expression relaxed and he mysteriously smiled. "As my future concubine, there is no need to always address me as Senior. You may just call me Sir. I am only 200 years old and am quite young considering my lifespan is now over 1,000 years." Han Li then sized up the beautiful woman without any restraint, clearly appreciating the view. Chapter 645. Copulative Essence Arts. Mu Peeling blushed and softly said, "As you bid, sir." Han Li withdrew his wanton gaze from her body. He took a purple jade medallion out from his robes and placed it on the table. He said with a cold voice, "Return and handle your affairs. Pick a mountain for your cave residence as well. This is a restriction medallion for the surrounding formations. If you wear it on your person, you will be able to leave my spell formations as you please. Once everything is prepared, I will place down a soul restriction on you and have you officially become my concubine, but let's get the ugly talk out of the way first. I don't care if you have an ideal husband or a beloved. Cleanly sever ties with them. You are my concubine now. If you still have feelings of longing for them and still possess relations with them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now is the time to withdraw if you still possess any second thoughts. Since I was small, I've dedicated myself to walking the path of immortal cultivation. How could I have a beloved? Besides, I have steeled my resolve. I won't back down when the matter has already been decided." Without a further thought, the woman nimbly took the jade medallion. Han Li nodded his head and said no further. Soon after, he summoned a huge ape puppet and had it guide Mu Peeling outside. Mu Peeling revealed a trace of surprise upon seeing the puppet. The puppet fearsomely held a level of spiritual chi similar to her own. She was also puzzled as to why the white-clothed woman wasn't there as well. However, she knew that it was best to avoid probing too deeply and obediently kept quiet, following the puppet out from the cave residence. Once the woman left, a white fox walked out from what appeared to be an empty corner of the room. Since Master planned on taking this woman as a concubine for her punishment, why did you agree to wait 30 years? Could it be you have other plans? Han Li calmly admitted, "Of course I do. To tell the truth, I have no plans to touch her before she reaches core formation." Silvermoon hopped onto the table in front of Han Li and gazed at Han Li in a puzzled manner. "Huh? Why might that be?" When Han Li saw her adorable appearance, he couldn't help but smile. He took out a pink jade talisman from his waist and placed it on the table. "Do you recall the storage pouch I looted off the disciple of Archsaint Six Paths? This jade slip was in his storage pouch. It contains many Devil Dao pair cultivation arts." Silvermoon looked at the jade slip and then glanced at Han Li with a trace of suspicion. Since Han Li took this out, she knew that Han Li would continue his explanation. As expected, Han Li lightly stroked the pink jade slip with his finger and unhurriedly said, "There are many secret techniques contained inside this jade talisman. Although they are more powerful than ordinary pair cultivation techniques, the difference can't be considered much. However, there were 2 secret techniques among them that were particularly exceptional. One of them, the Dragon Guiding Arts, are particularly suitable for core formation males, allowing a core formation cultivator to unceasingly draw on the vital yin essence of a woman with a special constitution, greatly raising their cultivation. However, this secret technique was certain to cause great harm to the woman's origin qi. As such, any male cultivators using this technique would best have many concubines. Considering the many Foundation establishment women at Archsaint Six Paths' disciples' side, he should have cultivated this technique. Otherwise, there would be no way he could have cultivated to late core formation stage at his young age, no matter how amazing his aptitude. After all, he didn't have a miraculous bottle that could age plants. As for the other technique, the copulative essence arts, it's a secret pair cultivation technique that is specialized for nascent soul men. Unlike the dragon guiding arts, it requires a woman to possess cultivation at core formation stage. Once a woman cultivates this technique to a deep enough stage, the male cultivator would be able to forcefully break through a cultivation bottleneck in an instant by seizing her vital yin. It is only natural that I wish for this woman to cultivate with all her might. This technique requires a woman possessing deep cultivation after all. Dragon guiding arts. Copulative essence arts. Isn't it an exaggeration for a pair cultivation technique to be so fearsome? The small fox blinked and revealed disbelief. Han Li sighed and said, I had similar thoughts to you at the beginning. For a pair cultivation technique to be so fearsome, it's simply unprecedented. However, I discovered the name of the person who established these pair cultivation techniques inside the jade slip, and my doubts were immediately dispelled. Silvermoon seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but softly shout, Could it be? Han Li said with a deep voice, That's right. These two pair cultivation techniques were personally established by Archsaint Six Paths. Since he is a late nascent soul cultivator and is renowned as the #1 figure in the Scattered Star Seas Devil Dao, these two techniques should be greatly effective. Otherwise, Archsaint Six Paths' disciple couldn't have kept it so closely on his person. Silvermoon tilted her furry head and hesitantly asked, So Master plans on using this woman to cultivate? That's right. Once this woman reaches late core formation stage, we will both cultivate the copulative essence arts. And once I reach a bottleneck, I will use this technique to break through it. After all, there are few medicine pills that are capable of assisting in the cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator. From now on, my cultivation speed will be pathetically slow. Since a vast majority of nascent soul cultivators are stuck at the early stage, it can be observed that it is extremely difficult to break through the bottleneck to mid-nascent soul stage. As such, I must make an attempt regardless of the validity of the technique's effects. It is only a pity that according to what was described, the bottleneck breakthrough will only occur for the first time the technique is used. It will have no such effect afterwards. Of course, this technique also benefits the woman involved as well, but not nearly to the extent of the male cultivator. Tell me, did you think that I truly thought I acquired a concubine merely because I could? Han Li glanced at the white fox at the side and coldly smiled. Silvermoon appeared to sigh with relief and smiled. At first I did. I had thought that Master has grown proud after forming a nascent soul and thought to take in a concubine as a result. When Han Li heard this, he wore a vague expression. He then expressionlessly said, Although I will place the woman underneath a soul restriction, it is better that she doesn't learn of all the secrets in the cave residence. I will be able to control this woman's very life, but I cannot control her thoughts. Just because I treat her well doesn't necessarily mean she will be grateful. I will first treat her with great caution so I may avoid being betrayed from a moment of carelessness. This martial ant, Mu, is rather intelligent, but it would be best to keep watch of her. If she truly wishes to follow me and is unswayed by the wills of others, I will not treat her unfairly and will assist in her cultivation. After all, I have an abundance of low-grade medicine pills. Silvermoon, keep an eye on her for me when you're free. It should be a trivial effort given your skills. Silvermoon obediently agreed, Yes, Master. When you are in secluded cultivation, I will particularly pay attention to her. That will do. These 30 years should be enough for me to read her. I hope she doesn't disappoint me. During that final sentence, Han Li's tone became sullen. Several days later, Mu Peeling returned to the mountain and was subjected to a soul restriction by Han Li. Afterwards, she was gifted with a few bottles of medicine pills effective for Foundation establishment cultivators. This gift had amazed her and caused her face to blossom with beauty from her delight. She eagerly expressed her thanks with adoring respect. It appeared this woman had truly thought of herself as his concubine. After the silver-haired old man and cultivator Lu were notified that Han Li had taken her in as a concubine, they expressed their congratulations and each gifted a top-grade magic tool to Mu Peeling. Han Li smiled in response and politely thanked them. From then on, Mu Peeling began to dedicatedly cultivate at one of the smaller mountains surrounding the main cave residence, provided both with Han Li's guidance and medicine pills. During this time, Han Li would occasionally pay a visit to the cave residences of the other two nascent soul cultivators in the sect, humbly asking for cultivation instruction. Since the two drifting cloud elders intended to sincerely accept Han Li into their fold, they hid nothing from him, much to Han Li's benefit. In hindsight, Han Li felt his choice to stay was extremely wise. Several months later, Han Li was delighted to discover the spirit well tree in the medicine garden started to shed wine nectar. He hastily began to refine the bright sight water according to the instructions that the disheveled-haired cultivator left behind. With Han Li's grandmaster-level skills in medicine pill refinement, he quickly grasped the knack of refining the spirit water and found it easy to concoct despite his first few failed attempts. Currently inside the pill refinement room, Han Li was holding onto a small bottle of bright sight water that he concocted earlier. His gaze flickered when something suddenly came to mind, and his expression soon became determined. He opened the bottle with one hand and caused his hand to flash with azure light in the other. A ball of translucent blue liquid flew out from the bottle and slowly made its way towards Han Li's forehead. By the time the water arrived in front of Han Li's forehead, it suddenly stopped and became completely still. Han Li looked at the water with narrowed eyes and remained silent. A short moment later, he opened his mouth and breathed out a small mist of azure light and enveloped the water. Then as the water sparkled, two fine strands of water suddenly shot out and entered Han Li's eyes. Han Li felt his eyes warm up, but a moment later the warmth turned into a bone-chilling cold. He shut his eyes and trembled from the sensation. Chapter 646. Aureate Sword Formation. TL Note: the Sword Shadow Phantasm technique is now known as the Sword Light Reflection technique. Han Li meditated without any further thought and began to circulate the qi into his body. The icy sensation in his eyes only grew stronger. If anyone were standing in front of Han Li at that moment, they would have discovered that a layer of blue light began to weakly cover his eyes. An hour later, the icy sensation gradually faded away from his eyes and Han Li deeply sighed. His eyelids trembled for a moment before they opened. He unconsciously glanced around with a trace of doubt on his face. Han Li glanced around and muttered to himself, "It doesn't seem that anything has changed. Could it be ineffective?" But after a moment more of thought, he suddenly poured spiritual power into his eyes and deeply glanced around. A blue light sparkled from deep within his eyes. Han Li couldn't help but shout out. He was able to see the restrictions in the silent room, and his eyes were stained light blue. However, his focus was disrupted from his surprise and the scene before him returned to normal. Han Li glanced at the ball of spirit water still floating in front of him and thought, it was no wonder that cultivators at core formation stage and beyond hold no interest in bright sight water. This meager ability to barely see through anything is to little effect. There are many supplementary magic techniques that could achieve a far stronger effect. However, this is only the result of cleansing the eyes one time. If I were to periodically use the bright sight water, perhaps my eyes would gain a miraculous ability. I'm looking forward to it. Without any reservations, Han Li used the remaining bright sight water to repeatedly cleanse his eyes. This amount of spirit water was enough for over 10 cultivators to cleanse their eyes once through. But with Han Li's profound cultivation, he was able to consume all of it after only a few times. Once the spirit water was completely consumed, Han Li still observed no changes. It was only when he focused spiritual power into his eyes that blue light suddenly appeared within them. Its ability to see through restrictions wasn't particularly improved. As Han Li had plenty of time, he wasn't dejected by these results. It would just be a gradual process. On the second day, Han Li had a quick word with Silvermoon before he entered seclusion and took out the golden page that recorded the Azure Essence sword arts. This sword art was a complete set containing 13 layers. The divine abilities of the sword art included the Azure Essence sword streaks, the protective sword shield and the sword light reflection technique. The first two techniques weren't particularly notable. Although they were easy to use, their power was nothing special. As for the sword light reflection technique, Han Li was greatly satisfied by it. He made use of that divine ability to great and immediate effect, bringing many battles to a sudden conclusion. However, because his opponents had been truly too powerful, the might of this sword art wasn't well displayed. He was confident that any common cultivator with similar cultivation to his own would be incapable of blocking several hundred of sword lights that surrounded them. They would be skewered in an instant. As of current, he had already cultivated to the 10th layer of the sword art and could now make use of the sword art's new divine ability. It had been quite laughable. He had already acquired the entirety of the Azure Essence sword arts from the Golden Page 1. But the final passage containing the last divine ability had been obscured from him at the time, perhaps by intention of the page's creator. Although he clearly knew that the words of light had contained the cultivation method for the final divine ability, his cultivation had been too shallow at the time. Even when he was at late core formation stage, he was still incapable of reading the divine ability. When Han Li was first given the cultivation incantations for the 13 layers, he found the incantations for a realm higher than his own to be incomprehensibly profound. Despite reading through it several times, Han Li wasn't able to comprehend a lick of them, let alone be able to cultivate them. It seemed he'd have to be a stage from deity transformation stage before finally being able to comprehend the divine ability that was hidden. At the time, Han Li wasn't flustered by this. Due to fear of sect disciples overreaching their limits in the pursuit of greater power, it was common practice in the cultivation world to subject inheritances under cultivation restrictions. Han Li clearly understood that when his cultivation was at a great enough level, he would come to understand the cultivation method of the divine ability eventually. Now that he had reached nascent soul stage, reading the passage for the divine ability should pose no problem. With that thought, Han Li flung the golden page into the air and spat out a mist of azure light from his mouth, blowing the golden page into the air like a feather. He then began to flick his finger with a calm expression, repeatedly striking the golden mist with Azure Essence sword streaks. Each glint of light was cleanly absorbed by it. With Han Li's current profound spiritual power, it had been far quicker to react than when he was at foundation establishment stage. A short moment later, the golden page absorbed enough essence and began to flourish with golden light. Strings of ant-sized characters began to continuously appear on the page. When Han Li saw this, he extended his hand towards the floating golden page without any hesitation, and it flew into his grasp with a whoosh. Suddenly, dense lines of light characters rushed towards Han Li's head. Han Li accepted the string of words with a calm expression. As a result, he was now able to clearly see the previously obscure portion of the Azure Essence sword arts. Without any further thought, he put away the golden page and immediately closed his eyes, examining the new acquired divine ability. The Aureate sword formation. What is this? Could it be related to spell formations? Han Li merely threw to read through the information, but the words Aureate sword formation immediately appeared in his mind in huge golden characters. He couldn't help but be astonished. The faintly gold characters of light began to appear within his spiritual sense, and he began to comprehend the incantations. He sat still in a cross-legged manner as 3 days unknowingly passed. During this time, Han Li's face wore an assortment of varying expressions from excitement to misery. Even dense beads of sweat would occasionally form on his brow. When the end of the 3rd day arrived, Han Li became calm once more. He sighed with a gloomy expression, opening his eyes to reveal deep thought. He pursed his lips and muttered with an odd expression, "This sword formation could only be described as outrageous. Even if I only received 1/3 of its described power upon cultivating it to completion, I would be able to travel anywhere throughout the heavenly south region without hindrance." Han Li muttered as he continued to ponder. However, being able to use this ability isn't a matter of a few years. I will need to use at least 100 sword lights if I am able to use this ability. It was no wonder the two golden pages fundamentally served as one, with one detailing the incantations and the other describing the bamboo cloudsworm swords. They are lacking without the other. I reckon the sword light reflection technique was founded for the sword formation. Otherwise, the formation wouldn't have been possible. Of course, the more powerful the flying swords and the greater the number of sword lights, the more powerful the sword formation. Han Li reckoned that with enough time he would be able to produce 4 sword light reflections from each of the 72 cloudsworm swords, forming a grand sword formation of 360 sword lights. If any mid-nascent soul cultivators fell into the formation, they would be incapable of escaping unharmed, if they managed to survive. Additionally, once his own cultivation progressed, he would be able to create even more sword lights, enabling him to slay even late nascent soul cultivators. But in addition to acquiring enough sword lights to establish a formation, he must use this divine ability to refine his bamboo cloudsworm swords once more, requiring a material known as auric essence. This material wasn't unknown to Han Li, as it was known by an extremely famous name in the cultivation world as honed gold. It was a rarely seen treasure on par with Han Li's piece of refined crystal he had acquired from those iron fire ants. However, some would say the auric essence was far more valuable. So long as a small piece of auric essence was used to temper a blade-type magic treasure, its incisiveness would be increased several times over. To sword or saber cultivators, this was a matter of life and death. However, this was quite troublesome from Han Li. Even if a single sword required a small amount of auric essence, it was an astonishing amount when multiplied by 72. Where would Han Li find such a large amount of honed gold? After all, as soon auric essence was discovered, it would either be applied to one's own magic treasure or would immediately be exchanged for needed items. It would quickly be used one way or another. Let alone the heavenly south region, this treasured material hardly ever appeared in the abundantly wealthy scattered star seas. It would be impossible for him to trade for this precious stone. As of current, the astonishing might of this aurite sword formation was fundamentally unobtainable, like flowery mist or the reflection of the moon in water. After further thought in the silent room, Han Li could only bitterly chuckle and set aside the matter for the time being. He then took out a jade box from his storage pouch and opened it to reveal a lustrous ball of golden light. Rolls of thunder faintly clapped as soon as it appeared. Celestial ice flames. When he glanced at this precious treasure, Han Li's expression grew sullen. With his current cultivation, he could now make an attempt to refine the flames. If he could successfully refine this icy flame, he could very likely acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron. 1. In Chapter 241, Han Li acquired the complete Sword Essence Sword Arts from the Golden Page's Words of Light. Chapter 647. Setting off on a journey. Since the celestial ice flames would allow him to easily exterminate nascent soul cultivators, Han Li didn't dare to be careless. He possessed several techniques for refining devil fire, but he ended up choosing one of the secret techniques contained in the profound Yin arts as he felt it to be the reliable. Having decided, Han Li attentively stared at the golden ball of lightning for a moment and extended his finger towards it. With a crackle, a fine sliver of lightning suddenly arced from his finger and shot towards the golden ball. Suddenly, the golden ball trembled several times before being dragged into the air by the sliver of lightning. It brightly shined as it floated. Han Li then sat down underneath it and raised his head to look at it with narrowed eyes. At that point, he began to form a series of complicated incantation gestures with his hands. With rolls of thunder, dense arcs of golden lightning began to flicker and form an impenetrable net of lightning surrounding the ball. Once the ball of lightning was surrounded by a large net of lightning, the scene grew still. At that moment, Han Li sighed and his spiritual sense stirred, connecting with the shell of divine devilbane lightning surrounding the celestial ice flames. Thunderous bellows reverberated throughout the room and the golden sphere grew dazzling. Fine arcs of lightning began to repeatedly shoot out from the golden sphere and its bindings relaxed, revealing a deep blue translucent pearl underneath. It was continuously spinning. Han Li held his breath upon seeing the celestial ice pearl. Having personally witnessed its power, fear of it still lingered in his heart. With the ice pearl's appearance, Han Li spat out an azure flying sword from his mouth without further thought and momentarily pressed his hands together. A dense bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his hands, simultaneously striking the ice pearl in an overbearing attack alongside the flying sword. The pearl cracked open with a boom. With a pulse of light, the sphere turned into an unstable sphere of blue flames. The sphere of flames then expanded before condensing into a fist-sized blue flower. Each of its petals glistened as the flower slowly blossomed. Simultaneously, a layer of blue frost began to spread throughout the walls, enveloping the entire room in a realm of freezing ice in the blink of an eye. However, Hanli had long prepared for this. Although a solemn expression appeared on his face, he remained calm and a dense layer of blue light securely protected his body. With his nascent soul cultivation, he was able to completely protect himself from the assault of the icy flames, fearsome as they may be. Hanli felt somewhat relieved to see that the icy chi was unable to penetrate the light barrier protecting his body and proceeded to point into the air. The net of divine devilbane lightning immediately shrunk back and enveloped the blue flower of light. Underneath the golden sparkling light and blue radiance, the huge blue flower began to change once more into a flame, attempting its utmost to resist the lightning net's constriction. Seeing that the celestial ice flames were restricted, Hanli took a deep breath and began to move his spiritual sense. Claps of thunder rang out as a small hole opened from the golden net, only to be mended a moment later. But in that short instance, a sliver of blue flame escaped and shot towards Hanli as if it were intelligent. Hanli expressionlessly clasped his hands in an incantation in response and he closed his eyes. Azure chi began to flow out from the crown of his head, followed by the emergence of an inch-tall nascent soul. The nascent soul's face was strained. As soon as it appeared, it stared at the incoming wisp of blue flame and it twisted its chubby arms, releasing 2 streaks of blinding azure light. At that same moment, it opened its mouth and spat out a fist-sized ball of light, resulting in 3 masses of azure light to meet the wisp of blue flame. The azure and blue flame clashed, but the blue flame was instantly enveloped by the azure light. Despite its struggle, the flame was truly too small and was easily overwhelmed. However, even as the flame wisp was trapped, it slowly dissipated the light. When the nascent soul saw the flame being successfully contained, a smile appeared on its face and beckoned to the azure light, bringing the flame wisp closer to it. After revealing a trace of hesitation and fear, the nascent soul eyes brightly glinted and grasped onto the azure light, shoving it down its mouth alongside the wisp of blue flame it contained. Shortly after, azure light flashed from its body and the nascent soul disappeared into mist as it flew back into Hanli's head. Hanli's eyelids trembled several times in response, but his expression unchanged as if he were sleeping. However, his nascent soul sat cross-legged inside his dantian wearing a solemn expression. Its hands were forming an incantation gesture. Half a year later, Hanli emerged from the silent room with a gloomy expression. The celestial ice flames were truly ferocious. Although he had attempted to refine only a sliver of flame, it had taken half a year of hard effort. However, due to the flame's extreme coldness, he would need to nurture it inside his body for an additional year before he could truly control it. In order to prevent any mishap, he couldn't refine any more of the celestial ice flames during this time. As for the Heaven Void Cauldron, he refined far too little of the celestial ice flames to even think of attempting the next step. The reason why Hanli left seclusion now instead of continued cultivation was in preparation to meet the silver-haired old man and cultivator Lu. He wished to see if either of them had any news with regards to auric essence. Additionally, he planned on bidding farewell to the Drifting Cloud sect for some time. During his travels, he would pay a trip to the state of Yuanwu in order to fulfill his promise with Xen Ruyan. At his current cultivation, exterminating a cultivation clan should only be a trivial effort. As for the Fu clan in the 100 Possibilities sect in the state of Yuanwu, they did share some history together. The Fu clan in the state of Yuanwu was a distant branch of the Fu clan in the 100 Possibilities sect. However, the 2 clans grew distant over a long period of time and the Fu clan in the state of Yuanwu had joined the Devil Dao, much to the resentment of the main branch who were part of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. As a result, both sides had cut relations to one another. Hanli grew greatly relieved from this turn of events. Although the state of Yuanwu belonged to the Devil Dao, there would be few in that country that would be capable of stopping him. When Hanli left his cave residence, He visited the side residence in passing and swept his gaze inside the cave residence to discover Mu peeling strenuously cultivating in seclusion. From the light glistening from her face, it appeared that she had made great progress. Pleased with her results, Han Li left without disturbing her. He then headed straight towards the main mountain of the Drifting Cloud sect. 6 hours later, Han Li silently left the cave residence of the silver-haired old man. The old man didn't have any concrete information on any auric essence, but he had given him information that in 2 years, there would be a grand trade fair taking place in the Nine-Nation Union state of Yu. It was known to be the greatest trade fair to take place in the Heavenly South region. Many rare materials would gather there from all around the Heavenly South region. Even half of the continent's nascent soul cultivators would each make a trip there. After all, nascent soul cultivators were the ones who most required precious materials. Since common materials and medicines were simply beneath their notice, their only option was to find trade meetings and acquire their rare needs there. The reason why the trade fair was to be held in the Nine Nations Union was because the Nine Nations Union was considered a neutral power. Due to the threat of the Milan spell warriors, the other 3 powers had no fear of the Nine Nations Union harboring any wicked schemes. As a result, the cultivators of those 3 powers had no misgivings participating in the trade fair. Currently, Han Li could only hope that auric essence would appear at trade fair. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly know when he'd be able to use the aureate sword formation. He may even have to pay a visit to the legendary Great Empire of Jin, but that was truly too far away. After Han Li finished speaking to the silver-haired old man about the auric essence, he didn't mention where he wished to go. He only mentioned that he planned on traveling for some time as he just formed his nascent soul and that he was taking his leave. When the silver-haired old man heard him, he wasn't doubtful in the slightest. He merely mentioned the affiliations of each country and the names of a few nascent soul cultivators that he must take notice of and never offend. At that moment, Han Li heard the name of this eccentric Heavenvenge once more. Han Li was quite curious towards this cultivator and made a note of him. He then expressed his thanks to the old man and departed. On the morning of the next day, Han Li carried the most important items in his cave residence on his person and sealed his cave residence off using restrictions. He then departed from the Dream Cloud Mountains, flying in the direction of the state of Yuanwu. The Fu clan in the state of Yuanwu was once renowned as one of the 3 great sects in the country. When the Devil Dao invaded over 100 years ago, this clan hadn't resisted their invasion in the slightest and even provided assistance to the 6 Devil Dao sects. As a result, the Fu clan hadn't suffered the slightest damage from the invasion. Instead, they were given the opportunity to flourish. After overwhelming the other clans in the country, they became the #1 clan in the state of Yuanwu. Because the Fu clan had frequently placed many of their disciples into the Devil Flame sect, even giving their clans gifted women to the Devil Flame sect's upper echelon as concubines, they were considered to be completely subservient to the sect. As a result, the Fu clan gained the support of the Devil Flame sect, the dominating power over the state of Yuanwu, and wildly flourished in the past 100 years. 1. In Chapter 352, Han Li made a promise to Xin Rian to avenge Qi Yuanxiao's death in exchange for their knowledge on formation spells and tool refinement. Chapter 648. A party of 3. The Fu clan's main stronghold was located deep into a mountain range in the west of Yuanwu. The mountain range was known as the Purple Road Mountains as a purple mist sealed it off year-long. Mortals are never seen again once they tread deep into the mists, and if they stayed too long within it, their throats would swell and their eyes would sting. With prolonged contact they would even die of poison. Although locals knew of the dangers of this mist and would well avoid it, there would always be ignorant outsiders who entered only to perish. The Fu clan were aware of the mortals dying from the mist, but they hardly batted an eye. If mortals died, then so be it. The Fu clan had planned with such great effort to create the violet miasma cloud formation, requiring them to invite several formation masters to simultaneously work on it. Besides, these mortals could be considered lucky to have died by this formation. In the past several days, the violet clouds on Purple Road Mountain remained still as always, but a commotion rose from within. Occasionally, cultivators would appear outside the mist and shout something. Afterwards, they would reveal a lustrous red invitation before disappearing into the mist. The nearest mortal settlement to Purple Road Mountain was a small city named Taihe. This city only spanned 5 kilometers and its population didn't exceed 10,000. However, it had all the facilities one would expect from a city such as inns and restaurants. R was a waiter at one of the 2 inns of Taihe City. Although he was only 19 years of age, he had been a waiter for 4 years. With his thin body, he stood at the side of the inn's doors and dispiritedly called out to those who walked past by. This wasn't because R was being lazy, but because the weather was scorching. After yelling in the hot weather for an entire morning, he no longer had any strength. Even that petty, crafty innkeeper Lu couldn't say anything in response to his dejected manner. Although he wore a dissatisfied expression, he could only grumble his complaints and gloomily handle his abacus, calculating the dense ledger on the table. R glanced at an expanse of white clouds in the sky and inwardly cursed with all his heart. Then after lower his head, he muttered out to the passers-by in a manner even he couldn't hear and became even more dejected. Just as he thought whether or not he could take advantage of innkeeper Lu's inattention to speak into the kitchen for a few drinks of cold water to relieve himself from the heat, the sky suddenly dimmed and he felt a chill. R was surprised and he couldn't help but raise his head to the sky. But much to his shock, he discovered that 3 eccentrics had unknowingly appeared before him. One of the men wore hemp robes and a tall hat. He was short and resembled a large ball. The other was a bald man with piercing eyes. The last of them was a man with long hair draping over his face. His face possessed a sinister air and his eyes were ice cold. Having spent so many years as a waiter, R knew how to act. He immediately smiled and said, "Do you guests wish to stay at this inn?" From his years of many experience, this party were sure to be generous customers despite their fiendish appearance. The short, plump man glared with his small eyes and casually took out a large piece of silver. He shoved it into the waiter's chest and impatiently said, "Cut the rubbish. Why else would we come at an inn if not to stay there? Prepare a room on the 2nd floor for us and a table of top-rate food and wine for us as well." Without waiting for R's reply, innkeeper Lu jumped up and immediately acted like a robust man, leaping out of the gate and taking the silver piece out of R's hands. With an ingratiating expression he said, "Yes, yes. Please enter, sirs. Food and wine will be immediately sent for you. R, quickly prepare the rooms. Don't be slow." "Yes, innkeeper." Although this action had caused him to feel deeply resentful, R could only obey. He could only sigh and allow the silver piece to be taken away. Were it not for the fact he only had the skills for a waiter and that there were only 2 inns in the city, he couldn't afford to say anything about this. After resentfully cursing innkeeper Lu in his heart, R brought the 3 each to a room on the 2nd floor. Just as R departed from their side, the scorching heat suddenly returned. This sudden change caused him to feel a wave of doubt as he scratched the back of his head. After tilting his head in thought, he descended with confusion. A table of food was quickly prepared and was brought up with R and a few other servants. The cultivators were waiting at the table in complete silence. R was baffled upon seeing them. The cultivator with the draped hair coldly glanced in his direction as if he had noticed something. R instantly felt as if he were immersed in ice. With a shaken heart, he lowered his head and left the room in a panic. He directly returned to the inn's door with a restless heart. At that moment, the 3 in the room finally began to speak. Sensing that there was no one outside the room, the short and stout man chuckled and spoke to the man with the draped hair. "Old pal Han, why did you startle the mortal? Did you find him displeasing to the eye?" The draped-haired man flatly said, "It was nothing. It was just that waiter possessed spiritual roots. However, his aptitude is poor. He would only be able to reach the 4th layer of qi condensation stage." A trace of astonishment appeared in the fat man's expression. "Spiritual roots? That's surprising. However, it seems that Brother Han is actually able to see through spiritual roots without any physical contact. It appears Brother Han is quite a skilled individual." The draped-haired cultivator glanced at the fat cultivator and slowly said, "My cultivation isn't any higher than you 2 fellow Taoists. I merely cultivated a related secret technique." The fat cultivator sighed and bitterly laughed. "Brother Han is far too modest. However, that waiter can be said to have no prospects in the cultivation world. Even if he managed to somehow reach foundation establishment stage like us, If he doesn't have the backing of a sect, he will merely be a wild lone wolf, a target of humiliation to cultivators of a similar grade. We ourselves came to Purple Road Mountain to bid the Fu clan ancestor a happy birthday to see if we have the opportunity to join the sect. If we are able to catch the eye of a Devil Dao sect or the clan ancestor, we'd be quite fortunate. It is just a pity that us vagrant cultivators can only enter the Fu clan castle on the ancestor's birth date. We still must wait another month. The draped-haired cultivator indifferently grunted and nodded his head as if he were disinclined to further speaking. The fat man and the bald man couldn't help but look at each other in response. The bald man widely opened his round eyes and said with a muffled voice, "Brother Han, us two brothers only formed a party together to go pay our respects to the Fu clan castle. But in the past several days, we realized that while you are also a vagrant cultivator, your cultivation is unordinary. Where might you have cultivated previously? We've never heard of your esteemed name before." After the large bald man finished speaking, the eyes of the fat cultivator glinted and he began to stare at Han Li. The draped-haired cultivator's face remained unchanged. He merely indifferent replied, "I was once a cultivator of the state of Yu. I've only came to the state of Yuanwu recently. It isn't odd that you fellow Taoists haven't heard of me." The fate cultivator blinked and asked, "The state of Yu? Isn't that the territory of the ghost spirit sect? Why did Brother Han not try his luck with the ghost spirit sect instead of coming to our state of Yuanwu?" The draped-haired cultivator calmly replied, "I did try, but there is no path forward. Given that the ghost spirit sect is the sole power in the state of Yu, it doesn't tolerate the existence of outside cultivators. As such, I came to the state of Yuanwu to try my luck. However, I didn't expect to come across the Fu clan ancestor's birth celebration as soon as I appeared. I couldn't possibly have easily allowed such a rare opportunity to pass me by. So it was like that. It must have been difficult for Brother Han." The fat man chuckled and asked nothing else. Instead, he began to chat about a few of the rumors circulating throughout the cultivation world. Once the wine and food were finished, the draped-haired cultivator bid his farewell and decided to rest in a neighboring room. Once the draped-haired cultivator left the room, the fat cultivator's beaming smile instantly disappeared, only to be replaced with a sinister expression. He suddenly took out a talisman from his robes and formed a hand incantation. Then with a flash of light, the talisman dissolved and enveloped the room in a soft light. This talisman was a soundproofing talisman. Once the talisman was in full effect, the large bald man hastily asked, "Brother Luo, do you believe that youngster is truly a vagrant cultivator?" The fat cultivator sneered and stroked the fat underneath his chin. He sinisterly said, "Certainly not. He is most likely a disciple of a small sect." Chapter 649. Harboring sinister designs, the short and stout cultivator explained with a proud expression, "Did you not see his magic tool when we were traveling together? That was clearly a top-grade magic tool. Not to mention the many storage pouches at his waist. They were all bulging and there were even a few spirit beast pouches there. How could a vagrant cultivator possess so many items? It is clear that this cultivator came from a small sect. If he came from a large sect, he would have been too arrogant to travel with the likes of us. Additionally, he didn't take out an invitation card to enter Purple Road Mountain. Hehe. After all, given how powerful the Devil Dao are, small sect cultivators wouldn't dare to act so openly. All of them would sneakily act as vagrant cultivators for fear that they would attract the Devil Dao's ire and subject calamity upon their clan for generations to come. That is why we've never heard of him despite his strong cultivation and magic tools." With eyes filled with avarice, the bald man rubbed his hands in eagerness. "From what Brother Luo has said, that does seem to be the case and we can boldly attack him without worry. Although he is somewhat wary of us, he definitely wouldn't have thought that we were concealing our true cultivation. It should be quite easy for us two mid-foundation establishment cultivators to kill an early foundation establishment cultivator. That youngster is bringing about his own doom to come across the dual fiends Ping Yi." The fat man licked his thick lips and sinisterly said, "Of course, but in order to smoothly succeed, we lower his guard as much as possible. It will take much less effort if we launch a sneak attack. Let's wait 2 days prior to the Fu clan ancestor's birth celebration to attack." Yes, let's do as Brother Luo says. Even if neither of us makes it into a sective clan, we'll still make quite a bit of profit. The bald man seemed quite confident in the fat man and he wore a grin on his face. The fat man chuckled and said, "Hee hee, of course. If such an easy mark comes knocking on your door, how could the dual fiends Ping Yi return empty-handed?" While the two chatted without restraint about killing the draped-haired man, the man in question sat down expressionlessly in the other room. However, he was able to easily hear their words as if the soundproofing barrier didn't exist. Han Li opened his eyes with a cold glint and softly said, "Since you've taken the initiative to court death, don't blame me for being ruthless." He then closed his eyes once more and continued to refine qi. To tell the truth, Han Li had arrived in the state of Yuanwu 2 months prior. He had passed through many countries affiliated with the righteous and devil Dao along the way, but as a nascent soul cultivator he was able to stealthily pass through with his cultivation and appearance concealed. After Han Li arrived in the state of Yuanwu, Han Li didn't immediately take action. Instead he gathered information on the Fu clan from the local market cities and vagrant cultivators. As a result, Han Li found rather displeasing information about the Fu clan. This wasn't because the 3 Fu clan core formation cultivators were troublesome to kill, but that the Fu clan had many of their disciples located in the Devil Flame sect. Even with his vast abilities he couldn't directly contend against the Devil Flame sect itself. And if he didn't kill the entirety of the Fu clan at once, the Fu clan could one day rise to prominence once more, leaving his promise with Exen Rian unfulfilled. Just as Han Li was making a plan for action, rumors of the Fu clan ancestors' birth celebrations spread throughout the state of Yuanwu. When Han Li heard this he rejoiced. Since the Fu clan lord took the initiative to call upon his clan disciples to pay their respects to him, the Fu clan disciples of the Devil Flame sect should also be returning to the Fu clan castle. This was an ideal opportunity to deal with the entire Fu clan in a single blow. However, given Fu clan's current power, not anyone could participate in the celebration. One must either be a cultivator from a clan or be a member of the Devil Dao. As for vagrant cultivators, they had to be at foundation establishment stage in order to enter the castle. After Han Li acquired the finer details he patiently waited a month to pass by. As for the dual fiends Ping Yi, they immediately chatted with him along the road when they saw that Han Li possessed an unordinary magic tool. When they heard that Han Li was also heading to the Fu clan castle, they happily raised an invitation to travel together. Han Li could tell the two harbored sinister designs at first glance, but he had nothing to fear from the two, given his current cultivation. Instead he casually agreed to travel with them with plans to use their identities to allow him to enter the Fu clan without suspicion. But he didn't expect that only cultivators with invitations would be allowed inside the Purple Road Mountains. Vagrant cultivators could only enter the castle on the day of the celebrations. This was to Han Li's surprise, but it didn't matter. After all, that day should be when all the Fu clan disciples and members should gather together. If he were to act any earlier he would scare a few away. As of current he was staying at an inn and hadn't yet planned on how he should deal with the dual fiends Ping Yi. Since the two were incapable of staying patient, Han Li wasn't going to be merciful. In the following days Han Li and the dual fiends Ping Yi took a few trips nearby and would return to the inn at night to cultivate. The time of the Fu clan celebration drew near. In these few days the two spoke quite effectively with Han Li and even addressed him as Brother Han, as if they were good friends for many years. At that moment, many vagrant cultivators began to gather at the small city. While a majority of vagrant cultivators were accustomed to the outdoors, a few cultivators more fond of creature comforts stayed at the 2 inns of the city. As a result, Han Li came across several other cultivators at the same inn. When these cultivators came across Han Li and 2 cultivators at their side, their expressions vastly changed and they steered clear of the 3, doing their utmost to avoid talking to them. Han Li wasn't sure whether or not he should laugh or cry. It seemed the 2 at his side held a rather notorious reputation among vagrant cultivators. When the dual fiends Ping Yi saw this, they feared that Han Li would grow suspicious and fabricated a story that the 2 didn't get along with other cultivators. As a result, the 2 alternated keeping watch of Han Li, preventing him to speaking with anybody else. When Han Li heard them he was completely indifferent. However, the fat man grew somewhat doubtful, but his greed got the best of him. 2 days later, the two cultivators suddenly urged Han Li to visit a nearby scenic spot with them. They said that the scene was fascinating and was too good to miss. After Han Li heard them, he knew that the two finally planned to attack. With a curt agreement, he followed the two with a smile, and the three head out from the inn towards this scenic spot. Because there were far too many cultivators nearby, the two could only think of bringing Han Li out 50 kilometers from the city to a small remote mountain. Once they all landed, the fat man began to speak with a beaming smile. "Brother Han, take a look. There is a small valley past this mountain. There are pure flowing streams and flowers of countless sorts. It is absolutely..." Despite the plain surroundings, he managed to continue his fanciful words about how impressive the scenery was. When Han Li heard this, he continued to derisively laugh in his mind. There truly was a hidden valley past this mountain. But apart from the passable scenery, there was also the spiritual fluctuations of a hidden restriction. It was very faint, but he was able to detect it with his spiritual sense. It appeared the two were quite experienced at killing others as they placed down a rather simple spell formation. If Han Li truly were an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, he would have found it difficult to survive if he entered the formation and were suddenly attacked by the two. When Han Li finished listening to the fat cultivator, he casually swept his gaze around and mysterious smiled at the two. "This scenery is not bad and there is no one here. From how I see it, there is no purpose in going to the valley. Right here should be fine. What do you two think? No one would be disturbed if you were to kill someone here and rid of their remains. It should surely go unnoticed." When the fat cultivator heard Han Li, his expression changed and he flusteredly spoke as if he were truly surprised. "Brother Han, what do you mean? Could it be you've misunderstood something?" However, his chubby hands had already moved to his storage pouch. As for the large bald man, a savage expression appeared on his face and he silently moved to Han Li's side with his hands tightly clenched. Han Li held their petty maneuvers in little regard and remained in place with a serene expression. When the fat cultivator saw this, he grew anxious and faintly felt a sense of foreboding. However, it was far too late to back down and merely moved to attack simultaneously with the bald man. Chapter 650. Demon Nascent. In the same moment the two men moved to attack Han Li, a chuckle suddenly broke out. "Hee hee. How interesting. I didn't think I'd wake up from my nap to see murder and plunder. But for two Foundation establishment cultivators to attack a nascent soul cultivator? Could I be dreaming?" These words were said by the soft, sharp voice of a young girl. Once Han Li heard this, his expression changed. As for the fat and the bald cultivators, they were thunderstruck and immediately turned deathly pale. "A nascent soul cultivator?" The fat cultivator shrieked and stared at Han Li as if he were looking at a ghost. The bald man was greatly frightened as well, but he appeared to have thought of something and hastily shouted, "That's impossible. His colleague must be attempting to scare us off." Although he had attempted to rouse himself, he still took 2 steps back while continuously glancing around for the young girl. His courage greatly recovered when he found no one. At the moment, Han Li was far more alarmed than the dual fiends Ping Yi. For some unknown reason, he felt his body break into an indescribable shiver as the nascent soul that had been deep asleep in his dantian awoke in a panic. A trace of dread had even appeared on its face. But what was most astonishing to Han Li was that after sweeping every inch of a 5-kilometer radius with his spiritual sense, he was incapable of finding the source of the voice. But from the sound of it, the owner should clearly be nearby. Despite using the great development technique alongside his nascent soul cultivation, he was unable to discover the speaker. Could it be this person possessed deep and profound abilities? Han Li's throat dried up at the thought. The fat cultivator regained a bit of color in his face as if he had been roused by the bald man's words. He calmly glanced around and said, "Who's there? Who is it that is deceiving us? You dare to trick the dual fiends Ping Yi?" His body was covered in the glow of a barrier of yellow light as a small black shield appeared in front of him. The girlish voice boldly said, "Hee hee. If you could see this old woman, I'd kill myself out of shame." However, the spiritual sense of this nascent soul cultivator is quite strong. If it were even slightly stronger, perhaps you'd be able to find me. Han Li's expression grew sullen and he did his utmost to sweep his spiritual sense over everything in his surroundings. Even with his exceptional spiritual sense, He was unable to find even a trace of another cultivator. He felt that this was far too strange. I am a tad hungry. How about I make a meal out of you three? It's been a while since I've had a taste of a cultivator's nascent soul. I long to experience it once more. The girl's tone was completely free of malice, in stark contrast to the meaning of the words being said. Han Li snorted and ceased concealing his cultivation while his expression remained unchanged. With a flash of azure light, an astonishing pressure began to emit from his body and many azure lights flew out from his mouth. These were the 72 bamboo clouds worm swords. He truly is a nascent soul cultivator. Senior, please spare our lives. Us juniors had eyes but were blind to your magnificence. We didn't mean to offend Senior. Second brother, what are you doing? Don't run. We don't stand a chance before Senior Han. The fat cultivator couldn't help but feel completely awed after the emergence of Han Li's true cultivation and immediately kowtowed before him as he pleaded for his life. As for the huge man, he did the opposite and slapped a golden talisman onto his body. He abruptly traveled through the sky in a streak of golden light. Do you truly believe you'll be able to run away with a gold speed talisman? A derisive expression appeared on Han Li's face. He pointed his finger and a flying sword loudly rang out before disappearing with a glint. But in the next instant, it appeared at the side of the golden streak not far away. In a flash of azure light, the large man miserably screamed and the golden light dissolved into specks. The man's body had already disappeared. What a shame. A Foundation establishment cultivator's soul also has a fine taste. I only had them 8 times before I awoke. The girlish voice grumbled with slight annoyance. When Han Li finished dealing with the bald man, he ignored the fat cultivator trembling before him and turned his gaze to a small tree nearby. With blue light flickering within his eyes, he said, "There is no need for your esteemed self to act so mysteriously. Are you not also a mere nascent soul cultivator? For you to speak so boldly, it seems you want me to personally drag you out." The girlish voice paused for a moment before coldly continuing, "How did you discover me? My light transmutation technique isn't something that a nascent soul cultivator can see through. Regardless of my method to discover you, will you not reveal your true form? Or would you rather I chop down that tree of yours?" Han Li's voice remained calm, but his heart was filled with trepidation. He had only found the source of the voice by a fluke. In his panic, he had unconsciously swept his surroundings using the ability granted to him by the bright sight water. As a result, he found a small tree nearby that was somewhat unlike the others. With a resolved heart, he confronted it, no longer wishing to be deceived. "A mere nascent soul cultivator? Your tone is also quite bold. I wonder how your nascent soul will taste once I swallow it." As the girl's tone grew sullen, the small tree flashed with green light, shrinking to reveal a person only half a foot tall. This small person had an exquisite face and long hair. However, its body was composed of green light and completely bare. It seemed this small silhouette was the source of the girlish voice. A nascent soul. No, that's not right. After further examination, Han Li appeared hesitant. The small silhouette looked at Han Li and slowly said, "A nascent soul? You aren't wrong. But you are quite out of luck to be the first nascent soul cultivator I've seen since awakening, or maybe my luck is just good." Soon after speaking, the small silhouette flashed and appeared before the fat cultivator. It giggled and said, "Your soul would make a good fit in my stomach, yes? No. Senior, please spare me." Realizing that this small silhouette was in existence on par with a nascent soul cultivator, the fat cultivator pleaded for his life as he jumped away, wishing to flee. However, a malevolent expression surfaced on the small silhouette's face, and its body turned into a ball of green light that shot into the fat cultivator. An instant later, it came out of the man's body back in its original form, except with a thumb-sized green ball of light that was intermittently twinkling. As for the leader of the dual fiends, Ping Yi, he had already collapsed onto the floor and was no longer moving. The small silhouette didn't bother to speak any further and simply gobbled the ball of light with a few bites. Afterwards, the silhouette's body grew slightly more concentrated. Han Li could no longer keep calm upon seeing this. After pursing his lips, he harshly shouted, "Are you ghost or man? You dare to directly consume a soul?" He had clearly felt the small silhouette's cultivation to be similar to his own at the early nascent soul stage. But after it consumed that soul, it grew a sliver stronger, clearly demonstrating that it could increase its cultivation by directly consuming cultivators' souls. It was inconceivable that this was the result of a technique. The incandescent green silhouette ignored Han Li's question and instead glanced at Han Li's dantian as if it were directly looking at his nascent soul. It wore a greedy expression and muttered, "The appetizer is done and now it is time for the banquet. After consuming your nascent soul, this old woman will be able to directly enter mid-nascent soul stage. You want to swallow my nascent soul? I'm afraid it'd be a bit much for you." Han Li furiously grinned and he clapped his hands together. A muffled explosion sounded out, followed by thick golden lightning arcing between his palms. Ever since Han Li had entered nascent soul stage, he was able to directly store divine Devilbane lightning from his swords into his body. As a result, he was able to use the lightning as before despite having all 72 swords outside of his body. The green silhouette tilted its head upon seeing the golden lightning in Han Li's palms and muttered, "Golden lightning? Where did I hear of this before? I can't seem to recall it." Han Li raised his brow and indifferently said, "Then how about giving it a taste? I'm sure you'll recall it." At that moment, the lightning in his hands transformed into a python and fiercely pounced towards the small silhouette. For some unknown reason, the small silhouette remained in place with a smile and directly swallowed the python. Afterwards, countless arcs of lightning bursted from all around the small silhouette. A short moment later, the silhouette glowed with golden lightning and released pangs of thunder. Han Li narrowed his eye, lacking the slightest joy in his expression. Since the opponent dared to directly receive the divine Devilbane lightning, they were clearly well prepared and weren't about to easily be dispatched. Before the golden glow faded away, the girl's laughter interrupted the sounds of thunder. "As I thought, is this not divine Devilbane lightning? Isn't this just great? It's hard to believe that a mere early nascent soul cultivator could possess such a heavenly treasure. However, don't think that this old woman is a devil or ghost cultivator. Using that lightning to deal with me is beyond its abilities." Chapter 651. With spirit nascent, the small green silhouette hadn't taken the slightest damage from Han Li's strike and sneered at Han Li. Han Li scoffed, "It's too early to be proud. If you truly wish to devour my nascent soul, it's going to take more than a few arrogant words. If I had guessed correctly, you can only consume the souls of low-grade cultivators. To speak of consuming a cultivator's nascent soul is pure fantasy. Perhaps you might have been able to previously do this, but as of current your mind may wish it but your body is weak. You are only capable of assuming that strange form of yours. Enough rubbish, let's first see how you fare against these flying swords." These words caused the small silhouette's expression to vastly change, revealing malice from its eyes. At that moment Han Li pointed to the flying swords spiraling above him. With a clear ring, 12 of the flying swords shot forward in a streak of azure light. The small green silhouette stood in place with a sullen expression. As the dozen of azure sword lights spiraled around the small person and sliced it up into countless strands. As these strands remained floating in the air, they began to sparkle, much to Han Li's alarm. A bewildering chuckle soon came from strands and they flickered with light before restoring the small silhouette in its original form. The silhouette seemed to have been completely infuriated by Han Li's words. It ominously, "Tigi. Not bad, not bad. Your set of flying swords must have been created from golden lightning bamboo. Although I don't know how you acquired so much of it, it is truly ridiculous to think of injuring me with those swords alone. You will come to know that my words aren't born of arrogance." The silhouette then formed an incantation gesture with its hands and blinding green radiance gleamed. But before it could fully finish casting its technique, bright light flashed from above its head. 12 flying swords simultaneously pulsed with lightning and formed a dense net of golden lightning as it charged towards it. "Humph! This junior still won't give up. Did I not say that the divine lightning has no effect on me? Wait, what are you doing?" The girlish voice became shrill as if it grew frightened. The net of golden lightning didn't explode as it had anticipated. Instead, the net remained firm when it caught the small silhouette, and it unceasingly tightened around the silhouette. the small silhouette knew that this was far from good, and its body flickered with green light in its utmost attempt to resist. However, its struggle was in vain as it was soon trapped in a large golden ball. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but wryly smile. This net of divine devilbane lightning was a technique that was founded by Han Li. Because golden lightning bamboo was exceeding rare, only 1 or 2 stalks would be used in the formation of a magic tool. And since they had a limited amount of divine lightning, they were only reserved as a trump card against devilish and evil techniques. Additionally, making such a large net of lightning would require over 10 stalks worth of divine devilbane lightning to form. As such, none could have afforded to do this before Han Li. Having controlled the divine devilbane lightning for so many years, Han Li already sensed that in addition to an innate ability to subdue evil and devilish techniques, it also possessed the wondrous effect of restraining the 5 elements. Regardless of whether it was the sacred azura flames or wind spirit energy, they had both been actively and securely subdued. This unexpected discovery was much to Han Li's delight. While he was still at core formation stage, he was unable to use lightning nets as he wished because of his lacking cultivation, and had rarely used them in battle. But with his vastly strengthened cultivation and spiritual sense as of current, he no longer had such problems. Although he didn't know where this little silhouette came from, he knew that it was neither flesh or ghost. It was more akin to a strange variation of a cultivator's nascent soul. With that thought, Han Li attempted to make use of the net. Unfortunately for the silhouette, although it had heard legends of the divine devilbane lightning, it was unaware of its hidden properties. Else, it wouldn't have so casually received the attack with its body as a demon nascent. In the blink of an eye, this haughty figure had been easily confined. Seeing that it succeeded, Han Li smiled and raised his hand, shooting out an azure mist to collect the golden ball into his hand. The golden sphere faintly trembled and released furious, ear-piercing shrieks. "You dare to trap this old woman? Quickly release me, or else I will refine your soul and subject you to a fate worse than death." Han Li frowned and sullenly said, "Refine my soul? It seems your esteemed self still doesn't understand your situation. Let's talk about this again once you've properly calmed down." Claps of thunders rang out as lightning shot out from his hands. These thin slivers of lightning wrapped layers around the golden ball, consuming nearly half of his sword's lightning reserves. With some further inspection of the enlarged golden ball, he wore a satisfied expression. Paying no heed of the girl's raving shouts from the golden ball, Han Li took out a white jade box from his storage pouch and shut it inside. He then took out a few restriction talismans and slapped them onto the box without any hesitation, putting a sudden end to the rant. Han Li weighed the jade box in his hand and his expression was once again normal. After putting the jade box away, he glanced down at the soulless body of the fat cultivator and indifferently turned it to ash with a fireball before calmly flying in the direction of the small city. A short moment later, Han Li leisurely made his way to the tavern and simply waited for the birth celebration to draw near. Not long after, there was a shocking discovery in the state of Yuanwu. The notorious murderers of vagrant cultivators dual fiends Ping Yi had completely disappeared from the country. Not a single trace of them have been found. Of course, this signified to many that they had died. When this news reached around, the vagrant cultivators in the country cheered. There were those that said they were disposed of by a sect they offended. There was also word that they encountered an expert on their travels and were slayed as a result of their notoriety. For a time, all sorts of rumors filled the skies. Tens of thousands kilometers away in the distant state of Tianluo was the nest of the 6 Devil Dao sects. The Grand Spirit Mountains in the west of Tianluo spanned over tens of thousands of kilometers without interruption. The mountains were steep and were home to countless spirit beasts and exotic insects. It was the location of the controlling spirit sect's monastery. In the instant the demon nascent was sealed, an old man's furious shout suddenly echoed from a pitch-black stone room. "Who is it? Who dares to imprison the wood spirit nascent? Servant, quickly contact the spirit-controlling sect members in the state of Yuanwu. If they are unable to find the wood spirit nascent in 3 months' time, then they will have to kill themselves for the sin of their failure. Also, they must act carefully not to let the Devil Flame sect be aware of this matter." Although the old man was furious, his orders were concise. "As you bid, Marshal Senior. I will pass down the commands." A man's stern voice came out from outside the room. The old man continued, "I'm not done. Also call for Yunji and Lu Yuer to personally make a trip to the state of Yuanwu. They both have wood attribute spiritual roots and have the most suitable bodies for the wood spirit nascent. Perhaps they will be able to feel something if they go closer to the wood spirit nascent. However, have the two women be careful. Whoever restrained the wood spirit nascent is certain to possess great abilities. The two women wouldn't be able to confront him. So long as they find the person who imprisoned the wood spirit nascent, I will come to personally deal with them." The man's voice respectfully replied, "Yes, I will personally tell the two junior martial sisters to go. This martial nephew will now take his leave." Soon after the man's footsteps faded into the distance, a deep sigh filled the room and the darkness became silent once more. Behind the concealment of the purple mist of the Purple Road Mountains, the Fu clan master Fu Tianhua was in high spirits with a flushed face. He viewed all the juniors in his clan with a kind face, leaving his juniors feeling overwhelmed with favor. They were all used to him wearing a more stern expression. This was of no surprise. The marital ancestor's celebration of 400 years of life was about to arrive. He was the oldest core formation cultivator in the clan, and even two of the Devil Flame sect's enforcers were going to come today for his birthday celebration. This greatly increased the Fu clan's prestige. The Fu clan juniors didn't dare to be negligent and were doing their utmost around the castle so that this birth celebration wouldn't result in a loss of prestige for the clan ancestor. After the Fu clan ancestor made a round through the castle, he seemed quite satisfied. He then entered a side hall with a few juniors in tow. The sharp-eyed, purple-robed Fu clan ancestor leaned against an armchair in the room and slowly said, "Qinga, have the honorable guests from the Devil Flame sect arrived yet? Is there something keeping them busy?" While his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with dignity, suitable for the man who led the Fu clan through over 100 years of prosperity. "Venerable ancestor, the Devil Flame sect's senior son has sent over a disciple stating that he and Protector Mo will certainly arrive to offer congratulations. However, it will take 1 or 2 days more." A pale 40-year-old cultivator helplessly replied in a hurry. Chapter 652. Omen. An old man with thin eyebrows and embroidered robes stood at the side of the pale-faced man and added on, "Even so, martial ancestor need not worry. The Fu clan maintained a steady relationship with senior Sun and Mo for over 100 years. They will arrive soon. As their sect's current heights was in significant part due to our Fu clan's backing, we can be considered to be closely tied together. Besides, we sent 2 of our clan's most outstanding female disciples as their concubines. They would be embarrassed not to come." The Fu clan ancestor twirled his long beard and a cold glint flickered from his eyes. With his previous smile vanished, he said, "It's not that I'm worried whether or not Brother Sun and Mo will come, but I merely feel somewhat ill at ease at the day of the birth celebration approaches. It seems as if something great is about to happen. It is rather worrying. Has our Fu clan recently offended a particularly fearsome character or some larger sects?" When this was said, the people in the hall couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. After a long while, the pale-faced man carefully answered, "Venerable ancestor, you should also know this. Although our Fu clan has greatly flourished over the years, we've offended countless clans and small sections. But the most hostile to us are the Qin and Hu clans. Could they be plotting something? It definitely isn't those 2 clans. While those 2 clans were able to contend with us for some time, they no longer possess many high-grade cultivators. They don't have the capability to stir up trouble." The Fu clan ancestor coldly shook his head, but he soon frowned. With some further hesitation he said, "However, if they were join hands with other small clans, they may take advantage of this opportunity to attack. They'd be able to greatly injure the clan's strength. After all, in order to curry favor with the Devil Flame sect, our Fu clan killed many of the 2 clans' cultivators for resisting the Devil Dao. As of current, the Qin and Hu clans have lost their backing and are hiding away. With the hatred they holds towards us, it isn't an impossible matter." With that said, the Fu clan ancestor's expression grew sullen. The embroidered-robed old man cautiously asked, "What does venerable ancestor mean?" In an instant, the Fu clan ancestor leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Then with an adamant tone he declared, We will be calm on the surface but remain inwardly vigilant. Double the sentries. Have the protective formation continuously activated without pause. And be particularly mindful of vagrant cultivators with unclear background. Yes, it will be arranged. The pale-faced cultivator immediately accepted the orders. Seeing that the Fu clan ancestor appeared to be in a poor mood, the remaining Fu clan juniors all stood in place, even not daring to breathe too loudly. The Fu clan ancestor suddenly said, "Qian, call over your third uncle. Have him take the ironback beast into his spirit beast pouch and bring it along with him to the birth celebration. Only he can control our Fu sect's sacred sect protecting beast." The embroidered-robed old man couldn't help cry out, "What? Didn't esteemed ancestor say that third uncle should be disturbed during the birth celebration because he was currently in a crucial point in his cultivation?" The Fu clan ancestor coldly snorted and said, "The past is the past, the present is now. Although cultivators can't always predict calamity as it appears, there are times where one's instinct is particularly sharp. It cannot be helped. In order to be careful, it is better for this old man to overly suspicious than having our Fu clan meet calamity." Seeing that the Fu clan ancestor was about to get angry, the old man obediently agreed, "Yes, ancestor. I will now call third uncle out of seclusion." He promptly left afterwards. Not yet finished, the Fu clan ancestor gave many more additional orders before finally feeling at ease. With so many preparations in place for contingencies, he felt as if matters would be taken care of. On a barren mountain outside of Violet Road Mountain, there was a group of 30 vagrant cultivators that were pointing at the purple mist and were whispering amongst them. Han Li was mixed among the cultivators and were examining his surroundings in silence as if he were a common recluse. It had come as a surprise to Han Li that there were so many vagrant Foundation establishment cultivators in the state of Yuanwu. Only a small portion of them should have come to congratulate the Fu clan ancestor's age. Back when he was in the state of Yu, vagrant Foundation establishment cultivators were rarely seen. Although the state of Yuanwu was somewhat larger than the state of Yu, the difference shouldn't have been great. But after 100 years had passed, this new development made Han Li feel as if the world had left him behind. However, Han Li was unaware that before the Righteous and Devil Dao attacked, a majority of Foundation establishment pills were held by sects and clans. Few ever made their way into the hands of vagrant cultivators. But with the upheaval from 100 years ago, many sects and clans ended up being exterminated. Destroyed inheritances and incense burning were common occurrences, resulting in a large quantity of Foundation establishment pills being spread in the chaos. Although a majority of pills were acquired by clans and sects, the small portion that managed to land into the hands of vagrant cultivators created a sudden increase of Foundation establishment disciples in each country, forming a large amount of force. There were even a few vagrant cultivators that had managed to reach core formation through chance. As the Righteous Dao, the Devilish Dao and the Heavenly Dao Alliance, they all adopted a policy of absorbing all vagrant cultivators they could and suppressing those that resisted. As a result, the vagrant cultivators weren't able to form anything greater, despite their vast increase in number. As Han Li was mulling over this, he suddenly spotted 8 streaks of red light flying across the sky. After landing in front of the purple mist, the light faded away to reveal a group of cultivators wearing fire-red robes. There were 2 core formation cultivators leading the group. One had a face full of white hair and a gourd at his waist. The other had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes possessed a threatening chill. The vagrant cultivators became restless upon seeing the new arrivals. Some even whispered that they came from the Devil Flame sect. The more experienced vagrant cultivators spoke in particularly soft whispers, fearing that the Devil Flame sect members would hear them. Those are the Devil Flame sect's external affair enforcers Sun and Mo. The 2 female cultivators at their side should be the renowned beauties of the Fu clan. I heard that they've already become the 2 seniors' concubines. Han Li naturally heard all of this with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but sweep his gaze past the Devil Flame sect core formation cultivators and the 2 female cultivators at their sides. As expected, the 2 women were gorgeous beauties. The Devil Flame sect cultivators seemed to ignore the vagrant cultivators. A disciple from the party walked towards the dense mist and sent a voice transmission talisman into it. Afterwards, The disciple obediently stood behind the two core formation cultivators. A short moment later, the purple mist rolled away to reveal a passageway. Many Fu clan disciples respectfully welcomed them in. Han Li took advantage of this opportunity to take a deep look at the many Fu clan disciples before expressionlessly turning his gaze away. At that moment, the party of Devil Flame sect cultivators entered the purple mist and the passageway faded away. In the following 4 hours, a few cultivators from other clans and small sects began to successively arrive at the mountain and were similarly welcomed in. After another long while, a steward with an apologetic expression walked out from the mist. It is quite lacking in manners for our Fu clan to keep you fellow Taoists waiting so long. It isn't that our Fu clan looks down on you, but that there is finite space inside the Fu clan castle. It would prove quite chaotic for too many cultivators to be inside at once. As such, we could only have you enter the castle on the day of the celebration. Nevertheless, please be at ease. So long as you sincerely congratulate the venerable ancestor, we will treat you fairly. The feast has already been prepared inside the main hall. Please enter the castle. The steward spoke elegantly, dissipating a majority of the vagrant cultivators' discontent. Then the vagrant cultivators silently glanced at each other before following the middle-aged steward into the mist. Han Li calmly walked at the back of the crowd, but a moment later he disappeared from sight. Regardless of whether it be the cultivators walking ahead of him or the Fu clan disciples that were in charge of monitoring the sect, they had all failed to perceive this anomaly as if Han Li had never been there. Many Fu clan Foundation establishment cultivators were currently standing in front of an extravagant hall. They beamingly welcomed the visitors, leaving them with a deep and warm impression. There were about 300 guests in the castle, with those having arrived today from those arriving days before. Now that the Fu clan ancestor's birthday has arrived, these guests gathered together in front of the main hall, waiting for the Fu clan ancestor's appearance. Given the Fu clan's immense influence in the state of Yuanwu, the vagrant cultivators and smaller clansmen were spouting praises without end. Even the emissaries from larger clans were chatting with Fu clan cultivators with a wide smile. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.